Hello. Sorry, but
Hello,
that was
how are you?
just noise. How good?
All
How are
good.
you?
Good, good, good. Okay, give me 1 second.
I'll just finish up my game.
Okay, you're in a game right now?
No, I just finished it.
Okay, cool, cool. All right, so give me 1 second. So we'll get right into it. Go ahead and share your screen. We're gonna briefly talk before we start um the session. Okay, is that Taylor?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay, it's just on a different account. Just threw me off. Okay, all
Is
right.
he? I think it's the same.
I thought he was on a different account last time, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just tripping. Okay.
I
Uh,
think he changed his banner though. But yeah.
okay. Yeah, I just didn't recognize Riverson. Just the name.
Oh,
I feel like he had a different account or a different name. Maybe I'm just tripping out. It's fine. Not a big deal. Just curious. But okay. So, uh, I just want to ask a couple questions. So, uh, did you watch Taylor's session last session, or any of it, or any, or
um,
they listened to any part? I'm just curious.
bit, bits and pieces. I was what's it called? After we played that game, I saw you were streaming, so
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of popping in while I was eating and stuff, and then yeah, I
Gotcha.
was watching another video. But I didn't watch the whole thing, like from
Yeah, yeah, that's
pretty
fine.
sure it's
I
like
just
little
wanted to
bits and
see it,
pieces.
like if you actually heard us talking about anything, about the
Yeah,
game.
like some stuff.
Okay, all right. So, because I just want to I just want to give you like the whole rundown. If you heard bits and pieces already, then like I'll kind of
Yeah,
try to
I mean,
save some time for
I'll
both sides. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I'll be honest. I didn't hear the probably important bits of
Sure,
describing like terms and stuff like that.
sure,
So
sure. Yeah, yeah. So we'll
um,
we'll, we'll try to get through everything again. But okay, okay, that's that then. All right, another question. Have you watched any of the VODs or streams or content before about the coaching sessions?
I've again I've watched like a little bits and pieces here and
Sure.
there.
Okay.
Taylor's told me about some stuff because I think he watched
Yep, yep,
a
yep. I
couple
think
full videos or
yeah, I think
whatnot.
Taylor watches a bit more, and that's fine. I'm just why and I asked this to all my students, not just you. I asked it to all my students because I want to get an idea if they know how the session will go. That's pretty much why
Yeah,
I
yeah,
asked. So, because some students come to me, they've come from the stream, and some are from the Discord community. So, like some guys, I just know, like they've seen my stuff, so I don't know how to explain it.
yeah.
You and
I kind
Taylor,
of
a
know the
little bit different.
structure.
Yeah, yeah. So you
Yeah, I
guys
kind of know
are
the structure of your things.
okay. So that's fine then. All right, so we can get into the more juicy questions. A couple more questions. So, the first question is for the viewers, myself, stuff like that. I don't know you too well. So, what is your current rank, peak rank, and
Uh,
then the role slash agents you play?
yeah. So the current, it's my current MP grade are the same, which is Plat 2. Um,
So you're currently plateau? Okay.
yeah, yeah. Currently Plat 2. This is like probably around the highest. I think I've been like 80 or something, but it's probably like the highest
Okay.
I've been in the rank.
Peak is this is your peak?
The- yeah, yeah.
Okay, so this is your
Uh,
peak.
and
Yeah.
then the agents I normally play just main like I've been playing a lot more controller recently, like Smokes, Astra,
Okay.
Omen mainly.
Uh,
Um, and then I used to play like Sentinels a lot, and then I've kind of transitioned into playing more Smokes.
so you consider
And
yourself a
then
smokes player, controller player? Is that fair to say?
yeah, controller slash Sentinel, but yeah,
Controller
and then
slash sentinel. Okay.
the agents, Astra and Omen, and then sometimes Clove, but
Astra,
if I'm feeling
Omen,
like it,
Clove. Okay. And then for
and
sentinel,
then
what are you playing?
Deadlock and mainly, and then sometimes Sage.
Deadlock, and then sometimes Sage. Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah,
Okay, interesting. All right. I'm pretty sure Taylor played Duelist, and yeah, he was playing Duelist in the session actually.
yeah,
He played the
yeah.
Jet.
I've
I remember.
been duelist.
Yeah. So he mainly plays the Duelist role when you guys are playing together.
Yeah,
I'm guessing, and then you kind of pick up the
mainly
support role.
duelist.
Okay. Okay. That's
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
usually a very good combination. Not saying you and Taylor, but the combination of having one guy
Yeah,
play the
the
duelist,
duo.
one guy playing the support. So because if you both
Yeah, for
play
sure.
support, you get in a game, bro. Like every people are retarded. Like they can't even play duelists
Mm,
properly,
yeah,
and they can't play support. So it's like you got to need one on each role, so that way there's a balance of one guy can carry sometimes, and
sure.
maybe the other guy can carry too, it's just et cetera, et cetera. And you can
Like
support your duo and stuff like that. Yep, go ahead.
like me and Taylor played a few games earlier where we were the only people talking the whole game. Like I
Right.
think it was like two straight games where no one else talked. We were the only people
Yeah.
talking,
Very
coming
common.
in game and shit. So like we're trying to. He's like, stun this or whatnot, or like flash and shit. Because
Yep.
I was playing Breach at that time
Right,
actually.
right. And if
Um,
imagine if you guys were a sentinel and a
yeah,
controller and the only ones talking,
yeah,
like you would not win the game. You need to talk to the duelists, right? Duelists need to talk to you guys to tell you guys how they want it in terms of the utility to help them entry and stuff like that. But okay, no problem. Great. Okay, so that's that. The next question will be as specific as you can be. Okay, and detailed as you can be. How much time are you spending in Valorant? Weekly, daily, or monthly, or whatnot? Try to break it down for
uh,
me.
my one's a kind of hard situation just
Sure.
because I work for 1 week and then I have a whole week off straight. So it's like
And is it
I work
always
12 hour
repeating like
days for
that?
one. Yeah, yeah. So I work 12 hours a day for one whole week and then have a whole week off. So then
And then you work
that whole
another
week
whole
off,
week?
yeah, yeah. So it's 1 week on, 1 week off, 1 week on, 1 week
Okay,
off.
okay,
So
okay.
just constantly. I work half the year, and then
Right, right. In terms of time.
um it's like so if I'm on my work week, I only some days I go home and I don't even fucking play, and I play like 1 or 2 games, and then
Yeah.
on my if I'm off week, I literally mainly like a lot like 6 hours a day.
6 hours a day.
6 to
And then
like, and then on the that's by myself, like, during the week when Taylor's not here, but if we
right,
play
right,
on the
right.
weekend, we play, like, the whole day, which is, um,
Oh, so
like,
is
10
every
hours or
weekend
some
open?
shit.
Is every weekend open? Or no?
No, no,
Okay,
no, every second weekend.
it's just when you're not working it's open. And then you actually work for
Yeah,
7 days, 12 hours a week. Okay.
yeah, 12 hours of yeah,
Uh, and then
and
so
then
you
those days, I only play, like,
yeah, yeah,
maybe 1 or 2 like,
fully
2
understand. Like
games
an hour a
maybe.
day, 2 hours a day, an hour and a half a day.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you don't play, you play 7 days. So when you don't work, you play 7 days a week, or is it five?
Yeah, I play, I have 7 days off, so I play, like, basically every day, and we've been
Okay.
playing, like,
And then 6 hours
when
a day around, right? So what is that? That's
yeah,
12, 24.
and then on the
That's like
weekend, it
40
turns into,
hours.
like yeah, on the weekend, it turns into, like, 10, I think. Something
Okay.
like that. Because me and
Oh, so
Taylor
it's
play,
more.
like, all day.
Okay, okay, cool, cool. Gotcha,
It's
gotcha.
kinda like mine's all over the place,
No,
so I
no,
play a lot.
that's fine. I'm not asking to judge. I'm asking to get an idea of how much time you're putting in and where you are. That's to me important,
Yeah,
right? Because if you played for 4 years, I have some students that play for 3 years, 4 years, and they're gold and silver, right? So that's a problem,
yeah.
and that's why I'm trying to make sure what your history is in terms of playing time. And then how long have you been playing this game?
Uh,
On and off or
well,
fully through? It does not matter.
I
Be
basically
specific.
I played when the beta was out and stuff like that,
Okay.
and then I didn't touch it for ages, and then I actually didn't play I don't can't even remember, to be honest, like, probably when what characters were there? Probably when, like, Gecko came out, I started playing a little bit,
When
probably, like,
Gecko
that
came,
act,
okay,
and then
that's
again,
like episode
and then but
five
then
or six.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then when I probably played that for that act, and then I haven't touched it since me and Taylor got back into it, which,
When?
was
When did you
we've been
guys get
playing
back into
since
it?
probably t like, 5 like, 4 or 5 months ago? We've been playing for, like, 4 or 5 months?
So V
Yeah,
25 or episode 9?
I could not even tell you
Okay, that's fine. That's
that.
fine. That's fine. I think that's V 25 Act 1. Like this current act, this current episode is V 25, right? So I think that's when you came back. But that's fine. Okay, cool. All right. The next
Yeah,
question is be as specific as you can be. In terms of Valorant, what are your concerns you're having trouble with, things bothering you? Why did you want to get coaching or come to me?
The reason is just, I mean, me and Taylor, we duo and all that. We want to try get as best, like, try to get as far up as we can. So we want to try to get as much like experience or like like way better than what we are right now.
Sure.
The
But be
problems
specific.
I'm
Yeah, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
so the problems I think I have my aiming is very inconsistent. Like some
Aiming.
games I pop heads like left, right, and center, and then
Right.
some games I'm just like spray and pray, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like missing like body shots and
So
whiffing and
inconsistencies in
whatnot.
aim. Okay. All right. Yep, very standard. What
Um,
else? What else? Let's try to lay it all down on the table.
I what else? There's probably I think I get flustered a lot when a lot of shit's coming at me, which happens a lot
Okay,
um
flustered a lot, like
in
panicking.
Valorant.
Yep.
Yeah, plus but I feel like my game sense is like pretty alright. Like it's
Game sense
not
is
too
pretty
bad.
alright. Okay. Having trouble with inconsistencies with aim. Okay.
Yeah. Like
Um,
my aim's like my height, my like biggest problem, I would say.
aim is the biggest problem.
Um,
Okay.
which I definitely need to work on, like get into like a routine of doing
Sure.
like aim training and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
and
And
I'll work on that with you at the end. I did that with Taylor as well. I will work with you on the end at that.
yeah,
But okay. I'm gonna be really honest. I think the most common thing I hear, I've only been coaching for 4 months, and and I've had over maybe 150, 200 students now, and the
oh,
most
it's a lot.
common thing I hear is I have problems with aim. And when I watch them play,
Yeah,
what do you think happens? They don't have a problem with aim. It's actually everything else, like the game sense side, the mental fortitude side, or the small attention to detail side, or just those
yeah,
things like that, like utility usage, movement and positioning, that stuff they really have trouble with. That they correlate it together, like, oh, aim equals everything, but it's not true. Aim is a part of a lot of different things. It's very complicated. It's not just about running around shooting people in the head. It's about putting ourselves in the position to execute those kills with our mechanics, right? So there's a lot involved. So that's that. Okay,
yeah.
great. A few things there you can be critical about by yourself. Okay, great.
Probably
So
is a mixture of everything, like you just said as well.
sure.
But I mean,
Yeah, yeah, of course.
I
We all do. Me, even
that's
me.
kind of why you're here as well. So
Right, right.
yeah, that's why
Even
I
me.
need you to tell me what.
I'm not a perfect player myself either, right? I'm a Mortal 3 peak
Yeah,
from episode 5 and 6, and I took a 2 year
yeah,
break and I came back in
oh,
November and I just started grinding again. But yeah, and that's what will separate you from being a really good player than the average noob is this thinking and focusing on the small details. Things that you
yeah,
can compound and add to your game that are tiny, 1%, 2% edge, but will separate you completely from the average pool of players. So that's something I'll help you look at and stuff like that. But that's that. Okay, great. Um, hopefully I can find some more problems, so things we can work on.
yeah. Definitely, that's kind of why I come to you really,
Yep.
just to because there's probably things I haven't realized what I need to work on, and
Right.
you can basically tell
Yep.
me what
Yep.
I need to work on.
Yep. It's very common. Okay, and then also there's the last question before we start. So try to be as detailed or whatever, passionate or whatever the word we want to use, to just be as detailed as you can and just take your time. There's no rush at the end. We could take all night for you, all morning for you, me, if we have to. So um the next question is going to be, in terms of Valorant, what are your goals? What is it you want? And don't tell me the small goal rank. Oh, I want to be ascendant. You're already plat. Okay, I want to see the big goal. I want to see your mind. What is the big dream, the big goal in terms of Valorant? What is all of this grinding for?
Yeah,
Or
I
improvement?
basically for me, it's just to get the best as I can at this game. Like
Sure.
other games I've played, like I play like Dota, like
Okay, me too.
Rocket League and other stuff like that.
Yeah.
I've always just been like kind of average at like a lot of games. I've never been
Right.
like really, really, really,
Yep.
really good at a game,
Mm-hmm.
and like like
So it's fair to say
I don't
you
know.
want
I
to
just want to
separate
try to get as
yourself. You want to be better than the average 90% of people.
yeah, exactly. I want to
Okay.
take it as high as I can, but I mean,
Sure.
obviously, I
But
want to try to
let's
get the
let's
radiant, but
let's be a little bit more specific. I like your answer, but it's just too generic. It's just all over the place. Let's pinpoint exactly where you want to end. Dream big, even if it's an over exaggeration or you believe you cannot do it. Choose it.
yeah,
Okay. And there's a
I want to try
saying,
to get immortal.
sure.
That is a goal.
And there's a saying, before we continue, there's a saying in North America. I don't know if they use this too much in Australia. Uh, I told Taylor this too, but there's a saying that is very big here. It's been around for generations where they say, shoot for the stars, you land on the moon. What does that mean? Shoot high, and even if we shoot high, we'll land a little bit below the means of where we wanted, but it'll be still higher than where we initially wanted to be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah,
because
sure.
I'll give you an example. Taylor told me he wanted to be ascendant, and I told him, bro, it's not good enough. You're already there. I told him, bro, you're literally there. Dive into ascendant. You're so close already. Not, and I told him as well, from going to plat to ascendant is not that much of a skill difference. It's just a little bit of tweaking in the
Um,
mind and the knowledge
yeah,
and the discipline and consistency that you need to focus on. You'll be ascendant. A lot of plat players are already ascendant level players. So I told him, dream big, and then we ended up
yeah,
making a big goal for him. Right, so the
yeah,
same thing I'll tell for you. And so let's do it right now. Obviously, you can change. This is not my goal. This is your goal. So you can choose to change this whenever you like. So let's make a big one. Even immortal is good, but I think it's too low. Okay,
you
immortal
reckon
is
radiant?
right. So let's choose a little bit higher. I want you to choose it. Where do you
Yeah.
want to be? What's the
All
big
right.
goal?
Well, let's say radiant then.
Sure, I love it.
Let's try
And
to get us to radiant.
a lot of people come to me and when I ask them, they go, "Oh, I want to be radiant." Oh, it's too generic. I'm sorry for this generic ass answer. I tell them, "How is that generic? How is you saying you want to be the best or radiant or the top 500 in region generic? That yes, it's generic because a lot of people say it, but it's a specific goal. It's detailed, right? So, um, that's how we have to look at it. So great.
Yeah,
We've set this big dream for you, and obviously I will help you set these small ones too. I'm not looking past the small goals, like, oh yeah, forget the small goals, just give me the big dream and sell you a dream and that's it. No, I understand that both are important, and I will help you with or without me at the end, or for future reference for yourself, to help yourself hit these small goals. But that's that. Okay, so go ahead and queue. We'll get right into it.
yeah.
um, how's today look?
We
Yep, go ahead.
well, I was gonna say, we just like found like our last two games. We picked up this random guys. Do you reckon it's a good 3 man or
Sure,
not? Or you
sure,
want to see us?
sure. Not a
Okay.
big deal. Well, this is what I'll tell you that I told Taylor. I told him that
Yo, yo,
um
yo.
just make sure you're not
Yo.
just talking to you three people or two people,
Yeah, yeah,
right? Because you
Yes,
guys are in a
sir.
party. Because I've experienced this before where they're only talking to each other, and at the end I tell them, guys, you guys are only talking to each other. Like, how are you guys
yeah,
gonna win a game if you guys are only communicating with each other? You gotta talk to the whole team. So that's something I would recommend you guys
yeah.
do and
Like,
focus on. Um,
mm. Yeah, yeah. We try to be. I get. We try. I feel like we talk to the whole team. Some most of the time we're not even in Discord.
yep,
We just
yep,
party up because we're in the
yep, yep,
same house anyway. But
yep.
we just play up and talk in game.
Right. And so how today's session will go is we're gonna play one game, uh,
Yep.
because that's usually what I do with people diamond and below. We do a deep dive. Yesterday I had an ascendant player, so we didn't do a deep dive like I did with Taylor. I just made him play 3 games, and we talked in between games. I helped him with some stuff, and we helped him adjust in real time because he knows all the basics already. I expect him to know. If he didn't know, I would have taught him on the spot, right? So, that's that. But you guys, I'm not saying you guys are bad players. That's why I do it like this. It's just that way. Why I do it like this is because the foundation is slightly weaker, right? The fundamentals are not there, for plat
Yeah,
players and
yeah,
golds and silvers and diamonds, low diamonds. So that's what we got to focus on for you and Taylor. currently is the fundamentals, the basics, the
We
small
build that shit
details of
up.
that stuff. We build upon it, work upon it, and then we start focusing on more of the advanced, high attention to detail stuff down the road. Um, but as of right now, if I told you talked about a lot of these high attention to detail stuff, you might be like, yeah, 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 but you definitely won't understand. So that's why I always teach everybody, does not matter which rank, their foundations first. Their foundations first, their fundamentals first. So that's what we'll kind of be going
Right.
through this session, and that's why I asked if you had listened to anything I said with Taylor, so that way, if you did, I'd be like, okay, I don't really need to talk about that then, and then we just move on and save some time. But it's fine. We'll go through
Yeah.
everything a little bit. There's 5 categories I'll be taking notes in. Okay, it's gonna be communication, aim, utility usage, movement slash positioning, and game sense slash mental game. Okay, and then there's pros and cons.
Yeah.
Obviously, those are the main umbrellas. Okay, there's subcategories within those. Okay, but those are kind of the main things I focus on. And then I'll write down the notes while you play, and then we'll break it down in a custom game after. And then we'll go through your aim training stuff. And then, yeah, that'll be pretty much the session. I'm gonna try to keep it under 3 hours. No guarantees, but it will be about 2.5 hours to 3 hours, I
Yeah.
would say. So
But I mean, it's the weekend we stay up anyway,
good,
so
good.
it's
Taylor's took a while.
no
Like
worries.
his took like 3 hours and a
Yeah.
half. Because I was really trying to make sure that, because he's a duelist, I was really trying to make sure
Yeah.
his fundamentals and his basics were spot on.
Yeah. Yeah. Tail's also a yapper, so there's
Yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah, that's
But
fine. I am
I'm
too
kidding.
sometimes, especially when it comes to coaching.
Yes, we know. I guess do we just
I
stay in
think
Discord then?
he was definitely engaging quite well too. He was asking a lot of questions and
Yeah.
we are breaking things down, and I wanted to make sure he got understood. And that's what I do with students that are really engaging. I really try to give them my all too, regardless of how long it takes. Some students, like back in the day, 2, 3 months, they get like 5 hour sessions because they're asking the right questions, stuff like that. So
Jesus.
yeah, and it's quite lengthy, I know, but people actually quite like it.
I mean, if you guys are asking questions, you're learning a lot, you're
Yep.
soaking all the information in. That's I mean, good for you, good for them.
Right, right.
So yeah.
It's because a lot of people that come to me don't really
No.
know what to think about, right? So when they see like a higher level guy talking to them, they like start soaking everything up and asking questions. And
Yeah, why am I on a constant 150 ping?
so we won't be talking this game. I forgot to mention that. Okay. So
Yep.
good luck on your game.
Yeah,
Don't be
yeah.
nervous. It's not really a time for you to show off to me. I don't really care. I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to make you better. So, that's that.
Yeah.
Good luck on your game. I'll see you after. All right.
I'm gonna scale through.
Just
Tay Riverson, Radiant with me. Great. Okay, great.
swing.
If you stick around to the end, there's a follow-up question to that question. That's very important.
Careful.
I don't know if you will, but
Reload. Another one heaven. Wing heaven.
Reloading. They found my wire.
One flank, one flank.
Here. My camera is destroyed.
Nice. Raise was heaven.
On screen.
Careful. They found my wire.
Are they both there?
One screen.
Right there, I think.
Both, both.
One enemy remaining.
110, 110, 110, 110.
Team Ace.
Nice.
job.
Let's go. Let's go.
Bro, we ain't gonna loot.
Kill them
Just made
again.
party.
The
chat,
win
but same chat.
can't hear us. Fucking so quiet.
This is where the win streak starts.
I'm the same with my duos too. I'm like, this is where it starts, boys. We start winning. Oh, it's so funny.
Find the
He's gonna
weak
do that
Oh wait,
first.
Tay Riverson is Taylor.
I'll
Cool.
smoke here.
Go.
Raise if I'm soaking.
Get it.
Blinding.
One CT, one CT.
Healer down.
Smoke placements are good.
Healing over here.
Here,
From heaven.
Hawk out.
camera taken.
One enemy remaining.
No! Here's my judge. Here's my judge.
Hawk
He's
out.
going. Elbow.
It is Johnson, guys.
Heal up, squad.
No ammo, no ammo. Like 1 shot left. Run at him, run at him.
That's
Nice.
done. Quick break.
Let's go.
Bro, the
Yeah.
judge was
Gun here.
scary.
I will take back what is mine.
Random question. How you feeling? Random question. How you feeling about daddy? Lol.
Yeah, all good.
Thank you. I'll buy you if you want, Sky.
What is that? Who's Spokes YouTube, guys? Who is this noob?
It's gonna be again.
Who is this Plat newbie?
I normally this is to you, Fox, by the way. I normally like these guys normally talk a lot more than I normally do. I kind of just keep call out.
Yeah,
when I can.
fully understand.
Bomb buddy
All
out.
good.
One more. He's in the cubby. He's in hell.
Scout
Jeez,
destroyed.
why can't I see?
Flash out, flash out.
Hawk out.
Wait, I'm so
One
confused.
backside here.
Bro, our Sky could have flashed out and killed him.
Camera taken out.
Alright, let's just rotate. Yeah.
Plat 3 actually. Yeah, totally, bro. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say, 30. I mean, Spokes YouTube. That's his name. Plat 3 player, almost diamond. I feel like this guy's ego, Turney's ego, is gonna get so big once he hits diamond. Oh my
Good
god.
defense. Alright.
Last player standing. 30 seconds
Get
left.
1 kill. Keep it.
Spike down A.
So I think it's communication or why locking.
Lucky.
Good bonus, good bonus.
He's got 2 of them off Fanders.
Stay safe. We're going back in.
Oh, 3 of them can't buy us.
Two games off diamond. Yes.
So,
get it, Turney. Get it.
Okay. Are you gonna jump on the rocket onto site, Rose?
Where are you?
I kind of. Yeah, I'll
I
just do that.
pulled
Go get it. Hawk out.
yeah, go one way.
Blind.
Here,
What the fuck is going on? Excuse me.
Bro, backside, how does he survive that? 140 on the Sky side. Drainage up.
Enough.
Sky's elbow. Sky.
Spike down A.
Hard enough, girl. Smile.
Oh.
One enemy
Oh.
remaining.
Oh
Sky.
shit!
Good job.
Nice.
Wait, this guy just went
No, there was
crazy.
their Sky was
What?
hiding behind screens, and I shot a
Just
rocket
love
and
hard
straight at him, and he'd
Standing in
survived.
between
Bro.
us and
The Raise
victory.
Rocket's so
Immortal.
bad. Bro, I swear,
What?
Raise Rocket is the worst thing in the game.
Who needs something?
Okay, mortal players are not good.
Who needs something?
Immortal players are like Econ hunters. They're like,
Okay, I gotta lock in a little bit.
I'm gonna go into rafters, so can I get a smoke?
Yeah.
Bomb buddy out.
Just wait, Race, I can't
I'm
hold.
gonna sleep. My ego gonna carry crazy. Damn it.
Fire!
Alright, later,
this guy's
Turney.
behind.
Are you gonna be up, bro? Late for your session today or what? You're gonna wake up like fucking so late.
Found one.
Let me know when you're up, bro.
One more heaven. Oh, I think he's
One enemy remaining.
Hawk out. Blinded. Satchel out.
Unlucky.
Spawn, spawn, spawn.
dead. Pull our guns out.
Yeah, I thought he was deep.
Last player standing.
Fuck.
Uh-oh.
cage triggered. My ultimate is ready.
Bro, I went to Satchel Peek him, and he just ran at me, bro. Like, I swear, Platinum players is...
Stay keen.
I got two
They
big
don't have to be
fucking
good.
rafters.
You
So
don't.
lucky.
Yeah, and I traded you. It was a good job.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Winners all round.
I'm gonna blind backside, so probably rocket back there.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
take kills.
Two play, Raze plays close, and then he runs backside, and then Sage plays drop. In friggin' hell or whatever.
Sky, can you?
When is it? I don't know. You said you were gonna do it early, bro. I don't know. Whatever, bro. Just go to sleep and then message me. It doesn't really matter. Not
Yeah,
big.
Blinding now.
Just message me when you're up. We'll see if
What
there's time or if it's whatever time you wake up. All good. Just go to sleep, bro.
One down.
I'll be up.
Planted the spike.
His crosshair placement's pretty good. It's not so
One
bad.
enemy
Both
remaining.
for heaven. One heaven, last one heaven,
His
right side.
crosshair placement's
Run
pretty
on-
good.
run on.
Huh? 아니야, 이래
Sorry.
I've been blinded. Where the hell am
Yeah,
I?
I'll be streaming all day.
He has a marshal. Nice.
Just a ladder.
좀 이따가 like 12에 올게.
Just let them try to catch me.
Mom's making me trying to eat. I'm like, bro, I'm not hungry, bro. It's like fucking
There's
9
no
in the
one
morning.
playing
I'm not hungry.
backside. It's not gonna aim blinds.
She's trying to make me eat. I'm like, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll be streaming pretty
Sage
much
was playing there last
today.
time.
A little bit of a stomp.
Let's make some chaos.
I'm gonna insta
Weapon
run the ramp.
here.
Sky flashes
Yeah, I'll
over
fight it with
Pull
you.
cat. Blinded.
Rough.
Reloading.
here. Two in heaven. One brim 80.
One more,
Raze
one
40.
I'm staying up all day then. I can run it.
Two heaven,
Pro.
two heaven, two heaven.
Yeah, Raze Sage and brim.
On hiding.
Fight heaven and then. Just get a pick and then res it.
One down.
We have Omen don't.
Give me a bomb. Give me a bomb.
Back off the spike.
Stop rotating.
Rotate.
Pretty butterfly.
Last player standing.
Fuck.
Oh.
One with Raze with heaven. Friends on site bomb. My bad.
Yo, next time, maybe just cancel it. We're gonna instantly get rotating.
Aw, surrounded by minha família.
I mean,
We won't lose.
Yeah. if they're looking at the ult at the top, they can see. That's not green anymore.
Let's take mid with Sky. I'll work the.
Parks want to queue after a session. I don't know if I'm gonna. I was gonna do a watch party on the VCT game, Turney. I'm down to watch it with you guys. I don't know if I'm gonna play.
One
Reloading.
B main.
We'll see who's on.
Two heaven.
If like Drummy's on and Bookie, maybe.
I'm
One
on
side.
your trail.
My eyes are down.
Rain is on side.
Reloading.
Guys, she's coming through mid.
I'm gonna go out.
Just wait.
Can you cage close?
I can
Cypher?
smoke heaven.
A 100 on the guy backside. The other one's one backside.
One backside.
Nice.
Enemy
One
remaining.
I'm
side.
watching heaven. I'm watching heaven.
The other one
Oh,
was
he
trying
was
to
heaven.
push, right?
Sage was heaven.
Stop. Backside.
Or
He's blinded. He's blinded.
I would like him to call his flashes.
Guys,
more.
he has a sheriff. He has a.
Needs to call his
Team
flashes.
ace.
Nice. Good.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
Need a drop.
I can rock it up.
I'm
Get a
gonna.
drop.
Can you guys buy both of us?
Thanks.
Trying to get the diamond, bro. Just solo queue,
can
bro. I
also
believe
try.
in you.
I'm gonna
I
put
believe you
side.
can solo queue there.
And then work.
Hawk out.
That's
I'll
the
wait for
that's
the
the
side, I'll
true test.
Go get him.
Yo, ramp.
Reloading.
Good trade, good trade.
Them out.
Good try.
Found one. Hawk out.
But just TP it out in the open.
Sky, maybe watch flank.
Bro, the other one, both one CT, one screens. I hit the brim 90 screens.
Stealing sight.
One enemy
Two
remaining.
tap, nice. Nice one.
He's
Went heaven
got good crosshair placement though.
Nice.
Good crosshair placement.
Yippee!
His fighting mechanics aren't so
Let's
bad.
freaking go, team.
Whenever you get a chance to look at my career history, I
We're
will.
doing it,
Is
dude.
it all green? You've been winning?
Oh, let's go.
It's good if you have. My career history has been all green. And I've been solo queue. I'm almost immortal.
My raise ult is
The last
so
couple
bad,
days
bro.
I've been
Like, it does
locking
no
in,
damage.
no tilt off
I feel like
stream,
I
just
only
like
ever
really
played still.
dialed in, trying to hit my goals.
Yeah.
I think I tilt on
I
stream
had
because
both of them in the
I hate
corner,
showing
and I
that
shot
I'm
it
losing.
at my
I think that's why
corner,
I
and
tilt.
I only
But
did
off stream
one.
I don't tilt as hard. But on
Someone
stream
might
I
got
just
hit
it's
from
just so annoying
Let's-
when I lose
let's
on
work
stream.
mid and B main again. One peek
Yeah.
here. Every now and
Cover going out.
Yeah, break the wall and stuff.
I'll blind him if you want to just push him. He plays in this corner over here.
Here, scout destroyed.
Stealing sight.
Oh my god, close to the shorty. He has my phantom now.
Piss off. Hawk
then. One
out.
backside.
Blinded. One less.
Nice, one more. He had a sheriff, I think.
No, where is
Mid.
everyone
Oh my god, his
hiding?
mouse went
My
fire.
ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
That's
Last one heaven, he has phantom now. Nice, good job.
Fucking nice, popping mouse.
The mouse died.
Bro, I don't know how he's getting away with this stuff.
You don't
I'm
must.
amped. Let's go. I got things to do. Reloading.
Wait, is your alt account now your main because it's Send 3? It's not my
You can drop.
main.
Need a drop. Thanks.
My main got banned for a month, so it gets unbanned on the
Watch out for the
20th. So I'm playing
guidelines.
on that alt account. That's why I haven't
Very
been
nice.
playing on the main.
Ramp off the sky.
Bro, I just woke up, logged in, and it says you got banned for a month. I'm like, bro, fucking bullshit. I didn't even do anything. Swear to God. It's just cause like the party people always ganging up on me because I rage bait them. So I've told myself I'm not gonna rage bait anymore. But yeah, I got like 2 weeks left on that ban,
It's red.
There's no.
and I'll be grinding back. On my
I think Rain is tight. I hit someone for 8.
Here. One enemy remaining.
Good job.
Heaven.
My main was already Ascendant 2, like Ascendant 3. I was already Ascendant 3 40R. I was almost immortal, but then I started losing and I started tilting, and then yeah. And then it got banned, so I thought, bruh.
Could go screens.
Coming screen.
Nah, heaven.
You got a chip there anyway.
Last player standing.
70.
I think our default play is just to fucking run it down. Like,
Careful now.
oh,
Nice.
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 I must wait a moment.
Last round in the half.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
I have money.
Oh. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I think your stream froze. Not sure why.
Oh, really?
Is it me? Am I don't
Uh,
know. No, I don't think it's
oh,
me.
do you want me to cancel it? And then.
Yeah, you could just restart the
I'll
stream. I don't know, it just
restart it.
froze for some reason. I thought it was me for a second.
Blinded.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good now. Thanks.
Shadows
sake.
traveling.
Satchel out.
My ultimate is ready.
Oh, I'm getting sprayed.
Hawk out.
Raises rafters.
Yeah, so I think. Yeah, smoke could be tighter in general. Flash usage is pretty good.
When you can you re-smoke screen?
I'm dead.
I'm in a very bad spot now.
Grim was heaven. I think there was 2 heaven.
You will not kill my ally.
Last 2 heaven.
Everyone hiding.
Sky died on ramps.
One enemy remaining.
Always account ban on your main. I know it's so sensitive. Like I think it's just cause like I'm sure like the behavior or whatever is like really bad. Okay, this game's a little bit lucky because they're stomping.
Switching sides.
Reloading.
Are you gonna fight this?
No, I'll probably hold A.
Yeah, I'm about to lock in, bro. Collateral incoming, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be here ready to pick up your sheriff.
You just gotta believe.
It's a
Yeah, what the hell?
collateral incoming.
Yeah, give me
No
that.
belief, bro. No belief.
Ladies, man.
Trigger.
Cover going out.
Going for that sheriff.
He insta one tap me, bro.
Did that blind too early. Coming on site.
This game, that
Almost
wall's
five,
really
two.
bad for them.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
To be honest, I can't use the identification protocol when I'm winning. Only when I'm losing.
Oh, actually,
Yeah.
you can solo hold that. We don't need to be here.
So what you have to think about is just when you're winning, like stomping, or like you're quite ahead, 5-6 rounds ahead. You still gotta track what they're up to. I'm not saying do the whole planning and that, but you gotta track what they're doing
Coming to
and
fight.
how they're playing when you're winning. When you're losing, you can use the whole protocol, like everything. But when you're winning, obviously because you guys are winning, things are
Great job,
working.
nice,
You
two
don't
more.
need to switch too much stuff up, but it's important that you track how they're playing still, and if they're,
They
what they're
deserve-
capable of still, and like how they're switching it up, and what their adjustment is, and
They're on
what they're trying to do to counteract what is winning, as in you guys, the things
There's a
you're
ghost up in heaven
currently
if you
doing,
want that, Sky.
stuff like that.
Careful.
You may not need to like find an adjustment because you're winning, obviously, or like a solution because you're winning. But you need to do step 1 and 2. When you're
Sage
winning,
could be
step
vents, by the
3.
way.
When
Sage
you're
could be
losing, it's
vents
like you gotta do
around.
1, 2, 3, 4. When you're winning, just do step 1 and 2. And then maybe step 4. Maybe if you come up with like
Raise it
a cool
7.
play you
Just
want
get
to
the kill
do,
if you
you
can.
want to try, stuff like that.
Unlucky.
But yeah, I do agree. When you're winning, it's not as needed. You're up at 7 rounds. What's the point of identification
got your
protocol?
back.
Just keep doing what you're doing, right? But
You know.
it's really main for when you're losing close games. You really want to win. Like you really want to get an edge on how the enemy play, like in terms of reading them and just knowing them as players and people and stuff like that. It's really what it's really used for. It's not necessarily a tool to.
Guys,
Well,
can
I
you
mean,
play
it
vent
is,
And
but-
then walk out for me so I can.
It's not like a tool
I'm
really
late though.
Okay, I'll just.
for when you're winning 10-0. Like it's kind of useless at that point. You might as well just keep
Opposite
doing the same shit.
garage.
Shadows.
Or until they made an adjustment, you could say.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike down B.
Back
So he's not feeding info.
Reloading.
I can trade you off. Not bad.
Hawk out.
Spike planted.
Here.
One close or alley. The other
One
one's the
enemy remaining.
Nice.
Blinded.
Alley wrapping. Alley.
Where are we coming? I'm sticking up.
Reload.
Nice. Good job.
Good round.
Don't even start that shit, right?
I feel the strain. Block it out, Omen.
Guys, can we do that? Mid.
Yep. You want a pop flash?
I need this.
Yeah.
Is that by me? Okay.
Thank you.
Stay
I'll tell
safe.
you when. Now?
B. Hard B. Flash.
Stealing sight. Sage
Spike planted.
Oh,
One
look at that,
enemy
aim is pretty good.
remaining.
I'm not sure what the last was.
Behind, behind.
Heaven. Nice.
Nice.
Nice, good job.
Good goal. You saved my ass. I just peeked over the wall. It was fucking sick.
Here.
Match point.
Party's over. Let's show them out.
You can come in B for some reason.
Passionate.
Someone wanna play more close to B because I'm probably gonna ult to A if they're A. Someone else.
I'll break that.
I hear one source.
Action A.
shadows traveling. Shadows traveling.
2 mid, there's 2 mid.
All the games I've been playing start out losing on attack at
78.
midtime, yeah. Because you're not taking care of your attacking rounds. It's really important that you
They're going
make a
vents
good
to
plan.
heaven towards you, Tay. I think, or they're just sitting
They
there.
are.
One heaven.
One enemy
Aim
remaining.
is pretty
That one
good.
heaven B.
Heaven.
Battle.
Here.
Oh!
Again.
Okay.
Last player standing.
GG.
Defenders
Alright,
win.
GG's.
I'm bored.
Let me
Let's
just
go.
log in real quick.
That was a nice last
Yeah,
game.
yeah, it was definitely a stomp for sure. Give me 1 second here. Still a lot of stuff I saw we can talk
Yeah.
about. We'll see.
I feel like I wasn't playing too
Yeah.
well, but
We'll see how fast we talk about this. If we get this done like within an hour, we can probably play one more. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we will. We'll be talking for quite a bit.
yeah.
It's gonna be a little bit of a yap fest now. So let me just. You can go ahead and stop sharing your screen. I will share my screen.
What was that?
What am I sharing? Sharing. Oh, I'll share my screen. 1 second. Let me share my applications. Yep. Alright.
I feel like there's a lot of stuff I could work on in
For
that
sure.
game.
Yeah. I mean, remember what I told you when people come to me and then they say their aim is bad? Okay, you fall under that category. Bro, I don't think your aim is
I am the end.
your weakest issue at all. It's definitely other stuff like your positioning, your game sense,
Yeah.
your situational awareness. You lost well, not lost, but you in my eyes, you should have lost those rounds at a higher elo and even a mid diamond, high diamond elo. You would have lost those rounds where
Do
you
not let them plant
gave
that
up the
spike.
not the man
Maybe
advantage,
that
but you just
explosions
died
are-
for no reason, right? And
Jesus.
I can
Yeah.
tell you which rounds were. That it was the round on A, 2v1. Remember when you knew the Reyna was spawn, and you're heaven and you died. You gave obviously. I'm pretty sure you guys still won that round. I can't remember, but that's a grief. You dying here is a grief. You gotta stay up. Well, you just took a 1v1 and died, and then made it a 1v1 for I think it was the cipher. Right?
Yeah.
Like that's a grief. You have to understand.
Oh, yeah.
It's really bad. Yeah. And then it happened
I can't-
again.
I can't remember what happened in that one. But
and it happened again where you were like, give me the bomb on A, and you TP B, and I'll explain when we get there. But let me just do this real quick.
My ultimate is ready.
30 seconds left.
But yeah, so you remember when you TP'd here alone, and then you planted the bomb, and then you came to new. This is called new box. They call it new box, and then you came to new box.
Yeah.
You peeked the breach coming out. You whiffed on him hard, and the rays came out here and killed you.
Yeah.
Right. So this moment in time, you should have won that round. Obviously, you still won the game. You know, whatever. But these are the small details we gotta work on.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah, you're subjectively you'll get away with this in this elo now, It might work out a lot. You might get good results. It's a bad play, but good results at this elo.
Hmm.
But if you climb even a little bit higher, you're gonna get punished for it consistently. Not one time, consistently lose it. Okay, and that's what I teach my students is that way. You don't hit these walls when you get to ascend it, and you're making the
Yeah.
same dog shit plays and dying, and then
So what?
you
Oh,
asking yourself what's wrong, right? You go ahead.
no, I was gonna say. So was the play wrong, like TPing the B, or was
No,
it just the
no. It
aftermath?
was the
The
aftermath.
aftermath.
Your thought process here of you being like, give me the bomb, I'm gonna TP. They're both there. Let me go. Right? Was great. I love that thought process. 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 thought process. You plant here,
Yeah.
and then but right at this point is where it started going haywire because you start
Yeah.
walking around. You don't know what the
Definitely.
hell is going on. You're not thinking about where they're
I could
coming
hear them.
from. Right? And that's the
Yeah.
thing as well as like I heard them. You can hear them. Then you gotta know
I could hear both
exactly.
of them.
Right? You gotta pinpoint exactly where they are, communicate that, and then play off of that. And this is something a lot of noobs, and I'm not saying you're a noob, I'm just saying a lot of average people don't
Yeah.
do. They don't play off the information that is given to them. One spawn, one heaven. Do we need to wrap this guy and fucking shoot this guy in the back of the head? And that's the question. Do we need to
Yeah.
do
You
that
asking me? Oh,
in this scenario? 2v2, Cypher's coming
yeah.
late. That's the key word, late.
Yeah.
Do we need to wrap this guy and kill him when we hear one heaven too? The boombot was coming prior to you
Yeah.
turning this corner.
That's
Right.
that's the one I didn't like hear the boom, but that just
Right,
kind of
right.
fucked me over,
Sure.
made me fluster
And
and
that's fine.
shit.
But
And then
let's try to think about it. Do we need to turn this corner around?
probably not. Then you just
Right.
play time.
The answer shouldn't be probably not. It should be fuck no. And I'll tell you why. Is because and I'll ask you how much seconds does it take from the bomb from start to explosion take from the planet to
That one
explosion?
I do not know.
Right, right.
Like I think it's a 45 or 70. Like I don't think
Got
it's
it. You got
75.
it.
Is it
45
45?
seconds. Okay. But
Yeah.
now you know. Before you're a little bit beating around the bush, you don't know. Now you know. There's no excuse now. Okay, so moving
Yeah.
forward. 45 seconds. Was it and okay, and before I talk about that, how many seconds does it take for it to defuse? Do you know?
7.5 or 7.
7. Okay, so you're pretty good. 7.
Yeah.
7. So what does that mean if it takes 45 seconds from the plant to explosion for the bomb to explode, and it's 7 seconds to fuse? How much time do we need to burn? Quick maths.
38 seconds.
38 seconds and some millisecond. No, 1 millisecond, right? Then it's not enough
Yeah.
time. That's 6.9. It's not enough time for him to defuse. You need 7 on
Yeah.
the dot, right? Obviously, the game will hopefully calculate that to the 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 100th decimal, hopefully, or whatnot. Probably not, but you get my point. So, if that is the case, 45 seconds for it to explode, 7 seconds to defuse. When you were here rounding the corner, was the bomb gonna explode? Try to just kind of think generally. Was it enough time that you burnt?
Oh no.
Not even close.
No.
It was about
Sure.
halfway
Not
there.
even-
Is that fair to say? Like 20 seconds, it was down.
Probably not even half.
I think it was close to.
I re-
Maybe 16 seconds,
Yeah.
right? 15 seconds, is that fair to say? Right?
yeah.
But so you got to mentally track that. And you understand. And there's many ways. Noises of the bomb, right? There's phases in the noise. It beeps faster and faster, faster, faster as it's closing off to
Mhm.
explode. In the early stages, it's like beep, beep, and then it goes beep, 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 and it goes faster and faster, right? So that's one way to know the timing of how much I've burnt and stuff like that. Another
I know
thing
it's
is,
like
yeah, go
one
ahead.
of the phases. I know it's one of the phases where it starts beeping fast. You got like 2 seconds after that, then
Right, right.
that time.
And also, I will give you a tip. I don't have the bomb right now because am I on defense? I don't know, but there's actually a light ring on the bomb.
Nice.
So there's three rings. There's a first one when it's beeping slow. There's a second one when it's beeping medium, and then there's a third one around when there's 8.5 seconds left or 8 seconds left. That's the third
Oh
one.
really?
So
That's a good
yeah,
timer.
yeah. So that light, the third light, if it goes off, it's too late, and you haven't got on the bomb. It's too late.
Yeah.
But if you get on before that light expands, it means you automatically got the defuse. Okay, do you understand what I
Yeah.
mean? So, you can see that light, and there's
Yeah,
videos on
because
YouTube of it, or you can
yeah.
go into custom and see, and you'll see it as well yourself. There's 3 rings of ray of light that goes like pew pew and shoots out, like a circle,
Yeah.
a
Out of the
circumference
top
on
of
the
the
bomb.
bomb.
Yeah, out of the bomb. So. It's very subtle, so you gotta pay attention to it. But that's that. So that's kind of what I want to talk about. We'll talk about it again, I'm sure. But I think this was really important that we talk about in terms of that round. Okay, so
Yeah.
when I rank these notes, these categories for you, okay, comms, aim, utility usage, movement slash positioning, and the game sense mental game. If I were to rank these, right, I did this with Taylor too. I ranked them for him. Okay, I would probably say, let me think about this a bit. I would probably say, let me look at these notes real quick. I think I'm gonna be honest. I think your aim is actually one of your better categories. You told me it's bad. I was expecting you to be
Well,
terrible, but it was, bro, bro, near the end there, you look good. You're clean. That 3K
yeah.
on B, you're tapping people, bro, and deleting them. And what do you think I expect my student, not you, but what you included, but what do you think I expect from my students usually when I talk to them about aim? What is my expectation of them? Can you try to guess? You may not know.
Uh,
Just no wrong answer, really. Just I want to see if you can get this right.
or like what I should do, you mean,
Just in
or
general, what do I expect? Me as a Valorant coach, me as an Immortal 3 player, what do I expect from the students that come from me? What do I expect from their aim? What's the standard I want from their aim? Do I want them to
headshots?
whip? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I don't want them to whiff all the time. And this is what I usually tell them. I told Taylor this the same thing. What I expect from
Yeah.
you is instant deletions, no excuses, no exceptions. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
obviously, me included, we all whiff. It's a part of it. Pros whiff too. We're all
Yeah.
human. Okay, it happens. Okay, a lot of involved with aiming. There's a mental side and a physical side. Okay, but why I'm saying to have that standard to yourself and why I have that standard to my students is so that way if we have that mentality of gotta be a headshot, need to delete, what do you think is gonna happen generally? Are we gonna miss all the time?
Gonna start deleting people.
Right. It's a it's a it's a it's a it's a it's a it starts with the mental, the mindset, right? It's like a basketball player. If the guy he thinks to himself every day in practice, I'm gonna miss, I'm gonna miss, I'm gonna miss.
Yeah.
My goal is to miss. What do you think's gonna happen? He's gonna miss, right? And that's why
Yeah. Yeah.
what I'm saying is I want you to tell yourself needs to be like that 3K. Delete, 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 and hold yourself to that account that standard because in my peak when I told myself, and if you go to all my social media bios, it says headshots give me dopamine. Why I wrote
Yeah. I've
that and
seen
put
that.
why I wrote that and put that there is to remind myself of getting headshots. Me personally, and that quote isn't something I started when I started coaching. That quote is from 3 years ago in my peak or leading up to my peak when I was dabbling into improving my aim. Okay, because
Yeah.
prior to
Right.
my peak, I never really aim trained. I was just like a scrub. So, but once I started seeing the improvement, I'm like, delete. I got addicted to that feeling, and that's why I wrote. It gives me dopamine. It
Yeah.
makes you feel good, and so hold yourself to that standard of instant delete. I think your aim
Yeah.
is really good. It looks sharp, and so, and if and maybe it's just the one game, maybe it's that inconsistency you told me. That one game where you look like a god, and some games you look terrible. Okay, but this game shows me that you have a lot of potential in aim. It's quite rare. Not a lot of people show me.
Yeah.
Most do. 20% of my students do, but that's still rare. It's not the majority of people. So, and what I want to talk about that, and we'll work out this at the end, is all you have to do. If you're inconsistent, I know the answer. If you're inconsistent, what do we have to do? Do you know? Very simple.
Play more.
No. Let's talk about the aim
Train.
mechanics. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Is to
like,
train,
yeah.
right?
Train.
Is to be
That's
consistent.
that's what I was going to, like you were talking about the aiming and the aimbot. Like, did you use aim labs to like help your aim out?
Yeah, I
Because
did.
everyone used aim labs.
Yeah, I did. So
Or like some
a
sort of
little.
vendor.
I'll give you a brief story. I'll try yet not yet, but I'll give it like 2 minutes. When I first started this game, when it came out, no aim training. Like first, and I played for the first 6 months, and I
Yeah.
took a couple of months break. But I played for the first 6 months, maybe aim trained 2 times. And not even on Aim Labs. It was like a web browser aim trainer that I googled to get
Yeah.
better. You know, like those dodgy ass shit. It wasn't even like a true aim trainer. It was just click dots and stuff. So, so I did that, and I did an aim train, and then once the first time I went to Immortal was episode 3. There was no Ascendant at the time, so it's much easier. But leading up,
Yeah.
and it was still very hard at that time. But the first time I got to Immortal, that's when I started aim training, and that's when I saw the most progress. And then
Yeah.
when I first time I went to Immortal 3 was episode 4, and episode 5 6, that's when I was my peak. That's when I was doubling down. I was aim training in the morning, aim training at night, and I saw the progress. Like, I was shitting on Radiants. Radiants were starting to come in my lobbies, and I was beating them. I was top fragging. I was match MVPing, right? So it's very important, and we'll go through that
Yeah.
at the end. I
Yeah.
would not recommend nobody to not aim. You need to aim train, and I can give it to you in this way. How you have to look at it is, DMing, TDM, the range stuff, not aim training. It's like cardio, CrossFit, push-ups maybe, right?
Yeah.
You may get
The
strong,
warm up before.
right? It's right. You may get strong in some physique. You definitely can get physique if you implement progressive overload and doing push-ups and cardio. But it's not this. Is it the same with going to weight gym, the weightlifting, weight gym? No, it's not even close. If you go to the gym 1 year versus a guy doing cardio 1 year, it's a massive difference. The guy going to the weight gym is gonna be super jacked, 6 pack. His muscles are huge, defined,
Yeah.
right? Super strong, super lean. Cardio guy is just gonna be super lean with a lot of stamina, right? And low body fat. So that's how you have to look at it. TDM, DMs, range, playing is cardio, and then aim trainers is the heavy lifting. It's the refinement of the muscles. Okay, and that's
Yeah.
because aiming is a physical act. Also, there's a mental parts of it, but that's what I like you to understand. Okay, so I know we're getting carried away a little bit, but I think
Nah.
your aim is your
Nah,
number
of
one.
course.
Okay, number 2, I think definitely it's going to be. When I think about it, it's gonna be aim. I think utility usage, and then utility usage will be tied with movement and positioning. So it's aim, utility usage, movement, positioning, and then it's gonna be for the bottom. It's gonna be tied game sense / mental game and comms. I'm not saying one or the other is better or whatnot, but they're very similar in skill level. Like they're kind of like very. To me, it's like a little bit not the strongest trait in your game. So
Yeah.
that's how I would rank it in terms of what I see right now. The raw categories. Aim. Okay, and then I said, what did I say again? And then I said utility usage, and then it's gonna be your, what did I say again? Sorry. Aim, utility usage is tied with your communication. Did I say? Oh no, your movement, positioning, and then communication is tied with your game sense and mental game. Do you have any questions on that? On that note so far.
No, I mean, do you say we're gonna go through each one of those?
Yeah, we will.
categories, right?
Yeah, I wrote notes.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you have any questions so
Yeah.
far before we move on.
No, that should be. But I think we're covering.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna ask questions and shit while we're.
So let's
going.
go through the cons
But,
now.
yeah.
We're gonna go through the cons first. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we'll go through the pros. Not as many pros, but still there's some pros. So let's go through communications first. Okay. What I wrote is confirm / ask when he should throw smokes, or tell them when he's flashing sight / default pillar. What does this mean? Okay, I understand your teammates are running in, so you're gonna throw them as fast as you can. But as you climb, and this is what I do with all my students, I get them ready for the high level gaming, not the current state they're in or the elo they're in. Focus on high level gaming. In a high level lobby, pro play, Radiant lobbies, Immortal lobbies, okay, they will usually tell or confirm. Guys, are we ready? Do we need smokes? Tell me when to throw my smokes. Even if, let's say, there isn't like a. Okay, get ready. Okay, the smokes player will ask, "Are we ready?" Okay, I'm gonna get ready to throw my smokes. Get ready.
Cover
And
going
what I
out.
want to say is, usually the smokes player dictates the execution, to some degree. Because he's got to be ready, right? If the duelist initiator is like, "We're fucking ready, let's go, you guys out, let's go right now," and then the smoke guys, "I'm not ready, no, wait," and then they go out. Like, is that good or bad?
very bad because
Very
obviously you need
bad.
to wait for the smokes.
Right. It's
If
logically
you
make
get no smokes, then
yeah, you're cooked,
you're
right?
exposed to heaven.
And
You're
we'll
exposed
we'll
to
break it
everywhere.
down further, not to see if you're stupid, just to open up your mind. What are smokes for on attack?
To control the site, really, basically
In which way? Yes. Be more specific. Block off the
block off,
site. In which way?
block off the angles of
Sure.
the
Of what?
defenders.
Of defenders looking at us or trying to kill us. Is that fair to say?
Yeah,
So that's why
yes,
it's really important that you guys are on, and you gotta be on top of this because you're the smokes player. You gotta be on top
yeah.
of that with Taylor too. This is just for
Mm,
future reference. You gotta ask the whole team, guys, are we ready? If they say yes, like okay, my smokes are ready. Tell me when. Tell me when to execute to
yeah,
throw them down. And this is and I'm gonna be really honest. You may not need to use this skill as of right now, but as you climb even a little bit further, it will be needed. It is mandatory. This type of communication. You told me, oh, I don't really communicate well. That's a problem. Okay, Taylor, a little bit different. He's pretty good at. He's a little bit yapper, so he's pretty good at like feeding info, and he gets passionate, and he's yelling, and calling stuff. He's going in and he's calling sites clear and stuff. You, if anything, you got, and I'm not saying be him, but you got to adopt his level of communication, especially if you are a support role. Does that
yeah,
make sense? It's even more
yeah.
important. Why? Is because you have more downtime than him. He's busy. He's got to look at angles. People are looking at him to try to kill him. Clear angles. He's dashing in. He's in a smoke. He's clearing sight for you guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got,
Yeah,
and so your downtime is really looking at the map a lot of the times, especially when you're in mid and your team's be main, stuff like that. Okay, but
yeah.
that's why it's
Just
really, yeah. Go ahead.
oh, yeah. I was gonna say just on while we're on smokes and stuff. Like
hmm
obviously calling them out and stuff like that, but like were the smokes in the right spot on the sites and
Yeah.
stuff,
So
or do you think they're setting
they were
different ones?
pretty good. The placements and timing were pretty good. One thing I will say on top of your smokes though is that they can be tighter. It's too loose. They're like out
Yeah.
here, right? And
So
one thing
tighter meaning like more in,
like
in
this, more towards
in heaven.
them, so it's less
Yeah,
space for them, right? This
yeah,
smoke
yeah,
compared to this smoke. Imagine this smoke. Think about how silly this smoke is. They can literally come out here and just wait and try. Well, no, again, not on this, not like that. But you get what I mean? Like if it's here, you can just sit here and just there's
yeah.
space. They can literally just whoop whoop kill people, and it adds a layer of protection to them instead
Yeah.
of you. And so
And
you gotta keep it tight.
yeah.
Yep, go ahead. You have a question?
I was just saying the alley one as well. That's the
Yep,
same.
yep. So keep it tighter always.
That's where you should be smoking.
Right here. You
Yeah.
can even keep it even like way tighter too. I've seen this too. I've done this too before. This is like this is like a smoke where like they're there. It's like a 3v1, 2v1, and like he can't come out. How can he come out of the smoke if two people watching this? Right? He's dead.
Yeah.
No? Right? But what about
Yeah,
this?
for sure. 100%.
Shadows traveling.
Obviously that
Bro,
one.
it's
definitely
he's not instantly dead when he's here. Right? That's the difference. So this is what I want to talk about is that your smokes dictate where they go. If you smoke here, they will go there. They'll be in that smoke or be behind it. If you smoke here, they'll be in the smoke or behind it. So they'll be here and then behind it. Okay, if you smoke here, they'll come up to this point, be in the smoke or behind it. Doesn't matter if it's a side smoke or whatever. Okay, so understand that and that's why smokes are so important. You get to control space, and it's in the name of the role, controller.
Bro.
You get to control space to some degree. Obviously not 100%. As in you block the wall, you make a wall, and the guy can't come out. The guy can come out anytime he wants. But it's a mental control, if that makes sense, right? So
Like,
that's
they come out, they're gonna get headshotted or
right.
killed.
It adds a fear to them if the smoke's really good. Like, oh fuck, they're probably holding the smoke, guys. Right? If it's really bad, it's like, wait, what is this smoke? Let me test the limits to it. And I'm sure you've done that too. If there's a bad smoke, you don't play safe. You're like, wait, let me test if he's there. Let me see what is up with this smoke. If it's weird, right? And it's the same thing with when there's smokes. Like if the guy smokes here, very likely you're gonna go in the smoke behind it, right? So understand that. But so that we're getting kind of carried away, but that's fine. So that's that. Any questions? That what we just talked about? Anything that doesn't make sense?
No. No,
Okay.
just basically just call out what I'm doing when everyone's ready. Kind of dictate what is wrong.
Yep. So on top of the
then,
note
yeah.
we were talking about, we're getting carried away, but be more, have a voice is what I really want to say. Don't be silent, because I'll be really honest with you, bro. Okay, this game you're really silent. You calmed, but it's
Yeah.
like at like a 10-15% frequency. It's too low. Okay,
I will say I was probably adjusting because I think we had
3 people.
that random guy.
Sure,
That random
sure,
guy was also talking a lot and stuff like that. So I just
sure.
didn't want to
But
add on.
this is a very common thing that I've experienced with my students is they always use these external factors. Oh well, I'm uncomfortable. Wait, there's another guy. This, wait, but they're not gonna listen to me. Wait, I'm in gold elo, and you know what I tell them? I don't give a fuck. Not only am I gonna teach you how to communicate as a high level player, I'm gonna teach you how to do it consistently, and that's the key. And a lot of students get stuck on the first part. They get taught how to do it at a high level, and then they don't do it consistently. They know how to do it like a pro or a Radiant player or an Immortal player, but they don't do it. Whether that's, whatever it's going through their mind. Okay, there's a lot with people. Everyone's slightly different, but I tell them, I don't give a fuck. You gotta not only talk like a high level player, you gotta do it all the time. That's what it takes to being elite in anything. Business, making money, getting girls. You gotta be consistent. Okay, and we'll bring it back to gaming, especially in gaming. You gotta be consistent. It's really, really crucial. And if I teach you how to do it at a high level, be consistent with it. Don't let it slip and lose it. Okay, so let's move on. That's that in terms of communication. The next thing I wrote is needs to call his flashes. I would like you to call your flashes. Your flashes are very good.
Yeah.
But there's no communication. How can somebody follow up? And let's we can be a little bit, anyways, but let's say the round is hypothetical. Let's say the round is really chaotic and you threw this flash. How can somebody play off this unless he's staring at the minimap, watching it go by? But if let's say he's entering and there's fucking 5 different utility going at him, and he's fighting 2 people, 2 different, he's not gonna know. Okay, maybe at the highest level pro play he'll know, but even those guys need a source of confirmation. Yo, pillar's blinded, bro, and then they'll start looking there and killing, right? So
Yeah.
I would like you to work on this communication part, especially with like added with your utility. Okay, does that make sense? Make sure that you're calling, guys, I'm smoking. Smokes are going down. Wait. Smoke's not up yet. Wait. I'm flashing here. Get ready. You guys ready? Yep, calling it. Go. I flash. Go. These type of communications, a lot of people, including myself back in the day, in my early on the journey, found it useless. But it is mega important. This is where teams gain edges. When teams are very similar in skill, communications will one up another team, even if they're the same level of players. Okay, so understand that it's really important. And also, there's added layers to it. It's not just for you and them. Okay, in the terms of communication, yeah, it is, but it builds synergy. It builds
Yeah,
rapport.
that's what I was
It
thinking.
builds
Yeah.
a connection where he can trust you and respect you. Yes, obviously, a lot of times you're playing with 4 random people. You don't know them. You don't really know who they are as real people. But to some degree, you gotta build that synergy, respect, that bond, that rapport, so that way you guys can ball out. You guys can swag on the other team. You guys can really play like a cohesive unit. And I'm sure you've experienced this where you play an enemy team and you're like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? How are they so coordinated? Right? And
Yeah,
and
and
that's
then-
and that's where the synergy comes into play. That building it part. And I will put that responsibility on you. You're not a kid. I know
I
you're
think
not a
everyone's
kid.
been
So,
on both sides and
yeah.
shit like that. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah,
right.
it
And,
definitely feels a lot better with like good synergy team.
right, and I know, I already know you've experienced that where like you have teammates where they're like super talkative, the energy's up, everybody's getting along, and you guys just crush them. It's like 13-1, and then there's teams where everybody starts bickering, it's tie game, and you guys automatically just lose the game, right? Because nobody wants to play anymore, nobody respects anybody, everyone's just telling each other shut the fuck up, this that, everyone's griefing, now everyone's solo playing, just lose, and that's what you have to look at. It's a tactical shooter. It's like a SWAT team. A SWAT team that's like bonded, they're brothers, they're gonna be a team for life, right? Whatever it's Navy SEAL, whatever, bro. A team that fights, egoing each other, don't like each other truly, the intentions are off. They won't be together long. If anything, they'll fail as a team, and maybe that'll end up costing their lives in a war scenario, a tactical scenario, right? So understand that it's really important. Let's move on. The next, any questions on that note? Needs to call us flashes.
No, that's a helicopter. Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on. The next note is, would like him to feed it more info, as in being more specific and detailed, especially on defense, when they are coming in or they are coming about to come in, or how many years before they come in is what I really like you to focus on. So when they're coming in, when they're uh or when they're about to come in, or how many he hears in the area prior to those two ones. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. How many
Okay,
footsteps I'm
because
hearing?
I'll be honest, there was a couple of rounds where they're coming in, you knew they're coming in, but you said nothing. Remember that round right here where you smoked your teammate, your trio died, the Raze died. He's like, oh god, Colette coming, and he died.
Cover going out.
And then you knew they're coming, you flashed,
Blinding.
they're coming in, and then you just didn't say anything. And it's like everybody you just kind of died, and like it's really important that you tell them, guys, there's 2 to 3. If you don't know how many, if you cannot be specific and detailed, then you talk in possibilities. I opt for the latter. I usually go for the specific detail. Guys, 2 to 3 here. I hear 4. There's 5. All of them full sprint. Guys, come here. If you don't know, guys, I think there's 1 to 3, 1 to 2, 2 to 4, guys. Many. I heard at least 3 guys talking possibilities. Okay? And why it's important is that way. So your team, again, this comes down to synergy, rapport, respect, playability, is so they can know what is going on across the map. Will the A player know they're out when you're silently fighting these guys? Sometimes.
No.
When
Yeah,
not. Majority of the
If
times.
they're looking at the map.
Yeah, the rounds are chaotic. He's probably looking and holding something else and trying to think, and he's in his own thought processes himself. So, it gets chaotic. So, it's really important that you tell them so that they can play accordingly. If you told them 5B main, what can the A player do off that info without even looking? What are his options?
Just
He can-
either just sprint to B from CT or
Yep.
try to sprint to total flank.
Right.
Okay,
Good. You
space.
got it right. He can just start fucking running out, knife out. He heard 5. He trusts you. There's no threats around him, right? Or he can start running down with his knife and flanking, committing to the flank or containing them, right?
Yeah.
Without looking at the minimap. By him just hearing 5 main, yo, there's a lot. He can just do he can play accordingly, and that's why it really matters. And so, I'm kind of teaching you how to talk as a high level player. Don't just know how to do it as a high level player. Be consistent, adopt, integrate it into your game, and you'll see your quality of life in terms of Valorant change drastically. It will come into play a lot of the times, and in the long term, that's how we have to look at it. Not in the short term subjectiveness in the moment. Oh, but I'm in Plat, so it's not gonna work. I don't care. At the highest level, it will work, and that's what I really care about. Because you want to be a high level player. You want to grow to a level where you want to be like, whoa, I can't believe I'm here. Right? You want to be respected in that regard. So. And that's why I teach and I ask all those questions. I said, what are your goals? What are the big dreams? And so that way I lay down, guys, this is a high level way of thinking. Do it all the time if this is what you want. If you don't, pack it up, right? Hang up the cleats. It's over. Okay. So it's only a few students. I tell them that too. But most students, they understand. So that's that. Let's move on. We're getting kind of carried away. I don't want to spend too much time.
Yep.
So the next note, become an IGL and super sensitive to the mini map. I put this in comms, but it can go under any category. Okay? Game sense, communication, movement positioning, doesn't matter. Okay? But I would like you to adopt a leadership role. How old are you, by the way?
27.
27. Okay. You're older than Taylor. Taylor, I think he told me he was 24 or 25. Okay, but
26.
26. Yeah. So, and you guys are very similar in my. I'm 29, but You guys need, and then I will put that even more on you guys. If you're 19, different story. 16, they're retarded. Kids are retarded. I was retarded when I was 15. There's no leadership skill in me. I did not understand how to be a true good leader. Maybe a fake leader, but not a good leader. So you guys need to develop this leadership role. You guys gotta be the IGLs. Do you know what IGLs stand for?
Yeah, in-game leader.
Yeah, in-game leader, and you gotta take that role. Because a lot of people are actually, I told this to Taylor, they're actually looking for a leader. They don't know what to do, especially in this rank. You gotta understand, Plat is the average rank. You know that, right? That's where 90% of people, 80, 70% people are in, is Plat, gold. That's the average person is in that rank. Okay, so they don't know. The average person don't know. Just like yourself or Taylor did not know certain things. They don't know a lot of things. Right? You guys are one step ahead because you guys are improving. They don't know. So lead them to victory through, and I will teach you this skill, through making plans, identifying, processing, using solutions, using concepts. We'll touch on this near the end, but this skill set and tool is really important. Okay, and then on top of that note, be super sensitive to the minimap. What does this mean? Can you try to explain it?
Just always have it in the side, just knowing what happens on the minimap. If you
Yeah.
see your team
Any
dropping
fucking
mid or
any question mark, I want you to pick it up.
Yeah.
Yo, A lobby, mid. Yo, this one B. Hey, he's behind you. You don't know how many games I played on stream with a student, and I'm like, yo, he's behind him. He's behind you. He's behind you. He just turns around and kills the guy. Because I saw a literally millisecond of a red question mark, and my student didn't, or my teammate didn't. And it just changed the course of the game or the round. It's a long-term skill that will come into effect, and it's valuable. That's how you have to look at it. It's a value to be that sensitive to the minimap. Okay, I'm not saying that you're not aware, but what I usually expect from my students is hyper awareness, hyper sensitivity, hyper vigilantness. I want them to be elite, not just an average noob in Plat. I want them to be an Immortal 3 player. So these are the stuff you gotta start thinking about a little bit. Okay, so be hypersensitive to the minimap, and this is something I call accounting for space. Make sure. Wait, guys, don't over rotate. They're not in yet. B. Right? Let's say they start at B. You're like 3B, 4B. They're not in. Stay. I will let you know when they're in. Oh, wait, guys, mid has been open. Pick it up. They could lurk up. Okay, this is accounting for space. This is a very important concept slash tool, because if you don't account for space, what do you think will happen if you don't make sure, areas are not looked after, or picked up? Generally,
enemies
logically.
Sneak bleed into those areas where
Yeah, and how will they bleed in?
they'll
They will
not-
usually they will lurk. They're not gonna run into those areas because we'll know, right? They will lurk into those areas, and then when those guys lurk
Pull the
into the
team over.
areas, they're gaining info, controlling space, the lurker, and then he's causing chaos by killing multiple people, and then we gotta go look for this guy in mid. It's just a fucking nuisance, and as I told this to Taylor too, but it's a double-edged sword for the defender. It's bad for you guys in multiple ways if you guys let a guy lurk up. Okay, because the first option is we gotta deal with it. How do we deal with it? Utility and other people, body cams. We gotta send 2 people at him, 3 people, right?
Yeah.
And use utility, or we leave him and let him lurk. But what's the problem with that? He gains info. He can hear us running around. He causes chaos. He can kill multiple people, and then also he's controlling space. He has all of mid. He's not accounted for. He can do whatever he wants. So it's a double-edged sword. So that's why it's really important to account for space on defense. And then you put yourself on the opposite spectrum. So when you're on attack, oh, I can lurk. I will be a double-edged sword against them. I am a value to my team, right? Because then I have mid. I can hear them running around. I can kill people. I'm a nuisance. If they choose to look for me and kill me, they gotta send 2, 3 people and utility a lot of the time. Okay. So any questions on that note?
No.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, aim. Whiffing. Okay, I only have 2 notes. I think our aim was your strongest, so there wasn't really bad things I wanted to say. Whiffing. So you're whiffing early on. Near the end, you weren't whiffing too much, but you have moments where you whiff. Okay, and this is a lot. Whiffing involves a lot, but there's a physical side to it and a mental side, as in, obviously you haven't trained your muscle memories enough to instantly delete people in those weird angles, weird, movements with your hands and wrists, and then there's also a mental side where, like you told me earlier, I get flustered, right? What is flustered? A lot of people don't know
Yeah.
what flustered means. I know what it means. It's a kind of, in a sense, panicking, being caught off guard, right? The emotion gets riled up a little bit. You get a little too excited, right? So, um, those are all involved with being flustered, but
Yeah.
it's really important
Like I
to,
definitely got flustered in that
yeah,
moment. That
yeah,
like
the
with
2v2,
the
yeah.
brim and
I
the
saw it.
raise.
I
Yeah.
could smell it. You're like, oh fuck, he's here. He's like, blah, 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 blah. And this
Yeah.
guy just comes and trades you, right? And so what I want to say
Yeah.
in that moment in time is you gotta be calm, and this is a skill. This is a tool.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
this is not a Valorant skill. This is a life skill. And when you're really calm as an athlete or competitor, there's this term. I don't know if you've heard this term. I'm sure you have. It's an English term, so I'm sure you have. But it's called presence of mind. Have you heard that term?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So when you get to a level where you can make your mind really calm in any high level, high pressure scenario, you start building the skill called presence of mind. Being present in the moment to freeze time in itself in a millisecond and knowing what you need to do. It's kind of, I'll give you some traditional sports examples. It's kind of, I don't know if you watch football, you're Australian, but American football, it's kind of like when the wide receivers put 2 feet in bounds before catching the ball. They need to have 2 feet in or it's out of bounds. It's not ruled as a catch. Soccer, it's like, okay, maybe soccer is a little bit less of it. Or, soccer is more like making that right pass in that split second when he could take the shot on net. He just passes it down. He crosses it over instead of taking that shot for himself. Right? That's a presence of mind
Yeah.
because he knows the pass and him passing the ball past the goal and the second guy getting the ball has a way better chance of scoring the goal. Basketball, it's like them getting that shot off in the shot clock 0.001 second. Like they get it off, right? It's a miracle. Like how does he know to shoot it in this time without looking at the clock, or with him looking at the clock? Stuff like that. This is presence of mind. And so in this moment, how this presence of mind played out you'd swing this guy and you'd be like, oh, he's here, boom, he's dead. That's what it would play, how it would play out. Okay, because of how you trained and you being calm, not flustered, being, oh fuck, I need to kill him, start panicking. You would have just been like, he's right here, oh, boom, and you start looking here. That's what the best players do. So I would like you to develop this by, there's a lot of ways to develop it. Practicing mindfulness, meditating, breathing, stuff like that, training, right? It's kind of like a UFC fighter. If that guy fucking trains his whole life, does he know he can kill somebody? Probably, but he's a pretty nice guy, right? So it's in the capability, it's in the knowledge. Yeah, it's the self-control and the capability and he gains that confidence of knowing he can kill somebody and that calmness of killing somebody if he does, because he's trained himself to that point. He knows himself. He knows his true capability. So a part of being calm and with aim is training, is putting yourselves in those high pressure situations in training through aim trainers and DMs and TDMs and stuff like that. So we'll get through that in the end. Inconsistencies with aim. Sometimes you're body shotting, sometimes you're shooting. One thing I wrote in the pro with aim actually is that you are actually very good with crosshair placement. I was trying to take a look. I was trying to nitpick, and your crosshair placement was very solid, very good. Most of the time, it's always head level.
Just like looking around.
Yeah. Even when you're looking around, it's head level, and it paid off. Even on B here, you were looking around, and they just start peeking head level. You start fucking just grab boom, 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 and just kill 2 people, right? And so that's a high level skill that you already have. Great, build upon it, make it better, make it crispy, make it refined, get it down to an elite level. Okay, so let's move on. Utility usage. His smokes can be tighter. We touched on this, so we won't break it down. I think overall, just make it tighter, right? Now you know. No excuses now. Just make it tighter, so that way, because we dictate where they go. I want them not out. I want it tight.
Yeah.
Then
like even that one's a bit too far out.
Yeah. But even then, this one is like, I'll give this like a 6.5, 7. But still, you're right. It's a little bit bad because if I'm sitting here, I can't see if this guy peeked out this side of the smoke, right? Just how it is. So you gotta keep it tight, nice and tight. Like this is probably pretty optimal, right? This is pretty solid. So
perfect.
That's how I like you to think about it. You dictate where they shall come through, my friend. That's how you look at it, okay? As a smoke swear. So that's
You
that.
shall not pass.
Yeah, you shall not pass through the smoke. Right? The next, any questions on that note? Even though we went through it.
No, obviously,
Oh, and I'll just briefly show you how I made it.
I know. Yeah, actually.
Yeah, that's something
Those
I
smokes
also.
are also like where I should be smoking. The screens and heaven.
Yep. So I like the placement, like generally where it's going. Good idea. You kind of know where to smoke. It's just the detail of it. Like it's too. It's like, bro, you're smoking a rafter like this, bro.
Shadows
Like
traveling.
you can see what's wrong with that. Like you just
Yeah,
know. Like
I
the
think
guy's
so,
gonna be
yeah.
here. He can even spray. He's got a lot of space, a lot of things to work with, stuff like that. So keep it tight. And also, why is because you can pair this smoke with a lot of utility. Me as a Sage, when I play Sage on split and we're on attack, I have a lineup for rafters. I can slow rafters at the start of the round. So if this smoke is
Yeah.
tight and I throw a smoke, can this guy walk out heaven and kill us? This is probably a little bit
that's
too tight.
Cover going out.
Even like honestly like this is good enough on A.
traveling.
But can he do anything? If I fucking throw a slow here,
no.
the smoke's tight. He's dead if he walks out.
You
So
see his gun poking out,
right,
yeah,
or
and
whatever,
he's
his
dead.
leg or whatever. So that's what it's for as well, is to set up other pieces of utility to help it become even better. Like if
Yeah.
it's already good tight, like imagine with other utility, like holy fuck, this is impossible for somebody to walk out of,
Yeah.
right? So that's where we get our small utility edge. Okay, and one thing I want to touch on utility is that I usually tell all my students this. I would like you to think about it in this way too: is how can I add value to my team with my utility, the way I use it? Does that make sense? So that's how I like you to think. You gotta assess and reassess and just kind of track your own utility usage. Was this whenever you use it next round when you die or whatever, start there's idle time, think, was that flash good? Was that smoke good? This was terrible. TP was
Yeah.
bad. This was bad. This was really good. I like that smoke. It worked out for us, etc. Like break down the pros and cons of every time you use a utility. And this is something I can emphasize with you. I didn't with Taylor because he's a duelist. He doesn't need to think about fucking updraft dashing too much. Okay, he just needs to focus on getting on site, clearing the site, making sure it's clear, doing his job. And then you help him do his job by putting down smokes and utility properly to benefit him. And when you benefit him, it benefits the whole team. Because his role is to entry and scale. Your role is to help him do that for the team. And it's really complicated, but that's really how you have to look at it. It's for the duelist, for the team. It's a whole sequence of bullshit of thought processes. I'm kind of like yapping a little bit and trying to make it funny, but you get what I mean. So
I just feel like Omen's util is a bit like very situational.
Yeah,
where
it is.
when to TP, when to
Sure.
when to the flash. I mean, flashing is probably not situated. You need flashes for every situation, really. But the TPing, I would
I
say.
think definitely on defense, the flash is definitely situational. On attack, I think the flash is not situational anymore. It becomes a very set play. Yo, I'm gonna flash pillar here. You dash. I'm gonna flash here. Go here. I'm gonna flash B heaven. You guys run up mid. Right? It becomes like a set play. TP, I can agree that it's always situational, defense or attack. You're not gonna it's not just go-to utility usage, right? It's very risk involved. Right, you're not gonna just TP out in the open like you did. Remember that one round you just TP'd out in the open? Right, I saw it. I was like, oh fuck, like you can die a lot of times when doing that. But so that's that. So
I tried. Oh wait, the TP from the smoke.
I can't remember if it was A or B, but there was one TP. It's in the VOD. You just like TP'd out in the open from main. I was like, oh,
it would have been here. I tried getting
Yeah.
behind that that little box thing right
This one?
there, right in front of you, to the left. Yeah,
This
like
one?
more to the left.
Yeah.
Oh no! Sorry. On the left side of the box you were just looking at.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, like right here.
Yeah.
Gotcha,
I tried
like,
tipping there
long,
because
open
obviously
plan.
heaven was smoked and stuff. So
I think even
I think
TPing here is way better though, right? And we'll break it
yeah.
down. You like, there's a reason. It's because we can get into enemy lines and have an element of surprise. Yes, they'll hear you TP. Will they know your rafters? Maybe very rarely. Like unless he's got really good ears. He's like, yo, he TP'd rafter. Like that's the only case. Or you've done it 5 rounds in a row and he knows you're gonna do it. Different story. But Yeah, I think going here was a little bit better because you can just go in here and start tapping people, and then causing chaos and just outplaying people and stuff like that. Okay, but yeah. So off that note, I don't want to get too carried away, but just assess yourself every round. Was my utility good? Was it bad? And then work on that. That's how we
Yeah.
get better with it. Okay, it was terrible.
Yeah,
This was good.
definitely.
Stuff like that.
There's
Oh, I made a
there's
mistake.
definitely
Bad
some
flash. Right? Yeah. So that's
Yeah.
something I would like you to look at that way. Am I bringing value with how I used it? If it's a no, you gotta reassess and try to figure out how you can make it so you use it in terms of value, and you will grow and get better with utility super fast if you think like this every round, every game. Trust me, because that's what I did. I was a smokes main too. The first time I went to Immortal, I was a Brim only player. Brim Omen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know the lineups
And when I
everything.
first started the game, I was only a Sage Cypher, and then I turned into a Smokes only, and then I turned into a Duelist in episode 5 and 6. Once I, got confident in my aim, and I was aim trading, I was, at match MVPing all the time and shitting on people and stuff. That's when I became a Duelist. But prior, I was a Smokes player, so I know that same thing you're going through, which is like, oh man, was this good? And but you gotta keep that all the time, that thought process of this was bad, this is good, and you'll be real, like, bro, you'll be fucking growing so fast in your utility usage. Okay, so let's move on. I think overall your usage is quite strong, so I'm not too worried about it, but I want it more elite. Like, I say with a lot of stuff. So I want it refined, I want it better, I want more thinking involved with it, more layers of playing that chess mind game with the utility, or just being very creative as well. Okay. I will
mean, using Astra and stuff.
Yeah.
As I say, I've been using Astra and her stars and stuff. Like, you gotta use your mind a lot with her. I reckon,
Right.
With the
And you can be very
stars
flexible
the
and
smokes.
creative. You can pair a lot of things up and put some things in some cool spot. And so that's what I like you to do.
Even recalling your stars
Yeah,
back and
yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. There's a mind
creating,
game
like, a
to
mini
it.
smoke.
Yeah, and we, me and you can talk about it because you're a utility-based player, right? If you're a duelist, we would not be talking about and breaking this stuff down, but it's important,
Yeah.
really important.
Yeah.
So that's why we're kind of in depth with it with you. Okay, so that's that. Let's move on. Okay, so the next note I had for utility usage was needs to use his ult more. Okay, to cause chaos or get behind enemy lines. How many times did you use ult? Let's break it down. I know, you know. How many times did you use ult this game? I'm putting up my finger up for the stream.
Just once? Was it
One
just once?
time. One time. I put one finger up and I'm looking at the camera. I said one. Okay, while you're thinking. One. That's one too many. One times too little. You need to do.
Yeah.
You need to use your ult at least 3, 4, 5 times a game, and you did. You had it 3 times, 4 times, okay, 3 times maybe. Okay. Use it on attack. If you don't know how to use it, I can tell you now. Usually, how I use Omen ult when I'm coming in, like on attack, is when my team are going in or about to execute with like all the utility going. Like I throw my smokes down, and it starts going crazy. Like, you know how like it gets chaotic, right, when they're coming in.
Yeah.
That's when I'll ult, or maybe slightly before, half a second before, like I throw my smokes down and then I do it. So that way, because let's talk about his ult. What does his ult do to the enemies?
Blinds the map. That means enemy team can hear it, and then it blinds the map.
It makes all these weird ass noises, Mongolian throat singing noises, and then the mini map starts going black. You don't know, you have no information, and then you get to also choose wherever you want to go. It's a global ult, right? You play Dota, you're a Dota player. It's like Nature's Prophets TP. I was a top 500 player in Dota too. I tried to go pro Dota, so it's a little back.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Back in 2021, and I have a lot of hours.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, so.
Me too. Haven't been
Great. Yeah, so maybe one day we can play Dota together. I play with my community members here and there. But anyway, so it's a global. It's a Nature's Prophets TP, right? So you could see what's the pros with that. There's an element of surprise. You can TP anywhere, and then on top of that, it's how do I want to say? It's blocking out info from the enemy. They won't know what they're seeing on the mini map. They can only know what's going around them. Right, so it causes a lot of fucking chaos. So just put it. What I do is I like to put it in an area where they won't be. I don't like to put it in spawn because it's very obvious. Everyone as soon as
everyone
even at this level Plats, as soon as Omen all goes, they're like spawn, look spawn, clear spawn. Right, they at least clear it to make sure. Right, so back in the day, 2 years ago, you could TP a spawn all the time and kill 3 people. Now it's not. People are too good now. People are more aware on how utility is used. So different. But what I like to do is I would like to just put it somewhere, you know, elbow back here into screens.
Even
you know,
for
you,
information as
yeah,
well.
you could even put it in heaven. You could put it ramp. You could just be really sneaky with it. And that's what B, very good example. A is a little bit worse. B, what I do, can you see my alt crosshair? Can you see my radius here on the map?
Yeah, the radius. Yeah,
Okay,
you
okay,
can
cool.
circle around.
Because I know you can't see my crosshair on Discord, but I was wondering if you could see this in-game
Is
radius.
that the sound? Well, you can hear it. Like, you know, if you're closer, you can hear the alt. Like,
Yeah, like this.
Directional.
This.
My ultimate is
Yeah.
ready.
Yeah. People
Like-
can hear this.
Yeah.
You can
Is
hear.
that what that radius is?
No.
Is that what that
Oh
radius is?
yeah,
Is it
it's a
showing
sound
you?
radius. Yep. This is showing the
Yeah, is that
sound
that sound?
radius. Okay. So
Yeah.
up to this point, they can hear me in a alley, like up to here, and in Raptors when I ult,
Yeah,
when I
okay.
ult here.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that's also an added thing too. But on B, when they're going in, I just ult backside because if I ult back here, even if they kill it, I can see if this is clear or not, right? So
Yeah.
and a lot of times they don't break it, and my team's just coming out, and then we've gained space. We have this whole lane. Now we all have to just look this way.
Yeah.
Right, and space is really important in this game. But anyways, that's how I like you to ult. You can get creative. I don't want to give you a textbook answer, and then you follow that every time. You develop it yourself. Where the sweet spots are, what works, what doesn't
Again,
work in
it's
this elo.
situational.
Yeah, and what the
stuff, like-
situation is, and stuff like that. You can get really creative. Okay, so any questions on this? We're getting carried away a little bit. I want to kind of speed it up.
No, I should be everything. I think.
Okay, so
Think so?
for future reference, try to be more chaotic. I'm not saying in your life in terms
Yeah.
of the plays you're making. Don't make it so fucking the same play, predictable Sally, bro. Switch it up. Get creative. Use that that good brain you have of yours, that smart brain you have of yours, and develop these like and in the gaming world. You're a little bit older, so you might understand this. This is a term that was in our generation of gaming. It's called meta game, right? The meta,
Yeah.
the mind game.
Matter.
I know he knows that I know this. It just goes on forever, right? You know that,
Yeah,
right?
Valorant's so mental. I
Right,
feel
it
like.
is, bro. That's good that you can understand. It's Valorant is like, back in when it first came out, okay, it was very basic. It was very simple in thought processes. But as more maps come out, as more utility types, as more agents come, it's become more complicated. And mental is Valorant is very mental. It's 80% how you feel and know. Okay, it's less what you're doing. It's really what's in your mind. Okay, so understand that. But yeah, just work on that meta game. And I already know. You probably know the game StarCraft, right? Brood War, StarCraft 2. Do you know that game?
I know of it, but I've never played
Yeah,
it.
you know
I
of it. That's where that word came from. Meta. It came from a game because of how the game was
Really?
played. If you look at the history of StarCraft, super mind games. It's chess. It's not even a video game. It's chess. Okay, so and that's why a lot of pro StarCraft players went to poker and they became pro poker players making millions of dollars. But it's all the mental game. Okay, so let's move on. The next thing we need to talk about is your movement / positioning and game sense. Okay, this side is gonna get a little bit lengthy, so bear with me. I'm gonna try to skim through the stuff, the fat, and then get to the
Yep.
meaty stuff. Okay, so
I'm kind of writing this stuff down as I go. as
good,
well,
good.
just
And
so
there'll be the VOD and I'm gonna share you
Yeah,
share the
actually true.
notes too. So it's good that you can write it down so you can kind of remember. But don't worry, the notes and VODs there as well. Let's move on quick. Would like him to control mid more on attack, lurk late, lurk mid. So I'll ask you, not to see if you're stupid, to see if you can be critical. How many times did you sit mid and control it? Do you know? If you don't know, it's okay.
We pushed mid, but I never sat there by myself.
You
and, like, controlled
alone.
it.
You alone mid controlling it.
Zero.
You're actually wrong. You did it one time. There was
Did I?
that round, yeah, where they went out B and you sat mid and you smoked it for them. Remember
Oh,
from here,
yeah,
and then you
yeah, I
ended up
remember
coming up
that.
back up mid. This was great. I love it.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't as productive as I would like it, you dabbled in onto your role. And this is what I'll touch on now. As a sentinel or a controller, generally on attack, you can't control space. You can't control a site. Can you control a site on attack? Not really. You're on attack. There's no site that is yours, right? We're not on defense. So what happens is, because your role on defense, what is it? Is to control a site on Sentinel or control. Omen is a Sentinel in a way because he's so strong. He can deter people from
Yeah.
coming in, smoke things off quickly. He
Same
can
with
TP.
Astra as well.
Right,
I
same with
feel
Astra.
like.
Yeah, you're 100% Astra. A lot of smoke agents. A Viper, pro play. They literally don't need a
Yeah.
Sentinel. They'll pick Viper. She's so fucking strong, especially on split. And a lot of controllers are considered, and it's in the name. They control space, so they in itself they become a Sentinel, right? So if that's our role on defense, is to control space, maintain it, protect the site, stuff like that, and we're good at that. On attack, it's a little bit different. We don't have a site to control. What I would like you to think
Till we
about,
play in the side.
right, until we play that site, but on attack, there is no site for us, so we need to go and get the site. So what I want you to think about is you controlling mid. This is your new site, in quotations. This
Okay.
is the new area you should be defaulting in my opinion. Okay, in ranked, in team play aspect, not as much in pro play, but in ranked, if you want to climb and play this role well, you need to know how to mid control well, not let people walk down. You lurking up mid, you just kind of sitting here, right, and maintaining it. Because why? Do we need to be with the stack, the pack to smoke for them and use our
No,
utility?
we can smoke from
Not
mid.
really. Yeah, you can smoke from mid. You can flash from mid if you want to flash heaven.
Oh
Depends.
yeah, I didn't
It's
even.
situational.
Yeah, it
Okay?
didn't even.
There's actually a lot
How
of.
far does that go?
Sorry.
Does that go? That goes all the way
Yes.
to the back side. Yeah.
Well, not
Yeah,
all the way
right.
backside, but you can get pillar from
like
here. You
the
can
main-
also
yeah,
get
exactly,
heaven.
pillar.
There's some plays where you can flash here and people are coming up mid and fight mid and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But well, we're looking past that. We're really focusing on when you're alone.
Yeah.
And it's
Control mid.
it's important that you control. When I'm Cypher, I put my trips up here, and I sit mid. I put my cam here and I sit mid while my team's doing whatever the call is. A contact, default, running it down, doesn't matter. I usually okay, maybe not running it down. I'll opt to be with them because they need a fifth guy. But in other things where it's like defaulting and playing, so I just control mid, and then my whole team just watches A main, B main, and I mid. I just tell them all the info. And when I sit mid, like we talked about before, okay, we gather information. If I get up to here, can I look at my sound radius? You know that radius around my icon? That's what I can hear and what they can hear up to as well. Okay, so anything in this radius, they'll hear if anybody's in it. If they're outside, they won't hear anything. Okay, but if I'm sitting here, can I hear people rotating from A to B or B to A?
Yeah, we can hear all
Look
the
at my radius.
NCT,
I can hear all of here, all of CT. I can hear B heaven, a little bit of hell, a little bit of rafters, right? I can hear new box from here. So, like we talked about, how lurking it's gonna control space, gain information, cause chaos. It becomes a double-edged sword, right? Remember when we talked about that? It becomes a double-edged sword for the enemy. They have to opt to choose to come and find you and expend resources to come and kill you, or leave you alone. But if they leave you alone, that's a benefit and an extreme value to you. Right? You can do whatever you want. It's easy pickings. You can go this way, that way, go back this way, boom, 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 kill one guy, come back. It does not fucking the sky is yours. The world is yours, bro, at that point. Right? So that's what I want you to incorporate, is this double-edged sword for yourself. Like you're holding the double-edged sword and slashing your enemies is what I mean. You're giving it to them to pick their poison. So control mid, lurk more, create timings. Okay, and this is something I can talk with you because you're a Sentinel controller player, and it's extremely more important for you. In Duelist, not as much, but you gotta find the red car opportunities, as I like to say it. Have you heard of that before on social media? It's been going around the last year on social media. The red car. So if I told you, right, to go, if I told you how many red cars did you see today, what would you say, generally?
Yeah.
You'd be like, I don't know, right?
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
If I told you,
yeah, actually, yeah.
Tomorrow,
I was gonna say because I didn't go.
Yeah, you didn't count it. If I told you tomorrow, go out, count all the red cars, and get back to me and tell me exactly the number, what would you say? You would tell me the exact number. And so I'm not saying look for a red car. But what I'm saying is you gotta change the perspective of that red car is opportunity in the game. It's a timing. Whether you heard a guy walk up like, oh fuck, I can get behind this guy. You gotta find a red car. And they're everywhere in Valorant. There's probably 100
Yeah.
red cars in one game in your POV. It's just about you finding and capitalizing on the red car opportunity. And as a smokes player, as a sentinel player, you must be able to develop this skill of finding timings. Because the better you find timings and force yourself to get timings, what does that do for us?
Obviously, it helps your team out, takes space,
Sure. In what way
get
though? Break.
information.
Let's take it away from the team for now. But you, what will it help you do as a controller or a lurker or a sentinel? If we found a timing, a great timing, we heard 3 people run off and we got behind people,
Yeah.
or we heard one run off and we got behind him
Um,
and killed him.
Get kills, I guess, or
It causes
I mean,
chaos. It causes them to freak out. It's they start getting the hairs stand on the back of their neck. They get scared. They're caught off guard. You dominate them mentally. It's a mental game, right? You become a ghost. If I kill this guy here and then he's calling, yo, Omen's fence, but then I already moved over here because I know they're calling that, and then he's running out with his knife to come look for me because he wasn't ready here and I kill him. I'm literally playing with them. I can do whatever I want.
in the heads.
Right, I'm in their heads, and that's what I do when I lurk. I take pride in knifing 4 or 5 people. Okay, maybe not 4. Back in the day, I was knifing 3 people a game. These days, I'm knifing 1 person a game minimum. Maybe once every other game because people are so aware now. They're very good at protecting the lurk. Back in the day, you know what I used to do on mid on Cypher? I'd be like, guys, go B. My team starts taking contact, right, and showing 4B. You know what I used to do?
Mid.
Literally come up mid like this with my knife out. Nobody would fucking even know because my team taking contact. They were so unaware. Now, different story.
Really, no one's watching mid.
No,
like,
nobody.
there's always
Back in the day,
someone's watching mid.
2 years ago, nobody even knew what a mid-late lurk was. It was not even a thing. Now it's just fucking the most common thing ever because
Yeah.
it became developed. Like it became a thing. But back 2 years, nobody knew what the fuck it was. There was only one map they called that on. Guys, what's a mid-late lurk? And that was Icebox because of the way the layout was. You could shoot people from under too back then. They changed it because the box was wall bangable. Now it's a metal box. You can't shoot through that box you're planning, right? But so
Yep.
but so now this is how I do it. I kind of like I'm so fucking vigilant. I'm just like really fucking. I have my gun out and I'm just like really patient. Sometimes I'll even sit here for like 30 seconds because I already know that they're gonna check mid a lot of the times when we're starting here and here.
Yeah.
When they're in rotations, the guy running through mid and split. So I sit here and I just listen. Guys, yo, there's fucking 3 people running B, and I just tell my you don't know how many times I do this. My team's about to go out, and I'm like, run A, and they don't want to obviously because they're about to come out, but they do, and we get the site for free because of the information I gain for them. Okay, so that's why it's really important to lurk as well. Okay, any questions on this? No, I know it's quite lengthy, but I think it's important for you specifically because you're a lurking agent role.
So
Taylor,
I'm guessing
not so
just like sometimes, obviously not every single time with control mid, but like every
Yeah.
so often.
Yeah, and I'm not. Yeah, go ahead.
Obviously because then they'll expect it, but
Yep.
try to play in their heads. But
Yep.
smoke off their thing and then just hold mid and just
Yep.
get information.
And-
That's basically.
And I'm not, and I'm great that you said what I wanted you to say. And I'm not saying do this all the time, but what I'm saying is keep it in your arsenal where it's a majority of the time.
Yeah.
5 out of 10 times. But when you do it 5 out of 10 times, it brings huge value. You made a crazy lurk, killed 2 people, opened up the whole map, and then we got a site for free because they were looking for you. Now my team could just take a site. Or, they were waiting around. They couldn't go on A. So then you made a really nice timing, came up here and you killed a ramp guy, and it just opens up the whole A main, and you just start flooding out of A. And there's one guy, and we just kill him, start scaling and using that momentum. Right? And I'm sure you've experienced that, as in against you, and you've done it as well. But
Yeah, for sure.
what I want to emphasize is we got to master this as a smokes player. It needs to be like second nature to take timings and not be scared and being fearless and causing chaos and gaining information. Taylor, not so much. I didn't even teach him that. We didn't even talk about this stuff because for his role does not matter. He doesn't need to do that. It's not required of him, but you, it is.
Yeah.
And this will
It's always like different things you're telling him, different
Yep.
things you're telling
Yep,
me. 'cause
yep.
it's,
And I find fun in that as well, because
role.
if I were to just yap to him, to you, about the same stuff, because you guys are the same role, I'd find that very boring. We can talk about
Yeah.
different
We could just do the
intricacies
same thing.
of the game, different details of how roles and agents are play, and what you need to focus on versus him, right? Because you guys are playing different roles. So, and it's important. You guys need to build these skills up together in terms of your role skills and his role skills. And once you guys build this up together, and you guys are doing a lot of the time, you guys will be inseparable in terms of that synergy. I have a duo right now that I've been playing with lately that I started playing the game with. On and off, we played the game, and he's in New York, I'm in Toronto, so we're not IRL friends,
Yeah.
but we're good friends, right? We met online in Valorant, and we're still friends to
Yep.
this day. He joined my community, and he helps coach kids. He's a Mortal 2 peak, I'm a Mortal 3 peak, and we have this bond. We have this synergy, and a lot of my community members have seen me play with him or play with us in general because it's a part of my community now. But what happens now is we almost never lose a 2v2 clutch. We almost are like just insane. I can read his mind without me asking him what he wants, and he can do the same with me.
hmm
Right? He knows my weaknesses and strengths. I know his weaknesses and strengths. I know what he should not do, and I remind him, "Yo, don't overheat. Stop, stop. Don't go and spawn. Come back, come back." Right? And he'll do the same with me. Right?
Yeah.
Don't tilt, don't tilt. I'm a tilter, so he'd be like, "Don't tilt. Chill, chill, chill. Relax. We got this." Right? So and that's the type of
Hold each
duo.
other accountable.
Right, right, and we hold each other accountable. But what I'm really trying to say is, you guys will get to that point too. But what is important is that you guys will build this synergy where you guys can never lose because of how you guys play well with each other. And so this will come into play. Okay, but let's move on. Any questions with this? How I want you to mid-late lurk, stuff like that.
No, I mean obviously don't alert the mid people that you're unless they spot you, but like try to be as sneaky as possible and
Yep, and I'll
whatnot.
give you some tools, the tips. The best way to kind of take space or lurk. So taking space is a defensive thing. We'll touch on this soon. Lurking is an attacking concept, even though they're the same. Taking space and flanking versus lurking, very similar, right? You go alone down space by yourself. Very different though. But there's some tips I will tell you. Is usually when I tell my students is to listen. Sit here and listen a little bit. See where the movement is going, where the footsteps are going, and then vigilantly clear to make sure he's not walking up on you. Because if you just listen and you're like, oh, nothing there, and you just start rounding this corner, at my level, you're dead because they're silently waiting a lot of the time. So your level, maybe not, but
they're doing the exact same thing you're doing.
yeah. So what I would recommend is you listen for some footsteps. If you know or feel or know there's absolutely nothing, start vigilantly clearing, making sure, being cautious, right? Because I'll ask you, do you like getting shot in the back of the head?
No.
No, right? It should be fuck no. A lot of my students tell me fuck no, right? Nobody likes getting shot in the back of the head. If you don't want to get shot in the back of the head, make sure you're vigilant, you're cautious. Even if you think / no, he's not there, clear it. Be double sure, 100% sure. Because in this game, as you go higher, you're not experiencing it now. Okay, as you get to Ascendant Immortal, they will be in the most unpredictable corners. Even if you're like, how can he get there at the start of the round? He can't get there. What the fuck? I didn't hear nothing. They will get there. Trust me. It's so weird, but that's just kind of how the game goes. It's a lot of those weird timings. And people are so good at finding timings. So it's really important that you get vigilant in your thought process in your mind. Okay? So that's that. So listen and then clear vigilantly and then start, being safe and then, stuff like that. Okay, and I'll give you the tips on defense. This is the attacking tips, but that's that. So let's move on. The last note for movement and positioning is instead of smoking off B main in instant blinding, he should spam smoke and blind only when he knows they're about to come out. Needs better utility timing in terms of your flash. So this came about in this round where your teammate was like, yo, incoming, as if he's gonna get a collateral. Then he got sat.
Yeah.
He died. So you're like, oh fuck, there's multiple there. You instantly smoked, great. And the smoke was pretty good. On this area, it coming out to here is not the worst. This is probably a little too shallow, but I usually kind of get it around here, this area.
Cover going out.
So what I would like you to do is not you smoked and instantly did this to the turnip, but You smoked it. You can just go like this, no? And save this flash for when they actually are gonna come out. Because we don't know. We hear a lot, but you shooting will do the same as you doing this. But why I don't want you to do this first is because we're wasting a very important piece of utility that it didn't really bring any value, right? Yeah, they're flashed, but did we kill anybody off of it? That's a question. No, we didn't.
No,
We didn't.
of course
So
not.
I would like you to save, and the best players, they save this for when they're about to. Split second, they feel it in their heart or know or information, or they so good with timing in their head. Okay, they as soon as they start executing, they start coming out and they get fucking thrown off by that, and they get blown off, and it causes chaos, and they're blinded, but they're about to come in, and they start dying, etc. etc. So throw your smoke. You know there's a lot, and start spamming. This is something not enough people do. You don't know how many times I've said this in a coaching session where I'm like, spam the smoke, spam, spam, spam. Even in my games, Immortal lobbies, people, I'm like, spam the smoke. I'm in rotation, right? I'm like coming from mid. I smoke B main for them, and I'm like, and then this guy's just sitting here. The B guy's just like this. While there's a smoke, and we know they're on the other side. He's like this. I'm like, spam the fucking smoke, spam it, because I know what it's for. If he just sits here and spams this, they're not gonna come out. And if they choose to try to come out, they're gonna die because the spam's gonna kill them, right? So that's why I'm telling you, smoke and spam and feel it out a little bit. Okay, now you heard them, you hear them up into the spawn, and they, gecko flash them, and start backing them and start throwing. Right, it'll disperse them, it'll stagger them a little bit. 2 people will come out, 3 people are gonna be pushed back.
Yeah.
Right? Does that make sense? So
if they try to push through the
right,
smoke.
right. If they are stubborn, like fuck this guy, nah, and then they just start running out. Even if they see the flash, they're gonna get staggered. 3 people are gonna run back. 1 guy's gonna come this way. They're gonna all try to disperse and get away. So you're gonna cause chaos. So smoke, spam, and then assess if we need to use this blind. But you went smoke, instant blind. You're gonna lose value there. You're gonna gain a disadvantage later on, or not a disadvantage, but you're not gonna be able to use it later on to gain an advantage or win the round outright. Okay, so that's that. Any questions on this? No, not a big one.
No,
it's a minor one.
That's pretty good.
It's a minor.
I mean, that's pretty good information. Like pretty good. Tweaking.
And I want you to understand, this is not just for a B side thing on split. It needs to be on any map, any site. Smoke, especially if you know there's many, then start spamming that shit. And don't spam it in the middle. You're not gonna kill them. You need to spam it on the edges. That's what I do. Does not matter which area it is, because do people walk through in the middle of the smoke when they're coming in like this?
Well, not necessarily.
No, they come in like this.
Normally holding
at a high level, they come in shoulder first. In plat level, they probably walk through smokes like this still, but they start walking through smokes like this in a mortal. They come through the side and on the edge because people are waiting like this. They're not waiting like this. They're waiting on the edge like this. So people want to come out and clear them like this. Okay, so, but that's why I shoot the edges, because people are always lurked up on the wall as well. They're not really sitting here in the middle. They're sitting right here. So, and you'll be surprised. I smoke and spam here. Get so many kills. I get like 3 kills a game just doing that, and that adds up. I'm over 100 games, bro. That's 300 kills, right? So that will affect your production value in the long term as well. Okay, and then there'll be some games you get like 10 kills like that. Okay, if you are really good and you get better at it, of knowing, oh wait, is he in the smoke? He's not in the smoke. He's right here, and you just like kind of sniff them out a little bit. It's like map hacking. Okay.
Then you get fucking accused of hacking.
Yeah, but you won't get banned because you're not hacking. So, but that's that. So let's move on. Game sense and mental game. The last kind of thing here, hanging with me. We're almost done. Okay, 3 more big notes. Game sense / mental game. Okay, so now this is where it kind of will get a little bit tricky. So I want you to bear with me. It's gonna get a little bit extensive, a little lengthy, because we're gonna be talking about very, very advanced stuff, which is situational awareness and your protocol and thought processes. I've labeled and taught many students, hundreds of students, called identification protocol. I labeled it. I didn't create this concept or this thought process. It's been around for thousands of years. Our ancestors used it in ancient times during war and army, whatever. Okay, or just general life. They use this process, trust me, in some degree. Okay, so it's been around. But we'll talk about this at the last thing. So we'll start with our situational awareness first. So the first thing I wrote was 2v1 on A, post plant. He's heaven, one on site. Your teammate was on site. I can't remember who it was. Knows Reyna is heaven / spawn. He takes a 1v1 instead of playing his life. This one. Do you remember this round where you're here and you died to the Reyna and then you gave a 1v1?
I remember the after, like when Cypher killed Reyna, but
Yeah,
I don't remember this situation right here.
Yeah, so
I don't.
you kind of were here earlier. You kind of knew that Reyna was there, and you
Yeah.
just died here. She just swung and kind of killed you, right? So
Oh, is that when Reyna killed 2 people and then I swung after that as well and then died? I think Reyna killed 2 people right here. Like in
yeah, I
front.
think this is that round, and then you were
Reyna
heaven.
was like 1v4, I think.
Yeah, and then it turned into you made it at 1v1. So in this moment in time, we'll break it down. Not to see if you're stupid, it's to really open up your mind. What is the player count in this scenario? When you were alive?
3. You talking about like
No, like
2 of
this.
us and 1
Yeah,
of them?
yeah. So that count. What does that count? I know you know, I know,
Oh.
but just so we can break it down further. What was the count? 2v1.
2v1, yeah.
2v1. There was 2 of us alive, 1 of him. You can see where the advantage is there, no?
Yeah.
Think about real life
Definitely.
scenario. It's a street fight. 2v1 is who's likely generally. Let's say they're all scrub Joe, average Joe fighters. No one's a professional boxer or anything. Who's gonna win? 2v1, generally.
The 2.
The 2. You like the manpower is double,
2.
right? So
Definitely, yeah.
and I know you know. So I want you to bring that to Valorant. 2v1. We have double the firing power he has, and on top of that, not only do we have the double firing power, we have an advantage in element of surprise. Does he know where you are if you sat here silently? Very simple.
Obviously no.
No, he doesn't.
No,
How
but
can he know?
I think he saw me
Yeah,
though.
sure,
when he killed the
sure.
2 people.
But let's say it's a scenario where he didn't absolutely. He came late. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know,
Yeah.
right? He may assume. He may be like, oh, I've seen Omen play a Heaven before. He might be Heaven. Let me clear it. He may assume, but he doesn't know. That's the difference. So
Yeah.
with that regard, if he doesn't know, what can we do? We can fucking do whatever we want. You can sit here in a corner, wait for him to walk out. You can sit here. You can come down here and play an element of surprise. You can go a ramp, play an off angle right here. You can play an off angle over here. You can play an off angle over here. You can play an off. You can literally do whatever the fuck you want, and it will be an advantage to you guys. But you just died. And what my point is in this scenario is for you to value your life in these situations. It's a situation. It's a scenario, right? And so your awareness in these moments need to be hyper vigilant. You gotta know what to do with the player count, whether that's a 2v4, 5v4, 1v5, 5v1, does not matter. And the first number is our side, right? If it's 1v4, it's you against 5 people. If it's 5v1, it's 5 of us versus 1 of them. So you gotta kind of develop this a little bit better. And I'll give you some tips. The best way to be super scenario aware, situationally aware, is to look at the player count, the clock, the positioning of us or them, or in general, and then also a hidden layer of what is he thinking? What does he know? Does he know I'm here? No? Great. I have a super mega 100% advantage here of he should never kill me. I should always win this 100%. If he knows I'm here, different story. I'm going to have to be ready for a fight. I'm going to have to be kind of, playing an off angle or being aggressive in this line. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's how I am situationally aware. Okay? And you have to also differentiate whether it's a pre-plant round, as in no bomb has been planted. We're just all kind of making sure they don't get on the site, or that we need to get on the site to plant. Okay, that's a pre-plant scenario. And then if it's a post-plant scenario, okay, is the bomb down? How much time is down? Wait, there's too much time. Wait, there's too little time. Like I told you, 45 seconds, 7 seconds to defuse. We can use this to be situationally aware. Just like that round on B. You had to tell yourself, I need to burn time. I need to burn 10 more seconds, 15 seconds. I need to just sit here. Okay, I just got it down. I gotta wait. You gotta be like that. You gotta calculate these moments in time and differentiate if it's a post-plant, pre-plant, stuff like that. And that's really the best way to get aware situationally. And another best way is the player count. 1v2, gotta take some risk. 2v1, don't need to take any risk. Need to just both of us can just sit in a corner, wait for this guy to tap the bomb, and then peek to see if he's sticking it. If he's not sticking it, we can just sit in a corner.
Yeah.
3v5, need to take some risk.
Surprise,
5v2,
motherfucker.
don't need to take any risk. And we can. The options as a 5v2, we can take super risk. We can 5-man run down spawn and throw a little bit, or sit around and play super try hard and wait for the two guys to deduct us and come find us. Okay, and so this is a very, I want to say basic, but it's not, because nobody really thinks about this stuff. So it's advanced because it's really important. Okay, so you got to know when to talk, when to play off this guy. No, should I peek, not peek? Okay, play off me, play off of him. Okay, this guy's got contact first. This comes into play with situational awareness too. It's all about positioning and what your teammates are seeing as well. Who gets first contact. And it's about being logical in that sense, right? If we know they're coming heaven and there's a guy here and you're ramp, and then there's one guy back here, right? Let's say it's a 3v2. One guy here, you're here,
Yep.
and a teammate's here. Okay, who's taking contact first? Let's say they're coming out of heaven.
Right where you are, the
Right,
ramps guy.
right. So whatever, that's a little bit of a bad example, but still, what you guys would be seeing, like, yo, let's say I'm Omen on ramp. Omen's got contact, pick off contact. Everybody talk. That's how high level communications are in my games. They're like, talk, yo, Omen's got contact.
Yeah.
Just chill, guys. They'll be yelling at these two. Don't peek. Omen's got the first contact. And then there'll be scenarios where, they're on site and this guy is here and he's got first contact and there's people ready off of that. One guy right here is licking a wall because there's people watching people come out, so he doesn't need to trust that somebody's gonna walk out, stuff like that, right? And then they'll be like, yo, he's play off Omen. He's got the walkout on elbow and he's got heaven. Just if he takes contact, peek. And there'll be two guys waiting off that. One guy right here. Just tucking, licking a wall. And to be like that is to be situationally aware. To knowing the positioning, logic, who's gonna be the first one to see them, stuff like that. Okay, any questions on this note?
No, it's pretty good.
Okay, so that's what I would
Yeah.
like you to focus on in terms of your game sense. That's where it lacks. Your awareness around you is pretty good. Okay, you kind of understand. This is a little bit weak. You kind of trying to understand what the enemy are going. It's all right. It's decent. This is something we'll work on next, but I think your situational awareness is really bad. It's got to get super good. And why is so that way you can clutch. Don't you want to win every clutch? Don't you want to win every 1v2, 1v1,
sure.
1v3 and be that guy and people being like, yo, you're him. Yo, what the fuck? How did you do? Yo, you're different. Don't you want to hear that type of stuff? I sure do.
Yeah, of course.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay? And how is by winning clutches. To win clutches is all about situational awareness. Playing time when we're on attack, on defense, deducting properly, knowing what they like to do, stuff like that. Okay, and the player count, his tendencies and frequencies, stuff like that. Okay, and yeah, that's really important. So if you want to hear that stuff, be situationally aware. Because you lost a lot of clutches you should have won. So let's move on. The next note, 2v2, we went through this, we won't break it down. Round 6, he tells Cypher to give him bomb on A to go B. He plants out in the open, goes new box, whiffs hard, dies out in the open. Needs to know how to talk or be aggressive. Like I just told you in that last note, you got to know when to talk, who to peek off. Okay, what's the time? Okay, it's too much time. There's too little time. Okay, I won already. Okay, you got to be able to calculate that, because in this moment in time, all you have to do is sit here. Do they know you're here? Question mark.
Yeah.
That's a question. No, right?
No. No.
They did not
did
know
not.
you were here. They could assume that people generally play here and they have to clear it to make sure, but they did not know. You had an element
Planted
of
for
surprise.
long though. Planted for
Right.
garage, so they probably would have thought.
And you can
I would've
use
been
that
garage.
too for situational awareness. I planted long. They think it's planted for. They know it's planted for long. They might think I'm B main, or back site, or wrapping to go heaven. And you can use that timing and that thought process to your advantage. That's a little bit more high level, but that's a different story. But yeah, in this moment in time, you just have to kind of just know, I need to talk. And there's another indicator why. Do you know why we needed to play our life here, situationally?
Oh, just to wait for the Cypher to rotate over?
Yeah, that's the main thing. Taylor said it. He's like, Cypher's coming late. I heard him. He's like, yo, he's coming late. He's coming late. You need to go. He told Cypher, you need to go, man, right now. You're coming late. So he started coming late. That's the reason you gotta stay alive. Because what happens if you die right here? They just defuse the bomb. They know Cypher's coming late.
Yeah.
Right? You TP it ahead. So
What happened? Did we lose that one? Did Cypher?
yep, I'm pretty sure you guys lost
die?
this round.
No,
Yeah,
remember.
I'm pretty sure you guys lost this round because you died, and it was a 2v1, and I'm pretty sure they lost the round. That's from what I recall. I have a little bit bad memory right now because it was 9 in the morning for me, and I just fixed my schedule, so it's a little bit whiffy. But that's that. So, and one thing I like to tell you, bro, not only just think about what I'm saying and apply it, soak it in, integrate it. Because I'm telling you right now, a lot of my students, 95% of students, 90% of students, they only think about it and be like, oh yeah, he's right, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and they don't apply it. They don't add it to their game. So add it to your game on thinking about this stuff of situational awareness. It's very important. Even if you sit here and be like, what the hell is this retard talking about? Oh, it's not important. It's really, really important. Whether you think it or believe it or not, it will make or break you becoming a mortal player, a consistent true skill mortal player, or a total scrub in the 90 percentile. Okay, so understand that.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
For sure, definitely.
Okay, last note. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, is this a lot? I was gonna say, do you mind just have like a 2-minute?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. If you need water or something. I know it's a lot of.
Taylor's literally dying. No, Taylor's
go ahead.
dying in the. I think he might be.
Okay, okay. Go ahead. No problem. I'm just gonna talk to Shot real quick. Manus, what's good, bro? Good morning. Hey, Dalton, what's up, man? Early morning. I've been waking up early lately. I've been working for the last week and a half. Been waking up at 7 a.m., 4 a.m. So being more productive, and I can help teach Apex students because this is their evening. So, but yeah, how's everybody? How are you guys doing? I'm having a very bad hair day. I need a haircut. I look like a boomer right now. Holy shit. My hair is so bad. It's getting out of line. I might do that next week. Somebody said check general. Oh my god. But yeah, any questions from the chat, I'll answer for now. Stuff like that. Pookie, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you. Appreciate it. Love you, man. You're the best. Look general. Yep, W coach. Good morning. Hello, Umi. Sorry I didn't say hi. I was yapping. I was talking about you. How's everybody doing this fine morning? Good morning. Good morning. I can't even believe it's 10 a.m. I can't even believe I've been up for 4 hours. Like, it's a little bit feels good, but it's a feel bad, man, too. Anything? Anything, guys. No chat? No chatters? Man, you guys are boring, bro. You guys are boring, bro.
I'm back.
Okay. So this last
Sorry
note.
about that.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
So this one,
Tails, I should die.
bear with me.
Yep.
Okay, it's gonna be a lot of information. When I went through with Taylor, it took a while for us to talk about. So I'm gonna try to not take as long. I want to just kind of get to the key points of it, but just understand your mind might open up a little bit here. So this note I wrote is work on his identification protocol and make sure that they aren't just running it down. And I'll ask a simple question. What was the general plan on attack from, even though you guys won the game, great, whatever, okay, but when I look at this game, super noobish, like not you, the team, like such a noob way of playing, like just running it down, okay? What is the main thing you did? I just gave you the answer, but try to answer.
Well, like, do you mean like a thought process or
no, not thought process, but
site?
just the plans we did or executed, the concepts we used.
Yeah, I think basically we obviously we had Jet and Raze to diving duelists.
And
that
was it.
On what's the yeah.
That's really all. Well, I'm looking for.
I was gonna go more into detail.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. What I'm really looking for is that you just being like, yo, we just kind of ran it down. Like we picked A, we went A, we went B, we went B. There was like no thought.
We just dove onto the side.
No thought process. Yeah, and that's fine when it's winning. Like obviously, if you're, it's like the game that you guys had. There's no really point in switching it up. But why I'm trying to teach
Yeah.
this to you, and I taught to Taylor, is for
But
when
that
it's
stuff won't work
when the
higher up.
and when it's for higher up, and not only that, it will work in your elo too. Not as much because people don't listen, but it's for when games are hard. When you're playing with super good players, elite players,
Yep.
you are losing. Game is sweaty, 10-10, 9-9, whatever it is. This is what this is for. Even when you're winning, it will come into play. Not as hard, but it can be a super, super really good tool on when you're losing, struggling, you don't know what to do as a team, macro, stuff like that. And this is what I call identification protocol. So, how I labeled it, it's in 4 steps, 4 parts, if you may will. Okay, the first
Yep.
part, bear with me. The first part is called identify. Identify how. Oh, wait. Actually, you know what? Before we get into this, I want to just briefly go through the concepts real quick because I think it's important. So, do you know your attacking concepts? There's six that
Um,
pros really use, and
what,
that
what,
we all
what do you mean
use.
by concepts?
Attacking concepts.
Like,
Running it
like,
down. That's a concept. A fake. That's a
oh,
concept.
yeah, running down
Defaulting.
fake.
That's a concept. Re-hitting.
Yeah,
That's a concept. Lurking.
I
That's also a
don't.
concept. Right.
Yeah,
And so I gave you the answers,
I
but
don't. I,
yeah,
I, I, I know like some of them, but I didn't know what there was like a D. What'd you say? D.
default.
Oh no, default. I know that one.
Yeah,
That's
that's
where
an attacking
Taylor's
concept.
Taylor's been doing that a lot
Yeah, yeah.
recently.
I
I've
explained
picked it
that
up.
when I was in the session with Taylor, we extensively broke these concepts down with him.
Yeah,
Why? Is because he's a duelist. He needs to know the playbook of an attack, right? Just like a football player needs to know the play of the play on a American football team or a basketball. They need to know what the tools are, right? The basic fundamental tools are. Right, just like a farmer, he needs to know what a pickaxe is, how to get the soil, he needs to know the basics, right? So this is what it is for
yeah,
duelists. But the beauty of this, of understanding concepts, is it's not just for duelists. They need to know it extensively in and out like the back of their hands. But everybody's got to know that defensive concepts and attacking concepts. You as well. So we'll break it down. So we'll go through them. And we'll go through the easy ones and then get to the harder ones. So, what is running it down? Execute, rush, like in Counter Strike. Rush B, rush A.
basically what we just did.
Right, just basically what you did. Run it down. Pick A, run it down, guys. So explosive, run it down.
Yeah,
Satchel in. B, mid, doesn't matter. Okay, that's rush. Execute. They like to call it execute or hit.
yeah.
Let's work on another easy one. What is lurking? We just went through it.
Basically, basically what I was doing down mid, or what I should be doing.
Sure, but let's try to break it down in like a
Ooh,
medical sense, or like a sense where it's like kind of the definition of lurking in Valorant. Try to. What is lurking?
Um,
We went
playing
through
away
it.
from your team,
Yep.
holding a position on the map like mid,
Okay.
and holding
So
space. I
I'll
guess.
tell you. So it's to control space, to find timings, the red car opportunities, and cause chaos, and gather information. It's really
Yeah,
important that you know the ins and outs of every concept, because if you do, then you can use them and you know what it's for, right? But if you don't, you'll never use it. And I'm not saying you don't or you'll never use it. I'm sure you will one day, but 90% of students don't use it because they don't know what it's for. And so that's why we need to break that down. So, rushing, what we are doing all the time. Lurking, I've explained it to you. There's really 3 main reasons: gathering information, causing chaos by killing people, getting behind enemy lines, element of surprise, and then also um, uh, controlling space. Okay, and then gathering information as part of that. So that's two. Two now. What is a
yeah.
fake?
Fake where, I mean, it's different players, but main players maybe have like 1 or 2 people at a site
Yep.
making noise,
Mm-hmm.
pretending like putting out smokes, throwing
Yep.
down util,
Right.
thinking that the team about they're gonna push A. But
Mm-hmm.
in reality, you got 3 of your teammates at
Good.
C ready to go quietly.
Good, good. Okay, you are actually one of the few that actually answer it like that, and it's good. I love the answer. You got it. And the way you said it too, you're like, we leave usually 2 to 3 on one side, we fake that side, and we go to the other side. That explanation was great. I love it. Not a lot of students answer like they're like, we start A and go B. Like, okay, but what does that mean? Like, what are we doing? Yeah, that's what fake. But what is the individual? Like, what is the act? So that was perfect. That's how a fake should be set up. 2, 3 on the other side with important agents like a Sova with a
Yeah.
jet and a Sky, like an initiator that will sell the fake, not a Sentinel and a Cipher and a jet. They're not gonna buy that
Just
bullshit,
shooting.
right? It's not gonna make sense.
Yeah.
It's got to be utility based fake as well. That's an extra layer in terms of fake. You can do it with just shooting. That's a base level. That'll work against noobs, but higher level players, no. You gotta sell it with utility, with smokes going, two
Yeah.
smokes going down, stuff like that. Okay, so great. That's fakes. I will touch upon your definition. How you can look at it is a misdirection tool, a misdirection concept. We're gonna sell we're going A, but we're gonna end B. We're gonna make them believe we're going A. So, but we're going B for free. A lot of the times, if you do it properly,
Yeah.
the site will be free. And this is important that you understand it's a misdirection, and I'll explain why. Okay, so we got rushing, lurking, faking. What is rehitting?
That's the one I didn't. I have zero clue what that
Okay.
would be.
And this one, so rehitting and faking should not be a concept where you blindly use. You shouldn't just be like, guys, we're gonna run a fake here, boys. Just run a rehit round 1. Like, no, it's not gonna work. Okay.
Yep.
Rehit is kind of similar to faking. It's also a misdirection tool, but it's slightly different in which way we're misdirecting. But also, on top of that, and I know this is a lot of information, but it's important. Rehitting and faking are both what's the word I'm looking they are both used off conditioning, as in you've set them up to use that concept, or you've identified something where we can use that concept. Okay, we'll get through this in the identification protocol. I don't want to yap on it right now, so I'll explain
Yeah.
that further later. But understand that those are the two misdirection concepts, and then they are used off conditioning, as in you know how they are playing, or you set them up
So,
to use that
what
condition. Yep, go ahead.
what is a re-hitting though? Like, what's
Yeah,
the
so I'll explain that
actual
to you. So
like? Oh,
re-hitting, I should probably get in the game and kind of show you. I think I got kicked out. Yeah, I did. I kind of get carried away. I get so passionate that I forget I'm on a screen. I'm just kind of like thinking I'm talking to you online, so I'm just like not even looking. My screen was literally on fucking your Discord. Okay, but
yeah.
so what re-hitting is so you know how fakes, you said we start 2 on A or whichever side, and then we make a lot of noise, store utility, sell it, and then we end B. People will usually walk up on the other side while we're making noise, right? And we can hear people
Yeah.
running off, stuff like that. That's fake, right? Re-hitting is very similar. We're gonna
Maybe if we kick their asses
we're,
hard
we're
enough,
and
they'll
I'll,
stop
I'll,
bothering
I'll show it
us.
to you so it's easier.
My ult's ready.
Okay. Re-hitting is a tool where we make them believe that we are rotating. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you
Fake is a concept where we make them believe we aren't
like
rotating.
a fake rotate.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a fake rotate. Perfect. Fakes are literally selling the story of telling them where we are telling them where we're trying to go. Like telling them, hey, we're going A,
Yeah.
guys, but we're not. It's a misdirection. We're walking up on B. We're ending B. Right? So rehit is telling them that we started here, but we're rotating. So I'll give you an example. Guy, we're gonna start 5A. We start running it down. So obviously that confirms them. Guy, their POV will probably be like, yo, fuck, there's 4 A main. A lot of guys start running over here. What happens? They start leaning A because they know there's 5 of us here, right? They're not gonna spread thin. They're gonna stack it because they believe we're gonna take it. Okay. And so then what happens is we've pulled them from B to A. We move them, right? And we will either, there's 2 options, is to fully cut noise, we don't make noise, or we sell the misdirection. We 5 of us start running off. 5 of us started here and we start 5 of us running. Boom, 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 boom. And what happens with 5 of us runs off? What will the defensive team say to each other in their POV?
They're rotating.
They're rotating. They're leaving. Wait, go back, go back. Right, there's
Yeah.
gonna be some guys in rotation. It might not be fully stacked yet. Right, but initially they said 5. Come. Oh my God, there's so many. Right, so then
Yeah.
the POV of them is, oh, we're coming here. POV attackers, the defenders they're in rotation. Right, so then the attackers will pull 5 of them, 4 of them. One guy's probably mid or so whatever. And then we start making
Yeah.
that noise to leave. The defenders, you got it right. They're like, holy shit, they're leaving. They're not coming in. Oh my God. So then a lot of the times they'll start spreading thin again, right? Because there's 5 people here, 4 people, right? So,
Yeah.
and then the attackers will make that noise come off, and then the defenders' POV in real time is them to spread back. Then they collectively come back silently.
Is it a play where you have like all 5 of them?
Nope,
Just
it doesn't
pretend
have to be
rotate
all
and come back,
5.
or like you have
It
2,
can be 4.
like 2 actually go to B. Or, like, 1 or
Generally
2
on the
actually go to
rehit,
B, and
it's
then-
gonna be a big pack. It's not gonna be 2 guys, cause
Yeah. Okay.
and you leave 3 mid, cause that's useless. That's you're gonna die. So the whole point of this is that way we are re-spreading them thin. We're kind of like reconfirm. This is very complicated. It's a lot, I'm sure, for you to think about. But it's kind of like reconfirming what they believe. Okay, and I'll try to break it down a little bit. We start 5 here, right? We made them believe there's 5
Yep.
starting here, running it down. So what happens? We already looked at their POV. They're gonna start rotating here. We make a lot of noise. We're sitting here for 10 seconds. Now there's 4 people here. Okay, and then we start running up. We reconfirm that to their mind because we weren't doing anything. They're like, oh, they're not coming in. Probably they might even rotate. And then we start rotating. What are they gonna think? Yo, they're leaving. What we thought is true.
Right.
So they start leaving, but then we collectively come back. So they start spreading thin, and you may leave one guy mid as the attacking team. We're not gonna come back all 5, and I'll explain why. This is a very advanced way of re-hitting. You may not understand this, but I'll try my best so that you do. Is if we leave one guy mid and we collectively came back, we made that noise right there, and they start spreading thin, right? And we start coming back. What a lot of the times I do on rehit is I tell this guy, yo, make noise mid. What do you think that does? When we collectively ran off and we silently came back, but I'm telling this guy, make noise at 5 seconds. What will that
Yeah.
do?
Yeah, like it spreads, like everyone on enemy or the defending will maybe like move towards mid.
It will confirm to them that we've progressed to mid. They're like, wait, one's mid. Holy fuck, they actually are rotating. It sells the story, right? And you don't know how many times I've done this on the rehit. I'm like, yo, make noise by yourself. One guy, it's like a cipher. I'm like, shoot around, use your classic and your gun to sell like it's 2 people and a cage, so it's like 3 people, right? Sell it, and then it confirms
But
that
people
wait,
just start like, yeah.
they go,
I was
wait,
gonna
they
say
have
people just start
rotated
rotating
and
back.
they're mid. They're going towards B, and then 4 of us, we hear them going towards mid because of that noise, and we just walk up.
Yeah.
It's free. You don't know how many times I've done this on stream by myself, off stream. It's free. There's one guy here. We kill him, or it's completely free. Okay? So
Yeah,
that's when
yeah.
we would use rehits. And on top of that, we don't just use a rehit like I told you randomly. You use it when they're set up to. And I'll explain how. Let's say we fake them 5 times. Right? They believe that we're not going A anymore.
Oh yeah.
Right? Now we've conditioned them to set up a rehit. We're gonna make it believe like it was a fake, but we come back, and then they start going A. They start full sprinting 5 people to B, walk up on site for free. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
And-
Like,
and-
you
and-
just- again, it's a mental thing.
Yep. It's a
It's
mind
like-
game. It's a chess game.
Yeah, mine.
Okay. It's beyond just a concept.
You're in their head.
It's bro. It's like, bro, you're literally manipulating them by you knowing how they. And we'll touch on. I don't want to get terrible. Right? So that's that. Okay. So lurking, running it down, rushing, fakes, rehits. Okay. The next one will be contacting. What is contacting? Try to answer. It's okay if you get it wrong. It's where we learn.
I've heard this. Like once you describe it, I was like, yeah, I remember that. Someone said that to me.
Okay. It probably was Taylor, but I'll refresh your mind.
Yeah, I think it was Taylor. It was like when you contact with them.
Yep. So I'll tell you.
Oh,
so you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Contacting is a concept we use. I'm trying to think of in sports term. Let me try to think. Is there one? Okay, maybe not. Okay. contacting is a concept that is used. It can be kind of like a sub concept because it's not like a whole team thing. Like it is, but anyways, I'll try to break it down. So, contacting is maybe I should just give you an example. So what I usually call,
Yeah.
I'll be like, guys, 3-man contact up A, 4-man contact up A, 5-man contact, 1-man contact, 2-man contact. What that means to those players that understand it means that they silently walk up. Okay, so let's say I call 3-man contact up A, right? Guys, 3-man contact A. What happens was 3 of us are here. Pretend they're just behind me. We would slowly walk up, and then we wouldn't make any noise or any, you know, decision to execute until we have been seen, spotted, heard, or they 100% know we're here. Okay, do you have any questions on that part?
So, but you're just trying to walk as far as you can on site without getting
Right.
seen? Is that
Not
what you're
necessarily on site, but the main area. We want to kind of be
okay.
stealthy. We want to make sure that they don't know. It's kind of like looking at it in like an explosion. We walk up 3-man. This guy peeks us. Are we gonna silently walk? No. Once this guy peeked 3 of us silently walk, we're gonna start fucking exploding out. So everybody's gonna start running out and explode, putting their utility down because the ruse is over. Right?
Yeah.
The deceit is over. It's a kind of like a deceit concept. That's kind of how you can look at it. A ruse. Okay? And why I'm saying it's a sub concept is because a lot of the times when you say contact, you don't contact 5-mans. Yeah, there'll be times you do. I do it too. I'll be like, guys, 5-man contact A. But there's a lot of downside with that. So what I tend to do is I go, guys, we're gonna run a fake. It's kind of like added on to other concepts. So what I say is, yo, guys, we're gonna fake B, go A. I want 3 guys to contact A, and we're gonna have 2 guys to sell the fake on B. Do you understand? Instead of saying, guys, we're gonna do B fake and A, and then you guys are gonna just sit there. You see the difference?
Yeah.
If you just say that, they're just gonna sit there. But if you say contact, they immediately, if you're playing with good players, will know what that means. It means, okay, we're gonna wait for the noise, and you don't need to explain it to them like I am to you. Okay, wait for the noise, walk up, and then explode once we've seen. They automatically know that's in the play. So they would walk up, guys, 3-man contact A, we're gonna fake B, we're gonna end A. Get ready to walk up, I'll let you know when.
Yeah, okay.
And then they silently walk up, and then they walk, they get seen, boom, 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 the smokes are being thrown, everyone starts fucking going crazy, and then it gets chaotic. And start exploding, clearing the site, killing people, whatever it is.
Do you kind of wait to contact once they've started, before they start like faking B, or do you go at the same time?
You can definitely take a creative approach. You get to choose. Me, I'm a player. I'm in IGL that keeps track of the timing. If they immediately walk up, and I know that the enemies like to clear A, especially even if we start on anywhere on the map, because they're being vigilant and they're good players, right? They're not just gonna give up A. They're gonna make sure nobody's walking up, right? Because in my lobbies, that's what they do. Then I will make sure that they are patient. I tell them, wait, let us sell it a little bit. 5 seconds for them, then they're gonna clear and then run off because they confirm, wait, nothing here, and then they start leaving, because I'm sure you would do the same.
Yeah.
Right? If you heard B, you want to clear, oh, nothing, and then you start leaving, right? Especially if you're hearing there's 3 to 4. So
yeah, and all the time that happens, that if like you're clearing that, you get caught up, and then
exactly
3 guys are contacting, killed.
Yeah, and so that's more of a timing issue, and you gotta develop that. I can't give you a textbook answer and being like, oh yeah, when you're doing this, immediately it's always like this and this and this, like chess. You play chess? You know,
a little bit.
Okay, in chess, there's definitive answers. There's a optimal game theory optimal, just like in poker. It's called GTO, game theory optimal. If they do this, you do this. If they do this, you do this. If they go on this square, you go on this square with this piece and this. There's an optimal play, but in Valorant, it's so much variables involved. It's so situational that it's hard for me to be like, okay, when you do this, you gotta do this 100% of the time. I can't. You're gonna lose, and you're gonna get it wrong by doing that thought process, right? So that's why I'm telling you, and I tell all my students.
Doesn't always work every single time.
Right, and that's why I'm telling you and all my students to develop it by yourself, so you know the situational answers. You can use solutions that you used in the scenario before that is similar or whatnot. right?
Yeah.
So you can develop this by yourself. Can't give. There's no tech. Not that I don't want to give you. There's just no textbook answer. Really, there really isn't. There's too situational. There's too many different types of utility, different types of agents, different type of player types that are being shown. Okay, so but yeah, so that's that. That's contacting. It's added on to fakes, rehits, or like running it down. You can add it on. So
Yeah.
that's why I kind of call it a sub concept. But it's very important that you use contacting.
As I was gonna say,
Okay.
you mainly only really do it with like maybe faking
Sure. Yeah.
or
Yeah.
or lurking.
You can
Right? You don't
also
really
do a
just
5-man
contact.
contact. If you've defaulted a
Okay.
lot, okay, and I'll touch on this now. Using these concepts is all about conditioning. So using the like understanding what you guys have been doing. And this falls under tendencies and frequencies. Do you know what tendencies and frequencies are? It's okay if you get it
Tendencies
wrong, it's fine. What is tendencies?
the tendency is like the what they do, and then
Yep.
things is how often they do it, or something like that.
Nope. So it's just what they do, how they like it, what they like to do. For example, okay. Well, before we go, stop there. So that's tendencies, and it's in the name. What they tend to do, what you tend to do. Are you a liar? Are you a good person? What do you tend to do? Okay. Do you always wear 2 socks? Do you wear 1 sock? Okay. Frequency. What is frequency? You already answered it. You just have to put it in this section.
How often do they do
Yeah,
it?
it's in
Really?
which rate
How
they're
frequent do
doing
they
it.
do it?
Is it every round, every other round, once a game, once in their lifetime, 20 times in their lifetime, once a half, 5 times a half, 10, does not matter. It can be in fractions, it can be in words. Very likely, not possible, very not likely, impossible, very, very, very possible. Permanently he's doing it. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's the frequency. You can very generalize with that. Okay, so this is important to understand not only what their tendencies and frequencies are as a unit individually, but what you guys are doing as well. If we run it down 5 rounds in a row to B, okay, what will they do? What will they understand off that information of you guys running it down B 5 rounds in a row?
Stack B, then.
Right, they'll stack B, but what is the thought processes they will go through to stack B? What are they thinking before they go stack B? There's thoughts. You got to know these things. You got to think.
Yeah.
So try to process it
So
with
they
me.
don't-
What will lead them to being like, oh, they ran it down B 5 rounds in a row. We're gonna stack B. What's in the middle? You're missing the meat. You only got the buns right now.
Yeah.
This is very important.
I mean,
Just
I-
try.
it feels like
If
I'm
you get it wrong,
speechless.
I don't care. I'm not here to judge you. Just try.
I mean, you set up for a stack on B, so
Why would they come?
honestly, I'm-
Why would they come to that conclusion to stack B once we've ran it down B 5 rounds in a row? It's very
yeah,
simple.
well, it's the frequency, so if you've done it
Yes,
5 times in a
you
row, you're
got
gonna keep
it.
doing it.
You're not retarded. You're a smart guy. Okay, and why I force all my students to answer, and I will not take I don't know for an answer, is because if you cannot think about these things, you might as well just hang it up. You might as well not play games. You gotta know this small intricacy and thought processes for you to become a high level player. How their thought processes came to them being like, hey, we're gonna stack, is that you guys went beef every round so far. Let's say it's been only 5 rounds in the game.
Yeah.
They're thinking, wait, they tend to go B, and the frequency is all the time. Guys, they're gonna go B again. Obviously, that's not always the case, but that's how they're thinking, the enemy. And then
Yeah.
we use that against them. Okay, does that make sense? And I'll give you an example. We ran it down 5 times on B, right? Now, they believe we're going to go B for sure because we've done it so much. Our tendency and frequency, we're going to go
There you
B.
go, A.
Now we fake the B and go A. What do you think's going to happen? We confirm their bias, their confirmation that we're going B because our tendency and frequency was 5 times going B all the time. And then we go A by using that misdirection tool. Do you understand? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope
that's
that
like-
opened up your
that's
mind a
like
little bit.
Another mental thing, yeah.
Yep. And
It's
so
like all games.
yep. And so this is how we use concepts. is you can't not know what your team is doing. You gotta know what you guys have been up to. Just how you try to figure out how I expect you to figure out how the enemy are playing. Wait, they're always stacking B. If you realize they're stacking B all the time, are we going B? If we understood their tendency was to stack B and the frequency was every single time, are we going B? It's very simple.
No, of course
No,
not.
we're not. The risk is
Okay.
high. It's 5 fucking
Basically, you can
enemies
rush
there.
A at that point.
Right. Good. And that's a part of the identification protocol. You do it subconsciously. Everybody does. Inactively. Not actively. I do it. I used to when I do it actively now. I think about these things in the rounds, in the milliseconds, in my planning, in my thought processes. Not once a game, not 5 times a game. I do this thought process 50 times a game. I try to think what they are seeing of us, what I see of them, and what tools in terms of the concepts I can use to misdirect them and move them to where I want. Okay? I hope this opens up your mind a little bit. And it kind of falls under manipulation. If you had a friend, let's say Taylor, we'll use Taylor. If you knew Taylor and you knew his whole life story, his parents, how he acts, what he likes to eat, what his routine was daily, how he was as a person, his fears, everything of his mind, what could you do to him? It's very simple.
You control him.
You could literally control him. You could do whatever you would like. Obviously, that's dangerous, making him jump off a building or whatever. But there's an advantage there too. And this is, it is dangerous. There's danger with manipulation and really the mind game of knowing people truly and controlling them to some degree. But let's look past the danger side and pull that into Valorant. If you know how the enemies are, exactly what their tendencies and frequencies are, with everything, lurking, taking space, everything, you knew who they were, how they were thinking, how they played, their career, their journey in Valorant, what could you do to that person? Generally.
You could destroy them in game.
You could literally destroy him. You can make him move where you want to, make him feel what he wants. You can make him feel fear. You can dominate him. You can do a lot of things. And so that's what I would like you to think of on now. In terms of Valorant, it's not about playing Valorant, WASD shooting each other in the head. It's about manipulation on a macro and micro sense. Macro as in the enemy team as a whole manipulating their movement, and then micro as in manipulating this individual enemy. He's a lurker? Okay. I know he's going to lurk all the time down mid. I'm going to wait for him. That's my adjustment, because he tends to lurk and the frequency is all the time down mid. So I'm just going to wait here and kill him. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I can
you
manipulate.
can only with I was gonna say with all this like tendency and frequency, you can only really get this information after like 5, 10, or 5 to like 10 rounds, right? You
So
can't really
not
get that after, like,
not
2 or
not
3
not
rounds.
necessarily true. You can actually and why I'll explain. Humans are a creature of habits. You included, me included. We're humans, right? If we
Yeah.
like to do something,
Mm.
whether that's a behavior, an action, we will do it again. And maybe I'm lucky because I have a background in psychology, but I can look at a guy, an enemy player, do something twice, and I automatically label him that tendency. I'm like, he's a rat. If let's say he lurked one time, started. I tell my team, this Cypher's a fucking rat, guys. Just if he's missing, he's lurking. I just automatically assume, and obviously, I have to change that label. If he stops lurking, I will have to change that and tell my guys, he stopped lurking. He's not lurking anymore. Okay, we don't have to be as vigilant, right? And so that's a part of it. You got to make sure you're tracking and changing that label.
Yeah.
But it's really important that you are. Go
I
ahead.
guess that also plays into how you should be playing, like changing up how you play.
Yes,
like you lurk
yes,
one round, play with your
yes,
team,
bro.
and just switching it up.
Yes, bro. Now you're starting, and I'm getting excited because I'm telling you right now, a lot of people don't even understand that. You're like, wait, off this information, this should tell me I should change the way I play and not do the same thing, right? And there's a reason.
Yeah.
Because they are track good players, maybe not in this elo, Diamond plus, Diamond 3 plus, Ascendant plus. They are doing what I'm teaching you. They are tracking how you are playing. Think about that a little bit. It's a little scary, right?
Yeah.
And so what I want you to think is that you cannot be manipulated. And that's why I teach this stuff, is so that my students cannot be manipulated, but they are the manipulators. Because they are 50 steps ahead, 20 steps ahead instead of 2 steps ahead, 1 step ahead, like the average 90% plat player is. You gotta be fucking laying it all down on the table every round on what the opportunities are, what the what they can do, what they've been doing, and all this past store information, and then using that to your advantage to some degree. And I know it's a lot of information right now, but once you wrap your head around this, you will see the game in a different light. And not only the game, life. This is a life skill of reading people, knowing what their tendencies and frequencies are of a person, right? We all want to know who's a good person around us. We don't want pieces of shits around us. So we gotta figure that out. And to figure that out is really breaking things down and tendencies and frequencies and picking up on small details, labeling them and this and that. But anyways, getting carried away, that's life skill. But in Valorant, that's what you would like I would like you to focus on. And I'm glad you said that. Focus on your tendencies and frequency. And this is why I teach all my students. Don't start fucking mid every round, A every round, rafter every round, ramp every round. They will use that information against you, especially if you're a very crucial agent like a Omen or a Cypher. If they know Cypher is always A, what are they going to do? Like, they will play around that. They're either going to bum rush the solo Cypher on A or use some sort of misdirection and fuck you guys up. Right? Lean everybody A and then they end B. Or, they do a re-hit and then everybody starts running B because we thought they're going to fake. But then now they take a 5v1 on a solo Cypher. Right? So, that's what I would like you to kind of look at now. And this needs to be not just one thought process a year. It needs to be life. You got to adopt and integrate this thought processes. And I will tell you, bro, once you do, understand tendencies and frequency and get better at it and get it wrong and it just improves and then you develop it, you will gain this map hacking skill where you kind of automatically know what the solution is to what they like to do, because obviously through experience you'll gather that and stuff like that, and then also you'll know on the macro sense what they are doing. It's very, 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 very advanced. But once you get a hang of it, you'll see one mid, one A, one B. But guys, default, guys, it's default. Sit. Don't over rotate. Maybe we could do a 3-man push on A on one guy. Wait, there's two. There, I'll give you another example specifically for this map. Wait, there's 3 mid, 2 B main. Guys, it's a B split. Right, this type of stuff is really important. Okay, so we're getting a little carried away, but we got the concepts down, right? The 6 concepts.
So there's 5 attack.
Six. So I'll go through them with you. I'll go very slowly. So it's rushing / execution, running it down. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2 will be we'll just say fakes is number 2.
Faking,
Number 3 is re-hits. Okay. Number 4 is defaulting. Oh, that's the one we missed. We'll get through that real quick. And then the next one is contacting. Okay, that's like a add on to concepts. And then the 6th one is lurking. And I honestly,
I thought default and lurking are the same.
No. So I'll touch on defaulting right now. So defaulting is a concept where on attack, I'll go through really quick. We're spread out.
I kind of know.
Yeah. Most Valorant players know, but I'll explain what exactly it is. It's to spread out, to control space, play for picks, and gather information. If we're spread out on every point, will we know where the sentinel is? The enemy sentinel? Somebody Somebody will know.
If
and then
on A, B,
right,
or A
and
or C.
and we're hoping that guy will fucking relay that information back. So
Then
it's
you
to
go
spread out,
off the side.
play for picks, control space, gather information, and then it's also to group up and hit the weak side off what we've gathered. Or the scenario. Let's say we played for pick and now it's a 5v3. Easy. Group up and we just hit a side where we killed multiple people. Or maybe we want to misdirect. They know that we're going to go to the side where we kill the most people, so they start leaning there. We're going to the opposite side. A little mind game there. Right? They're going to start running C.
It's kind of like you use them. Use defaulting to like fake or re-hitting or just all of them. Kind of.
And you can look at it like that. Defaulting is kind of like a very safe concept. You don't know what to do. There's 5 ults on the enemy team. Just default. Just call a default. It's the best thing you can do. Is to spread out, control space, wait for people to walk down, kill them. That's a bonus. If you kill them, easy round. Right now we just know what to do. We can group them and just hit the side that's we think is weak, or we identify as weak or strong, or whatever. You can do so much fucking shit with default. You can default into a
if
fake.
you know, yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah, if
you
know
default.
a tendency of someone to
Yeah.
push out,
Right. Yeah.
get a pick.
That is
then-
also where it's used too. I didn't touch on that, but great that you can identify that. You're a smart guy. Okay. If you identify, yo, these guys are so fucking aggressive on defense. We start A and there's just fucking 3 people running down A and they start taking space on us. Call it default. What will happen is, obviously you gotta win your 1v1s, right? But if you do, you'll condition them to stop doing it, because if it stops working, they're gonna stop doing it. And then once we've controlled their tendencies, because it's an aggression thing, like it's aggressive and it's working because it's aggressive on us, we can use that against them. Wow, now they're passive. Wait, now let's set up a fake. Now let's do a read. Let's do a contact up. Let's explode. Let's just run it down. Right, so I can't give you a textbook answer, but that's kind of how I think, and that's how I use these concepts.
Yeah.
So that's that. Okay, so we went through the concepts. Okay, great. Now let's go to this last thing. It will take another 10 minutes. I know it's kind of really long, but do you have to go or anything by any chance?
No.
Okay. I just
I
want to
go
make
for
sure
the
it's not
rush,
too
or-
long. Okay, so I'm going to spend 10 minutes on this, okay? But this last thing is really important, and we already kind of talked about it. That's the beauty of why I taught this stuff before this, the concepts and the stuff we talked about. And I'm glad you picked up on all the stuff with the tendency or frequencies. It's very important. If you couldn't, I'll tell you, hang it up, bro. You're not. This game is not for you, but you can get it. So it is for you. So this last thing is called the identification protocol. I labeled it. It's been around for thousands of years. They used it in war, the thought processes. They try to think, stuff like that, and it's been around, still around. Everybody uses it to some degree. The first step is to identify. Okay, and I'm sure you've experienced this. Have you experienced a team while you're on defense and ranked, even though they're 5 randoms, where they start A, they run it down. They start mid, they run it down. They start B, they run it down. Right? You've experienced that, right?
Yep.
They pick a site and they just run it down, running it down, like you guys did.
Basically, exactly
Right,
what we just did.
exactly what you guys did. Have you experienced a team where they start A, then they go B as a team, as a unit, then they go back A, then they go back B, and then they go back A, and then they end B some weird somehow a minute later? Or they start B, go mid, then go B, or they start B, go A, back B, back A. Like they're just running around. You're like, what are these retards doing? Like, can you guys hit a site already? Right, you've experienced that, right? Or maybe a very passive team. Yo, they're super slow, waiting around, defaulting, just waiting for us to walk down, and they're trying to gather information, and they group up, and then the 20 seconds left in the round, then they hit something. You're like, what the fuck? Just do something. Right in your head, right? I say that all the time when I play against those type of teams. I'm just like, well, bro, can these guys fucking do something? I'm bored. Okay, so it's not only important to understand how they play as a unit like that. Are they running it down, rotating all the time, defaulty, passive, aggressive? It's really important to understand how they play individually. And we already touched on it. You'll understand it. It's to understand using tendencies and frequencies. You gotta know what the other 5 players are like. You gotta get in the minds of all 5 of them in terms of their role, their thought processes, who they are as a player. Are they a passive player, aggressive player, lurky type player, ego type player, just a brain dead player? You gotta track, store, label, relabel, so we can manipulate them down the line. Like I told you, that skill. To use it against them, their own tendency, what they like to do and how they do it and how long, how often, to use that against them, to trick them. Okay, so that's the first step. Identify as a whole, how they're playing as a whole, and then individually what they like to do, how they do it, and also a part of that is their setup, where they are. So I'll show you. So let's say first step, I identified, they're a very passive team. They wait around and they don't really like to take a lot of fights. And then individually, okay, it's a Cypher B. They play Sky mid, and then they close vents, and then they play like 2A or 3A. It's Reyna, Jet, Sky, and then the close mid, and then Cypher on B. Okay, so that would be that would be the complete step 1. Passive team, they don't like to take a lot of fights. Okay, and then this is their setup, and then obviously there'll be times where like, this guy's a rat, this guy's not. You gotta obviously see that for you to label them that, stuff like that. Okay, that's step 1. Step 2 is to process that information. Try to think about that a little bit. Process that example I gave you. Ciphers B, cloves mid, 3 on A. Process it. What utilities, we'll break it down. What type of utility do they have on B?
I've got all ciphers kit.
Yep, the whole cipher kit. What else?
The also close smokes.
Yeah, that's
She's
it.
playing mid.
On A, what do they have? If it's a Sky, Jet, ISO, or a Raze, or like those duelists with a bunch of Yoru.
Basically, just Sky slashes. And I got
No, let's say
smokes the last few seconds.
let's say it's a Sky, Raze, and like a Breach, or no, a Sky,
then-
Sky, Raze, and a Yoru. Is that a little utility or a lot?
That's a lot of flashes.
That's a fucking lot of
right
utility.
there.
There's flashes, there's dog, there's info, there's nades, there's just things to
Yeah.
deter us, right? So step 2 is to process what their style is as a whole and individual. Wait, they're passive. Maybe we can run it down on them. Wait, they're super aggressive. We need to default more. Wait, they're a fast rotational team. We can just lean them all to A, 5 people, and we end up walk up on B for free because we set up a fake. Okay, so process that information. And then also what utilities they have on the areas you're thinking about. Wait, B's are like kind of like it's a solo cipher with trips, right? It's hard, but it's not that hard. It's kind of weak, like in my mind, logically when I think about it, it's not that hard. If we take a 5v1, it's where you mid split through B, like he's fucked. Like he's not gonna hold that by himself, right? So that's step 2: process information on where they're set up, how they play as a whole, and then what that means, what is weak, what is strong, generally logically. And then step 3 is to adjust, find solutions, create solutions, use concepts, use old concepts, use concepts used before, use the 6 basic concepts. Does not matter. That's where it comes into play. And I'll try to give it to you an example. Guys, there's this. Oh, actually, before that, I'll go through all the steps first. So that's step 3 is to. This is where we're pulling the play out of the playbook. That's kind of how I have to look at it. The 6 concepts. Which one are we gonna use in our arsenal that fits the glove? Okay, like OJ Sim said, it fits. It doesn't fit. Okay, you gotta kind of figure that out here in this step, in the thought process here. Okay, this is how. Okay, passive team. This is their setup. Okay, this is. I thought about it. This side's weaker. This side's stronger. Okay, what can we do? How can we manipulate them? I know how they are as a player and a team. What can I do? And then this is where you start pulling at the back. And this is what I would do in this specific scenario I've given you, where there's 3A, 1 mid, 1B. It's Cypher B, Clove mid, and then 3 on A. I'd be like, okay, they're a passive team. This is their setup. Okay, A is pretty strong in my opinion. Mid is weak. B is weak. Okay, guys, let's just B split. Let's just run down B. Let's just run down mid. Okay, maybe let's say if I identified they're a fast rotating team. Okay, wait, they're a fast rotating team. There's 1 B, 1 mid, 3 on A. Guys, boom, easy. Let's run a fake. 3 people will stay outside B. 2 people will, crucial agents, Sova and a Raze, or Sova and a Breach, gonna sell the fake. And this is how I'm thinking. They're gonna start, because I know they're a fast rotating team. I saw it. I know it. They're gonna lean A. There's gonna be 4 or 5, and we just walk up on B for free. And you don't know how I've done this over 1,000 times. No cap. Of me just using this protocol, and I get to step 3. I'm like, Eureka! This is it. Default. Boom, and we win the round. Boom. Run a fake. Double fake. Rehit. Boom. Off. Understanding their tendencies individually as a team, and then thinking about it, and then me personally, I'll give you a tip. I like to lean them towards the strong side. I don't start on the weak side, because then we're gonna end up sometimes, generally. But I like to start on the strong side, and I'll explain why. Is because if there's 3 people there, how will they feel when they hear 4 or 5 people? Will they feel good or bad about it? When there's 3 there on A. Think about yourself. There's 3 of you. You and Taylor in your random duo. 3 of you here. You hear 4 people coming. Are you happy or sad? Very simple. You should be
happy.
You should be happy, because they're going into the strong side. You are stacked. You are strong, right? This is the dominant arm, right? You're arm wrestling with the dominant arm. Anyone will feel good, right? So they'll feel giddy. And that's why I use it against people. I understand human psychology on a different level. I understand that they will feel so confident in this, they will ready themselves and believe we're coming here. But we're not. We go to the opposite side. It's a misdirection. It is a art of war. It is, even in that book, I don't know if you read that book, Art of War by Sun Tzu. It's all about putting the cloth or the sheets over their eyes, never
Yeah.
making them believe what we know, selling them a story that they will believe in themselves. Oh my God, there's so many here. They're coming. They think they're gonna kill us. Wrong. We're going to the other side. It's already set up, right? So, um, this is something I would like you to think about. But, anyways, that's step 3. Whichever way we've identified, and obviously I can't give you a textbook answer, but there are some textbook answer. If they're a fast rotating team and they usually have a 3-stack side, you generally want to run a lot of fakes because they're gonna go to first contact and we just misdirected them. If they're a team that runs it down, I'm giving you some textbook answers you can take away. So if they run it down aggressively,
Yeah.
taking space on you guys, especially when you guys are in like a 4-man pack, stuff, because they know that, then you gotta default. Okay, if they're a passive team, they're always defaulting on defense because you guys been defaulting. For example, you guys defaulted 10 rounds in a row, so they don't need to over rotate, right? It makes sense. They don't
Yeah,
need to.
they can just
They
hold.
they need to
They
just
can
sit
just
around
hold.
and wait and protect the lanes from lurkers and stuff like that. Then we switch it up and start, because we identify, wait, guys, they're not fast rotating, they're sitting around. Boom, now we start running it down. We're going to be taking 5v1s, 5v2s, stuff like that, and that's an advantage to us. This is where we're getting advantage
Yeah.
on attack. And attack is always from 95% of students I've seen is the hard side. Everybody struggled.
Yeah,
I struggled with it.
definitely.
I didn't know what the fuck to do when early on in my journey. I would literally, even as a duelist, I would let 4 people run up and then just let them go in, and I would just start fucking trading them. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know how to get them to move where I wanted to. I didn't know how to manipulate them. I didn't understand how they were moving, how they rotated. But once I did, bro, it just changed my game. I just become like this map packing guy, okay? And I'm not trying to glaze. I'm being really honest with you because I've taught this to some students now. They're Immortal 2 and they started Diamond. One guy was Gold. He's Ascendant too, and he understands all of this very well. Okay, and a lot of my students are once they develop this skill, it's a skill and a tool. This identification protocol, bro, you will see life and the game so differently. Okay, also, I'm getting carried away. But 4th step, okay, we went through step 1, 2, 3, right? I'm gonna just kind of ask you a question so that way to see if you get it. Okay, what is step 1?
Identifying.
Okay, identifying what? There's 2 parts to step 1.
What was it?
We just went through it.
Identifying the enemy.
Okay,
Okay.
so as a whole, and what else? As a unit, the 5 players as a unit, and what else? There's 2 things. Think macro, micro. The individual. Step 1 is to identify as a whole. Okay, the team. Are they aggressive team? Are they fast rotating? Are they locking down a lot? Okay, are they
the
defaulting heavy?
frequencies.
Yeah. I mean, you can do that with
Like,
the team as a whole or the individual. That's the beauty with tendencies and frequencies. Okay, but
yeah.
that's step 1. Identify. How are they playing as a whole? Okay, and then individual, or you can do vice versa. It doesn't matter. But you got to know each 5 individual player, how they play, what you get a general idea of how they like to play, their thought processes, stuff like that. It's very advanced.
Yeah.
Okay, what is step 2? Very easy.
Basically, just process it.
Yes, good. Process it.
Yep.
Just think about what you identified. He's
Yeah.
a lurker. What does that mean?
Make the call, really.
That's step 3 is to make the call. Step 2 is to think and process and weigh.
Yeah.
And
They kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, they do.
kinda.
They do go
So-
hand in hand. But why I separate it so that way people can actually look at it like, like steps and not be like, oh, it's kind of like together, like, and then they don't think about it. You gotta really break down, what does it mean that he's a lurker and he's doing it all the time? What does it mean that they're defaulting all the time? What does it mean that they're running it down on us? What can we do? right? That's a part of step 3, but it's really important that you know. Okay, so, and then step 3, what is step 3? Just
Uh,
just try to name the big word I said on terms of what it is. I'll just tell you. You're struggling a little bit.
find the solution. Oh,
Yes. Find the solution. Apply. Oh, sorry, not apply. That's step 4. Adjust. Right? Adjustments. Solutions. Concept usage. You can, or playbook usage. That's how you can look at it. Okay? So identify as a whole, individual, process that information. What is weak? What is strong? What does their setup mean? What does their tendencies mean? What they're doing? What does it mean? What's their style? What does it mean? And then step 3 is to go through your book, literally like a physical book. Go flip through the pages. What concept can I use a default here? Can I use a contact? Can I use a fake? Can I use this? Can I add them together? Can I add a contact with a fake? Can I add a lurk with a fake or a re-hit? Yeah, you can. That's the beauty of it. That's step 3. You can get really creative. Okay. And then step 4 is to apply. So once you get to step 4, it means that the round is starting. Okay. And if you have not done any of this, once the round has started, you're in big trouble. You're probably very likely gonna have a hard time in the round. So that's why you gotta think
Yeah.
fast in milliseconds. You gotta process this shit quick. Okay, and then step 4 is to apply, making sure people are in the position to the solution you wanted to do. For example, if it's a fake, you got 2 people in the fake position and 3 people in the walk-up position. You gotta make sure they're in that position. I put that responsibility on you and Taylor. Every student. It's not on them. It's on you. Just because you say it, I don't expect them to listen. You gotta micromanage them. Manage them like a babysitter, like they're fucking 5-year-old kids,
Yeah.
because they are to some degree. They don't care. They're unaware. They don't think like a high level player. They don't even care. But you care. That's why you're here, to get better. So if you care, then you gotta manage them, because that's what the best players do. Go watch a Radiant lobby player. Go watch a pro play in his rank game. He manages all the retards, even if he doesn't want to. He does it because he knows he's the best player, right? Doesn't that make sense? Shouldn't the best player,
Yeah.
or the guy that's best capable in doing that job, teach everybody? Whether it's traditionally a oil rig guy, a car mechanic, electrician. Do we leave that up to the most retarded people to teach that shit? No, we teach the most qualified, stable, good thinking, respectable people, right? So that's what I'd like you to think about. But that is the
Yeah.
protocol, okay? And it's really important that you kind of get this down. If you don't know, and I feel like I'm gonna be really honest with you, I feel like you're struggling with it a little bit more than Taylor. And I'm not saying he's better than you or you're better or worse. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying in
Yeah.
terms of the protocol, he's a little bit snappier. He can kind of process information. He was kind of following along very well. You're a little bit struggling, and I understand. It's fine. I don't think you're stupid. I don't. That's why. It's just because it's a lot of information right now. A lot of students. It takes some time for them to think about it, and then a lot of times students take other sessions. So within those sessions, I help them develop the things I've taught them, and we go through it together and stuff like that. So I understand it'll take time. But what I want to say is that
Yeah.
if you're struggling with this a lot, ask Taylor. I feel like Taylor has a very good idea with it now. Off our conversation, he was like super engaged, and I asked him what's it, and he's just getting it right. He's bringing up his own examples. He's telling me he's thinking about rounds within the last game that he can apply this thought processes to and stuff like that. So if you don't know, ask him. I think he will help you a lot with it. Obviously, you have your pros and cons. He's got his pros and cons. But that's pretty much all I would like you to like you to kind of focus on. And that's pretty much all I have, the notes. So I know it's lengthy, but that's it. So let's rush through the pros. Any questions on your identification protocol and what it's about and stuff like that?
Basically, I'm guessing you obviously start doing that after like not the first round, because you don't know how they're playing or whatnot.
Right,
You
right.
don't really know what to identify. But you start doing that after the second round, really.
Sure. But what I do, I take it a step further. You're correct. And I've said this many times on stream. Obviously, it's the first round, but I tell my students, it happens in sessions. I'm like, obviously, it's the first round, but what can we take away? And they answer correctly. Wait, this guy was lurking. Wait, this guy was super aggressive, ran it down. Wait, this guy was just sitting there in the corner. A part of identification protocol is you tracking, and this is the key word here, pay attention, is storing information. Not just
Yeah.
knowing and letting it go through 1 year out the other, and then not forgetting and not thinking about it 5 rounds later. Is you being able to be 5 rounds later, be like, wait, he did this before. I saw it. I know what he
Yeah.
does. I know how he does it. And then boom, and then he does it,
Keep
and
track
then
of every single
keep
player.
track of it. And what I do, this is a tip I can tell you. I told Taylor and other people. First round, you may not pick up on their tendencies because we only saw it one time, right? Of what they like to do and how
Yeah.
they do it. But what I want you to keep track of is their setup. For example, we're on attack, first round. Okay, we lost a round, won the round, doesn't matter. You saw a Cypher here, and then a Raise here and a Clove, and then a 2A. Track that.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 mid,
Yeah.
2A, 1 B. Cypher B, Raise, Clove mid, Jet, Breach on A. And then you change this as they change it. That becomes our basis. That becomes our board of Monopoly. Right? We know what their setup is
Yep.
or how they want to play on first round. And then once they move, or it's like a chessboard, once they move the piece, we got to track where that piece has moved. Wait, Cypher's on A now. Wait, Jet's mid now
Yeah.
and Raises on A. But generally, the setup has not changed 100%. It changes only 20% at a time. One person, 40%. Right? That's 2 people. 100% divided by 5 is 20. Right? So we're 5 players. So setup only changes by 40%, 20%. 40% is quite big too. It's half, almost half. Right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll change by 60%, 80%, 100%. You gotta keep track of that. I can't give you a textbook answer on that. Nowhere can I.
Yeah.
I don't even think I can even bullshit my way with textbook answers. It wouldn't make sense, right? So you gotta kind of keep track of that type of stuff, and that's what I do. First round, realize what their setup is, what they like, and with that, I kind of get a general sense of kind of what their tendencies and frequency are. If Cypher size B, he's a B player. He's a B type player. And then I reconfirmed that later on, 5 rounds later. Wait, he's always been B? Okay, he's not gonna move around.
Yeah.
Oh, 4th round, he went A. Wait, now this is a Sentinel player I can label that goes back and forth. We might have to do more defaulting to figure out where they are, the Sentinel, instead of blindly
Yeah.
guessing, oh, he's gonna be B now, when we don't know. It's different when he's always been B. We know he's B. We can set up a fake B and go A automatically without identifying, right? So
Yeah.
this is where that type of stuff come into play. That was a really good question though, but yeah. So that's how you can take it a step further is by tracking. And I say this all the time. I said this probably over 1,000 times. Keep your mind running. Think.
Yeah.
Don't let it go blank.
I mean, I feel like you would have to with like playing at this rank. Your teammates aren't gonna always know what like the faking, re-hiding,
Even
all that.
at
You're gonna have to tell them
Immortal.
what to do.
Yep, you're right. Even at Immortal, these guys don't think. They go blank, and I'm sure you've heard it. It's called autopilot. You just fucking on autopilot. Don't even know what you're doing. You're just doing something. Your mind, your subconscious, just some random bullshit, which is bad. You gotta be optimal in this game. Max performance, and minimize the autopilot. Okay, because that's what a lot of people have is bad. Even me, I've been there. It's all about snapping out of it and thinking, engaging. And the best way to be really locked in a game is communicating, identifying, finding solutions. That's how we can really dumb it down, this whole protocol. Talk, identify, find solutions, execute. That's it. Engage every round. Find and be creative. Don't just give up in your thought processes. And I feel like you are kind of the type to do that. Be like, fuck me, it's too hard. Like, okay, whatever, forget it. Bro, I don't care if it's too hard to identify or get a read on the game. Try. Break it down. And then find solutions, even if it's wrong. Why? Because you will get better. Okay, me, I'll give you a little bit of a subjective story. Me, when I first, and I'm in IGL. Okay, people all know. A lot of people tell me to call, but in the beginning, my calls were not 80, 90% right, 70, 80% right. It was 100% wrong. I would make bullshit.
Yeah.
I could not even identify the right thing. I would just blatantly call a concept. Guys, default, and we shouldn't be defaulting. I'm like, run it down. They're fast rotating, and we're still running it down. I could not identify, but that process of me making calls, whether it was wrong or right, and in the beginning it was always wrong, made me into a map hacking god. It made me into making calls and plays and identifying things correctly and getting my team on site all the time. 4 out of 5 times, win or lose. I've done my job at that point as
Yeah.
an IGL. If I get them on site for free, win or lose, that's at that point it's not up to me. But that is my job as an IGL, is to get them on site for free. So I got it wrong a lot in the beginning, and that's the key to getting better. Get out your comfort zone, get creative, stuff like that, and you'll be. And I'm putting this role more on you than Taylor, because you're a smokes player. You're gonna have more downtime than he is. He needs to. He's busy. Okay, he needs to fucking dash in, smoke, clear left, right crossfire, clear backside. Look at 4 different angles, people shooting at him, and he's got to kill them. And IGL, it's a little bit difficult. You gotta kind of take that weight off his shoulder a little bit by you getting better at this processes and identification and IGL skill set leadership role, so that he can do his job properly for you, for the team.
Yeah.
They go hand in hand. People don't think about it. Oh, this is my role. No, it doesn't matter what I do. I did my job. Wrong. If you lost a round, you didn't do your job, because everybody goes hand in hand. Everybody is doing something for each other. So that's how you have to think about it. Okay? But I really want you to develop this and get better and think and keep your mind running and then get creative. And then you'll have these light bulb moments too, where you're like, oh, holy fuck. Oh, this is the right answer. Wait, I should have done this. This was good. Oh, I'm going to store this and use it again. Right? Oh, boom. And then you store and you gain the experience and you store these solutions that you've seen 100 times before. You just call it out. That's what I'm at now. I'm at that point where I see something, I'm like, okay, I've seen this before. I've lost to it, I've won to it, and I just call out the right solution because I've experienced it so much with the right identification. You need the right identification first, or the solution will not work. Okay, and then you cannot build upon that. So that's that. Any more questions? I know it's really long. I'm sorry. I was yapping, but I feel like it's really important for you.
No, you're good. There was you said there's attacking concepts, which is all
Yep.
the things we went through, like defaulting, lurking,
Mhm.
faking, re-hitting, and all that.
Yep.
Is there defending
So
concepts, or is it
defending
just
is
attacking
very
concepts?
easy. It's not as extensive because, again, defense is super easy. We wait around, shoot people in the head, right? They're going
Yeah.
here, we go there. So what I would like you to understand is, on a defensive level, okay, at the base level, defense does not matter anything. It's traditional sports, war, doesn't matter. Defending, whatever, okay, gaming. On the basic level, it's a reactionary way to play. They go here, let's go over here. The ball was shot over here, let's go move over there. At the highest level of defense is actually a very proactive way of thinking. They're here, but they could go over here. So I'm gonna stay here. They're doing
I'm
this.
gonna stack this, but
I know
gonna
they're
keep
here,
coming here.
but I'm gonna walk down mid. So if they choose to come back, I have all the info. It's about being proactive. That's like being
space and shit.
yeah, like kind of being like multiple steps ahead. It's kind of like the highest level of defense. Okay, so that's kind of what I touched on. There really isn't much with defense. Okay, it's retaking. Okay, and there's fighting for sight, and then there's like taking space. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, and we can kind of go through taking space a little bit, but that's pretty much it. You know what retaking is, right?
Yeah, it's like retaking the site, really. With
Yeah,
maybe
so
like a big old,
you
or
know what entering and scaling is, right?
yeah, scaling's basically pushing forward.
Yep.
Like Taylor should be.
Yeah.
entering and
So
scaling,
he
pushing
we
forward,
really
working,
extensively worked on entering and scaling with him. You not so much. You're
Yeah.
not gonna be in that position to.
I'm basically
go for-
last in.
Yeah, pretty
last
much. You
contract.
you literally have the benefit. You have the option to bait. Nobody's gonna get
Split.
mad at you if you're the last
They
one
don't
alive.
know the meaning
Yeah.
of
They
it.
will value that actually, because like, wow, this guy's smart. He's not trying to die and throw away his smokes. We need him.
My
Right, so
ultimate is ready.
but entering and scaling is a duelist kind of more focused thing, but
Yeah.
retaking is the same. So entering and scaling is getting in first with the team, and then scaling, progressing. It's like scale a ladder, progressing, moving forward, killing them, clearing corners for the team. That's why he's doing it. And obviously he uses the team's utility like smokes, stuns, flashes to help do that entry and scale for the team to set up and it be a safe side, right? Retaking is very just the opposite. So how we entry, we come in, we clear these corners, looking around like this and just killing people. Retaking is the same thing. It's just a post-plant scenario on the defensive side. We're retaking what we lost. It's in the name. We're retaking our site. So we have to
Basically the
come
exact
back.
Same as attacking.
Right, it's exactly the same, just a different
Just
perspective.
opposite.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we have to clear the same angles we cleared coming in, but we gotta clear the same angles coming out of spawn. Do you understand? Out of
Yeah.
the site. Okay, so that's why they go hand in hand. So very similar stuff. And then fighting for site is another concept you'll hear a lot. I'm sure you heard where they're like retake, retake. So everybody gets off site, right? Because
Yeah.
obviously they had like a multiple ults or whatever. It's very
Yeah, rushing
situational
or something
or
like that.
whatever it
Trying
is.
to pull
Sometimes
down.
yeah, it really depends on the scenario. Okay, but then you need to have in your game that you're able to fight. You can't retake every time. Okay, that
Yeah.
you know what's
Like,
wrong
if you
with
have
that.
like a big old, yeah,
Not
yeah,
even
you
just an
normally
ult,
only retake with big ult or something.
just in general. You
yeah.
just can't do it every time. Why? Go back to tendencies and frequencies. If the enemy know you're retaking every time, what are they gonna do? What is retaking? It's giving up the site, sitting in spawn or heaven, and waiting. So we gave it up to retake, right? So if we do that every time, what can the attackers do? And I'll just tell you, they will take the site every time, and they're set up for free every time. You can see what's wrong with that.
They're gonna know. They're gonna know they have the site for free every single time.
They just know as an attacker, wait, they don't play site. We just walk in for free. And then, okay, they're willing to take that fight on the retake. They believe that the retake is really strong. But you can't do that all the time because that's not the case. Some of the maps is really a post-plant scenario sided where those that are set up better will win. Okay, so that's why you can't retake all the time, because if they have a perfect setup on attacking side because you let them in for free and they're set up with 3 crossfires, you're done. So
yeah,
you're not winning that round. And you'll see it in pro play. They'll do a 4-man save because like, okay, we can't take that. They're set up already perfectly too well. Just save.
Really?
Yeah, if you watch pro play, they do 4-man, 5-man saves. Okay, they don't run it down like rank. That's a rank thing to run it down and not save. Okay, they'll save with one person. Okay, but in rank they tell you not to save because it's always winnable. In rank and in pro play, it's not always winnable. The advantages are crazy because of how good people are. That's why. The edge is all that makes the difference. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so off that note, that's why you, and I'm sure you've seen it. It's in day-to-day everybody's game. People will fight for sight. They'll sit there and not give it up. And me, I'm a player. I don't like giving an inch, my friend. Okay, because I'm an athlete my whole life. I was an American football player here in Canada. We have Canadian football, same thing, pretty much the same game, just one more player. But I would not want to give them an inch because that's what they taught us in American football. Do not give them an inch of ground. Defend it at all costs, even though it's 100 yards, 100 feet. Or it's yardage, actually. It's yards, yeah. 5 yards, 10 yards, yeah. It's yardage. But they tell you not to give up 1 inch on defense. And on attack, they tell you to take every inch possible because it's that hard. Even if it's 4th and 1, 4th and 2. That means 4th down and 2 yards to go to convert to get another first down. I don't know if you know the rules. But so understand that it's they reset the downs and you move forward and progress and stuff when you pass the ball. But yeah, so that's that. Okay, so don't give an inch. That's me. But there's time and place, obviously. Even me, I know there's time and place to give it up. When they have a breach alt, fade alt, K alt, you think I'm gonna stand here by myself? I'm literally I'm gone. I'm literally gone. I'm playing back here because I know they're gonna start dumping it and then kill me. So I play back and then play the retake. So those are the scenarios really. Or they just run it down and they're taking it quick. Then sometimes it's good to retake or a man advantage. A lot of times I'll call a retake when there's a man advantage. Does not matter the scenario, especially if they took the site fast. They'll be like 4v3 retake guys, we got man up, we can expend one guy, right? The guy can run out and die and we can still trade him and gain another man advantage, etc, etc, etc. So that's where retake comes into play a lot of times. Okay, any more questions? I kind of don't want to yap too long because I know it's late for you, so I don't want to keep you too long, unless it's not a problem. Then I don't care, but I know it's like almost 12 a.m. so
I'm trying to think about. I think I don't have any more questions. Was there any other stuff you needed to go through?
Oh yeah. So one more thing I wanted to go through that we actually missed, that I went with through Taylor because it happened in a lot of the games you guys played that time in that session. So I went through with them. This is something you need to know too. You can even ask Taylor about it. Like be like, hey, can you kind of talk to me about taking space a little bit better, like Parks did, if you don't understand what I said. So. Because I explained it to him very thoroughly because it happened like 3 or 4 times, so we had to go through it. In your game, did not happen because how many rounds did we play on defense?
We were just
2 rounds. You guys fucking stomped them on attack. So
yeah.
taking
Yeah.
space is a defensive concept, just how it is. You know how we talked about entry and scaling and retake, right? They go hand in hand, different
Yep.
perspective. Lurking and taking space is the same thing. That's the beauty of this game. There's a lot of same concepts, but the different perspective. They go hand in hand, lurking and taking space. Okay, they're very the same thing. When we take space, what do? We walk down. We're by ourselves. We're in enemy lines. We don't know. Same thing on lurking. We go through mid. We don't know where they are. Okay, and we get to enemy
Just
lines.
getting information.
It's getting information, controlling / maintaining space, element of surprise, causing chaos. That's a part of the element of surprise, right? But those are the main reasons of taking space or lurking. So it's the same thing. Just how I taught you lurking, same thing on taking space. But there's a different perspective. So I'm going to go through that right now. It'll take 10 minutes, okay? So bear with me.
Yep.
If I walk down mid, generally, where I don't have to be specific, generally, where's the pack? Let's say they're just in a 5-pack. Where are they? We walk down mid. Guys, nothing mid. We took space mid. Where are they? Okay, we have all of this. Oh, wait. Sorry. Before that,
talking about the enemy team.
Yeah, so this is why I gotta explain this before. Before that, I want you to understand that 10 out of 12 maps in Valorant are in thirds, fractions.
Yeah.
Okay, so for example, A main plus the site plus R. It's not perfect thirds, but they're in some general third. Okay, so you know, site, mid site, top heaven with the ramp plus A main plus our screens. That's 1/3. Mid. Even left side, right side, market, sewer, mid, vents, mail, does not matter. That's 1/3. A rough third with their spawn, our spawn. B, garage, site, our spawn, with a little bit added of. We'll ignore that. It's not really a third, part, but you understand. It's a third. So 10 out of 12 maps are in thirds. 2 maps are not. Fracture's a map in quarters. So B main, B arcade, A main. Sands, right? And then drop side. I'm sure you heard that. Drop, dish.
Yeah.
Right? That's in quarters. You can split it in quarters directly. Bind is in a map.
Yeah.
And bind is a map in a half. Have you played that map, bind? Okay, it's in a half.
Yeah, that's that sand map, right?
Yeah, with the teleporters. It's 2
the
halves.
Teleporters, yeah.
Even though there's a little bit of a mid area, it's still split in half. There's a short side, market side, and there's a hookah side mid. Okay, so it's split directly in half, and then there's a TPs. Okay, so you're gonna be playing on generally a map that's in thirds because they're 10 out of 12. So if we walk down, and I said, guys, and we'll go through it now. So if I walk down, guys, nothing be main, absolutely nothing. We're not dead. We cleared it. Nothing. Where are they? Generally, the 5 people, enemy.
And the other 2/3 on the map.
Right.
Really.
The option is A. I wanted to work on that after, but what I wanted was A or B. Okay, I'll give you another. We'll go through a couple questions now, quick. We walk down mid, right? Nothing B, boys, nothing here. And our teammate walks down B. Yeah, yo, nothing B. I walked down too. There's nothing there. Obviously, I'm over exaggerating. We kind of would talk like that though. Where are they? Super
Obviously
easy.
A.
Obviously,
An A.
So. Common sense, right? Very, very easy.
Mm-hmm.
We walk down A. We walk down B. Where are they?
Down at mid.
Mid. We walk down mid and A. Where are they?
B.
B. Good. You understand this generally. Taylor did too. Now I told him the same thing in this last question. You gotta get this wrong, right? Or there's something wrong with you. And I've only got 1 student wrong, and I told him, "What the fuck is wrong with you? You probably need to go something is wrong with you if you got it wrong." Okay.
No
if
pressure.
we walk, no pressure. If we walk, it's super easy, bro. Like if you get this, actually something wrong with you. If we walk down mid. Nothing mid, boys.
Yeah.
We walk down B. Nothing B, boys. We walk down A. Nothing A, boys. Where are they?
Sitting in spawn.
Hallelujah. You got it right. Sitting in spawn. There's nothing wrong with you. You have common sense. You're not retarded. Okay? Good. Now, what I want to talk about is not only... so that's how we have to look at space in thirds and fractions, or kind of what we have it. Why? Okay, and I'll touch on that before I move on. So it does not matter which combination. If we have mid and A, they're B. If we know we have B and mid, they're A. If we have all 3, they're in spawn, God forbid. If we have mid and B, they're A. Okay, it does not matter which combination. And you can use that with the quarters or the halves, okay? But Why this is important is because if we control a third, not only, like you knew already when you answered the question, you knew exactly where they will be generally, right? When we walk down and control the space, not only will we know where they are leaning towards or are generally, off that
Yeah.
information of where we know they are, we will know what they do. And this is the most important question part. Okay, when we walk down, okay, for example, we walk down mid, and our teammate walked down B. Where are they? You already got it right.
Yeah.
A. And when we know where they're A, what can they do? We know fully there's 5 people there. What can they do? Tell me.
Yeah.
Lay it down.
They can either push onto site.
Yup.
They can go ramp to vents.
Don't have to be specific. They
to
can go
mid,
A or what
yeah.
else? Or what
Or
else?
they can go mid. They
They
can go
can-
mid.
They can rotate back, right?
Yeah.
And if they choose to rotate back, will you know? Let's say they're rotating back to B. They want to go B, but you're mid. Will you know they're rotating back?
Yeah, because you can hear them coming to sewers, or
Yes,
you can hear them running
you
to
will.
spawn.
Good. By either you hearing them rotate back, or by you taking contact, as in you sat mid and died, or you killed 2 and died, or they just killed you, or you killed 1 and they traded you. It's 1 for 1. Doesn't matter what the combination
Yeah.
of happened. You took contact. You will know. And that's the beauty of taking space. Taking space is in control. It's information. With that information is knowing where they are. And with that information of knowing where they are generally, we know what they can do. And by knowing what they can do, what can we do? We can manipulate them or be ahead in our thought processes, right? We know. Wait, they have to go A, guys, or
Yeah.
rotate. But we got a guy here. We'll know if they've rotated already. So generally, we'll be like, stack A, until the omen's like, yo, they're rotating off. And then we start rotating off. And
Yeah.
that's why taking space is very, very important. And you need to do this a lot. As a controller, sentinel. Duelist, not so much. Anybody, it's not reserved to anybody. But generally, you need to kind of do this a
Yeah.
lot on defense. I require my students to dabble their feet in the water and develop the skill. It's a skill. It's a tool set. So take space. And if you take a second session with me or not, I don't know. But what happens a lot in those sessions is I force them to do things they're uncomfortable with. I see them
Yeah.
not taking space. I say, bro, walk down, care you fucking die. Do it. Do it. And what do you think happens? They do it. It happened with Taylor too. Actually, not with Taylor. It will happen with him tomorrow. But
Yeah.
they take the
he's doing it.
space, they do it one time, they see that it fucking works. They take space. I tell them because I know it's gonna work. So I'm like, take space. They do it. They take them, and I'm like, commit. They commit to the fact. They kill 2 people. They win the round, and there's like a light bulb in their mind. They're like, holy fuck, I can do this by myself. Wait, and then
Yeah.
they keep doing it over and over and over and again, and that's how I got good at it. Okay, by doing it, dead or alive, I just flanked every single round.
Yeah.
Okay, and then develop that skill to a point where I know how to do it so well that I don't die 80%
What
of the
works and
time.
what doesn't work, and
Yeah.
all that shit.
So you gotta kind of build upon the skill by getting it wrong, and that's what's the hard thing with Valorant. People don't want to get things wrong, make mistakes,
Yeah.
be accountable, learn from them. But that's what makes you better. That's what made me an immortal player from Diamond the first time. I sat back every round
Yeah.
and broke down what I did wrong, what I did better, and I was hard on myself. Nope, this was dog shit. Nope, okay, man, I threw here. This was really, I should have won the game for my team. That type of mental you gotta keep. Okay, but that's the one last thing I
Yeah.
wanted to touch on was taking space. But now you can use the rule of thirds. If I have A main, they're mid or B. If I have mid and A, they're B. If I have just one, they're in the 2 other thirds. If I have all 3 thirds, they're over here in spawn. If I have 1 third and this third, they're here. If I have this third, they have in the 2 other, whatever, etc. If we have no thirds, that means they can do whatever they want in that space. A lot of times
Yeah.
you will experience that in your lobbies right now, in your lobbies, where they are not going to be taking space, so the enemy can do whatever they want, and that's a problem. You got to address that. Guys, they're doing whatever they want. They're rotating around and hitting whatever and lurking. We got to take space on them. We got to minimize the room they can work with. Okay? Does that make sense? And I know
Yeah.
it's
yeah.
a lot of
sure.
information right now. But I hope you can soak this in like a sponge.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
I know it's tough. Trust me. I haven't had a
Yeah.
student where they sit there and like, holy fuck, I know everything. Trust me, it's very rare, very
Yeah.
rare. Only a few,
That's why
10% of
I guess you
students.
do more sessions and more
Well,
sessions,
and
and then
that's why they're
kind of
long.
just drill it in.
That's why they're
Yeah.
long, is because I want to make sure they understand the basic fundamentals of playing this game at a high level, not like a noob. Because I could teach everybody the basics and leave them at that, and they stay a noob forever. I don't want that. That would be what kind of coach would I be if that was the case? If I just give them information, they say the same. A bad coach. I want to be a coach where I give them the information I use, the tools I use, where they can become a player like me. That's the player I
Yeah.
am, and that's why I started coaching. I said it on stream a lot, where I said I want them to, because I know what they are going through, because I went through it, and I want them to use the same tools I developed by myself to level them up. And that's what's happening a lot. A lot of my students are very grateful for me teaching them. Some of my students are lifelong students now because of they're so grateful with me, and I'm so grateful for that too. I don't expect that. I don't want that, but they're showing their respect and their love to me too. So it kind of paid off. But that's the type of coach I am, and that's why the sessions are so long. And I apologize for that, but I really want to make sure
No.
that your foundation is solid, rock solid.
Yeah.
Where like, bro, somebody just random guy sees you play and like, yo, what the fuck? How did you get this good, bro? Yo, you're a good player, man. I want to play with you. Okay, and that's in itself, you know, a skill, high level skill. Making people respect you by your capabilities. And on top of that, I just want to say, you make it how you want to. You know if you cheat yourself in terms of your effort, your thought processes, stuff like that. Okay, it's really, really, really important. Okay, but let's move on. I think that's that. Any more questions you have with any of the stuff we talked about? Because I kind of want to wrap it up. It's been quite long. It's really long for you too. So
It no, that should be. No, I can't think of any other
that's fine.
questions.
That's fine. Anytime you have a
Yeah,
question, I'm always
should be
here.
good.
My DMs are always open. Okay. Even Taylor asks me
Oh
questions
yeah,
sometimes, and I answer. So ask away. I expect you to ask me questions because you're a noob, and I'm
yeah,
not saying that in a disrespectful way. A little bit of an over
yeah,
exaggeration. I was a noob too, and in those times, trust me, you're lucky. Well, you still paid for it, yeah. You know,
yeah,
but still, you're lucky in the sense that I'm here for you. Me, I was
yeah,
very unlucky. Nobody was here for me. All this stuff I put into words that I'm teaching you, I learned by myself. I did it by myself. Nobody was there to guide me. Oh, this is how you take space. Oh, this is the protocol of how to think. Oh, this is how we need to think about your game. Nobody. And I was dying for that. I was literally Googling every day in episode 5 how to be radiant, how to radiant stick, how to be like this. I was yearning for that leadership. I was looking for that guy, right? So, in a sense, you're lucky because I can just pour all that into you, and it's like, boom, got all that
yeah,
skill set easy peasy, and all we have to start thinking about is small details and applying the stuff I taught you. Immortal 3, Radiant, sky's the limit. Does not matter
yeah,
your age. I don't care who you are as anybody can because I did, and I'm a retard. I'm a like I'm the most non-studious guy. I failed at school. I was a bad kid, troublemaker, smoking weed all day, smoking, bro. If I can do it, anybody can do it. Okay, and I had a
yeah.
lot of learning disabilities too. Okay, I was used to have slurred speech. I have autism probably somewhere on the spectrum. Okay, so I have
Same here, brother.
ADHD, right?
Probably.
We all do, I'm sure. But you get my point. I'm a little over exaggeration, but
Yeah,
So if anyone can do it, you can do it too. But let's talk about your
yeah.
mechanics now, the aim stuff. So what is it you're doing? In terms of aiming, training, just give me the
Nothing.
rundown. Nothing.
So I mean, like the only thing I'd like before I hop on ranked and stuff, I do like a couple death matches, then a swift play, then I go into a ranked or something like
Okay.
that. That's
And
basically
so
all I'm doing.
I asked Taylor this question, and I'll ask you: how much work are you willing to put in?
Uh,
See, tricky question,
yeah,
right? But this is an
I
important
mean,
question. This is a very important question to your growth,
yeah.
and there's no really wrong answer.
A good amount. I want to do the aim training labs. I want to do all those ones, get
Good.
my aim better.
Good. And this answer isn't for me to say, "Ha ha, you're an idiot," or "Oh yeah, you're not gonna put it." It's not for me. It's for you. It's for you to understand yourself and being like, "This is what I'm willing to." If you told me, "Nah, I'm not willing to do any work," we already know what you're probably not gonna do any work, right?
Yeah.
But by you saying, you know what, yeah, I'm willing to put in some work. I'm willing to kind of dabble into it a little bit, see where it goes. Shows me that you have some potential in growing a lot. So how I'd like you to structure your training or your stuff like that, your warm up, really how it's structured, really how I structured it was I would aim train for an hour, and then I would do my
Yeah.
range routine for an hour, and then I would get in 1 to 2 DMs, and then I would play all day, and then I would leave some time, and then I aim train again for an hour. Obviously, this route is the route to go pro. You gotta aim train like 2 to 3 times a day
Yeah.
to go pro. Then that's what I wanted at the time.
Yeah.
In 2023, I wanted to go pro, so I put that upon myself. You a little bit different, but
Mm-hmm.
still, I'm still looking at
Yeah.
the
I would say that's
goal.
probably a little
You
bit.
yeah, I'm still looking at the goal you want, which is Immortal 3, a Radiant, high level Immortal. So you're gonna have to be not 100% the same, but it's very similar. So what I would like you to
Yeah.
do you have aim labs or Kovacs? Do you have Kovacs by any chance or no?
I don't.
No,
I
no,
don't
I
know
don't
what I
think.
have. I
Okay,
think
okay, okay.
I think I downloaded AimLabs though. I think I've got
Yeah,
that
yeah. So
installed.
Taylor had that too. So what I'll do is I'll send you right. I sent you the notes right now. From what I
Yeah.
realized with the cons and pros, so you can take a look and go back and watch videos, see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I will send you the Aim Labs playlist right now. Let me do that right now. Okay. Aim Labs playlist. So this is the playlist. Okay, Taylor has it too. You want to do each exercise 3 reps. Okay, minimum. So the whole thing should take you 40 minutes to an hour, and I will send you um, a video of me teaching another student how to do the Aim Labs playlist properly. I have 2 videos. Maybe I'll send you both, and then you can see what we talk about.
Yeah.
The general thing I want you to think about when you're aim training is precision, not accuracy, not shooting the ball, but precision. Shooting it where you want it. You want to shoot on the edge of the ball, shoot it on the edge. You want to shoot in the middle of the ball, shoot in the middle. You want to shoot on the bottom, top, middle, outside, does not matter. Miss, you choose to do that. That's
Yeah.
precision, right? It's like an archery. You shoot in the bullseye every time. That's precision, not just on the target. Okay? So focus on precision, mouse control, the way you're gripping it. It's gotta be what's the word I'm looking for? Like kind of like optimal, and it's got to be able to carry long term. Like the position you're gripping your mouse can't hurt
Yeah.
after an hour. Then it's you got to switch it. It's got to be able to you got to be able to grip your mouse for like 10 hours and it feels okay, like you're okay, right? Like so focus on the way you grip and the way you control it, stuff like that. And then don't miss on the first shots. It's really important. It's like a basketball player. You think a basketball player practices his free throws, missing that first one? Never ever. He's always trying to hit it every time on the first one. So that way it doesn't
Yeah.
bleed into your practice or your play where you're always missing on first shot. So practice how you play. I'm sure you've heard that before. So don't miss on your
Yeah.
first shot, precision, mouse control, and then work on technique. Slow. And then on top of that, smoothness. Okay. When you go from point A to point B, straight lines. I don't want wiggly lines all over the place from going point, because if you're a smart guy, you'll understand the fastest point or fastest way to travel in anything, rocket ships or walking, it's in a straight line,
Yeah.
right? So, and that's the same with aiming. To go from head to head, most efficient is not squiggly lines, it's a straight line. And that mechanic of aiming is called smoothness. You can Google it. It's actually called that, smoothness. You being able to go from point
Yeah.
A to point B in a straight, or not a perfect straight line, but somewhat really clean line. Okay, so that's what I'd like you to focus on with your aim labs. And then I will send you 2 videos. One I have to make, one I didn't yet. One I have. I will send you 2 videos. One will be a basic aim training routine, and then there'll be an advanced stuff.
Yep.
So I'll send you the advanced one now. I sent Taylor the advanced one now. I didn't make the basic one yet
Yeah.
because I lost the
Is this
VODs.
yeah.
I taught them a lot.
Is this
back
one
then.
of you training someone?
I'm not
training someone
training, but I'm
using
just showing him the range
like
routine. What I
yeah.
expect you to do
Yeah.
in the range by yourself. Like, but don't worry. I'll send you that video, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So let me just write that down. So I need to show you videos of aim training on Aim Labs. 2 videos of aim range routine. Okay. And so I sent you the
Yep.
notes. I sent you the playlist. I'll send you those 3 videos, and then I'll send you the VOD as soon as possible. Any more questions before I let you go?
There was a couple. I mean,
Okay.
it's very nitpicky, but like
Yep.
settings on Valorant. Is there anything you recommend or I should change, like with the video, like or like
Yeah.
how
So
if I should have on the
me,
max?
if you want to take a look at my screen, I'm literally playing
Uh,
on everything on low. I don't know if you
wait,
can.
where is it? Hold up. Let me get back into it.
I'm at Discord.
Yep,
Yep.
yep.
So
Watching it.
I'm pretty much on all low. Like look at all my settings. Low, low,
Yeah,
low, low, off, 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 off.
even if your PC can handle it.
Yeah, because
Okay.
why is because I always played the game on low. Because at that time when the game came out, I had low settings, bad computer.
Yeah.
And then this is actually not from Valorant, but in a lot of games, Dota 2, StarCraft, Counter Strike, actually pros tend to play on low settings on almost every game, League of Legends, because they want to get the max frame rates possible. Um, because high quality doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna play better, right? It's gonna lag your computer and shit like that.
Yeah.
You're gonna be at disadvantage. So that's why they minimize it. Like even StarCraft Pros, Brood War Pros, StarCraft 2 Pros, always low setting. StarCraft 2, StarCraft 1. So
Yeah.
um, that's kind of what you can get from them. I just do it because me personally, I think it looks better than high quality graphics. High quality graphics. I don't know what happened over the
Okay.
4 years, but it got really bad. Like it looks terrible to me. LoL just looks
Yeah.
way more basic and cool and cartoony and just I can just more focus on less graphics and more shooting, more
Okay.
performance. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. I'll
Um,
give that a try
I can give you my
as
minimap
well.
settings if you feel like your minimap's not bad, but I
Um,
think overall it looked pretty good to
I've
me. So I don't think you have a problem with it.
yeah, I think I've changed. Like I made it so you zoom out so you can see the whole mini map
Yeah,
and stuff.
my minimap is super big, so
I
that's
only
key.
recently found that out, like probably like a month ago or something,
Yeah, yeah.
that someone was saying something. I was like, "What do you mean?" And then he told me about it. But
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. It's best that you.
and
So a rule of thumb for minimap: make sure you can see the whole map. Like even when you're on
yeah,
B, you can see A. And I think your minimap was doing that, so it's not a problem.
yeah,
But
it
if it
was.
is, it's a problem. So, and that's what I usually help with students that
Yeah,
do.
I
But
only
you're
literally
fine.
changed that like a month
Yeah,
ago,
yeah.
probably.
Your
So
minimap when I saw it, it was very similar to mine, like the size. So I was like, oh, it's pretty good. So nothing really there. But yeah, settings is a part of it. Like optimization is a big part. Like you got to
yeah,
make sure you're optimized, obviously, because when you're
yeah. Because
optimized,
if you're playing a disadvantage, then
yeah, like well, it's
basically,
just like a little bit of like if you feel bad, right? Like it's kind of like let's think about traditional sports. If this helmet is too small, like you're not gonna be able to focus and play. It's squeezing your fucking cranium, you're gonna die. Like you know what I mean? You gotta be optimal. The gears gotta feel good on you. You gotta feel like it's you know what I'm saying. So it's the same thing with your
yeah,
positioning with the arm, the keyboard, your monitor length to your face. It's all about like preference and stuff like that. But I would like you to develop that. I can't really give you an answer. I can help
yeah,
with settings, but not like peripherals, like
yeah.
monitor,
Like
keyboard,
I
mouse,
think I've got now all that
table.
stuff. I've recently just started changing my kind of stuff a
Yeah,
little bit. Like I bought an arm for my
good,
screen so I
good.
can
Yeah,
put it
but
wherever I want, and
that's a
then
very good question
new
though,
mouse pad.
because I don't think anybody's ever asked me about like peripherals and settings, and that's a good question because I wondered about it too at my peak, and when
Yeah,
I was like, oh, am I like, is my arm degree right? Like, is my arms too high from the table, too low? Is my chair too high? Like, I used to focus on that too early on. But one guy you can watch, Rambo Kim. Do you know that guy on YouTube?
nah,
He is a
nah. What's
old
the
Counter Strike pro. He was a big Valorant
yeah,
content creator. He's I think going back to Counter Strike, but he is a coach, an aiming coach. He's not a performance coach or like a Valorant
yeah,
coach, but he is a mechanical coach. So he teaches the super details, ins and outs of aiming, the physical side of it. Like your arm should be 90 degree, how tall your table should be, your posture.
really?
Yeah, he breaks down the science of it. So you should check him out for sure. He's very good. Rambo Kim. He was a pro and
Yeah,
he's a
okay,
pro coach and he was a Valorant coach. Now he's a going back to Counter Strike. But that's where I learned my
you're right.
science behind physical aiming. Okay, so that's that.
Yeah,
Before you go, there's a follow up question. Like I told you, I did this with Taylor as well. Okay, I asked you, what do you want? And near the end there, when we were talking, I said, what do you want? What are your goals from Valorant? What did you say to me initially? Do you remember?
basically the players like get
Yeah,
as
you're like, I want
gassy
to get
as I can
better,
get.
climb, etc.,
Yeah,
etc. And I said, you know what? And then you said Immortal One. You blurped out Immortal One. I was like, okay, great, I love it. Let's get more specific, bigger, higher goal. And we made one together, right? We said Radiant, Immortal 3,
yeah,
right? Now, off that question, the first question is, what do you want? What's your goals? You answered it. Great. The follow-up question is, what are you willing to sacrifice for what you want? How badly is it what you want?
Yeah.
And you don't have to answer this question. It's a rhetorical one. But it's really
Think on it
important
myself.
that you ask yourself these two questions every day. And you don't have to do it with Valorant. Maybe you can use this, it's a tool. You can use it with something else, life, money, whatever, getting girls,
Yeah.
whatever. Okay? But here, I want you to ask yourself every day, this is what I want, Radiant, Immortal 3. What am I willing to sacrifice? And you don't have to answer. And when I did, I made 30 students answer this early on in my career in coaching. Only a few would say, whatever it takes. I'm willing to lose my girlfriend. I'm willing to lose my family. All on the line. Obviously, that's an over exaggeration.
Yeah.
Obviously, the way he was saying it too. He wasn't very serious. But what I'm trying to tell you is don't do that. Lose your girlfriend, money, and your whatever. But have that same mentality of all or nothing. This is my goal. This is what I'm gonna get, no matter what stands in my way, how long it takes. It's really important, okay? Because, or you will learn like I did, and you will regret a lot of the kind of failures you went through. So that's why it's really important, so that way you don't lose sight of your goal. And I know you don't want to be
Yeah.
pro and stuff like that, but me as a coach, I expect you to hit what you said you told me to. Now, moving forward, if you do
Yeah.
not hit it, I will lose respect for you. Because what is a person if they say one thing and don't do the other? If they don't do it, they're a coward.
Yeah.
They're lying,
Sure.
right? So, and that's why I hold this
They've let
standard.
themselves down.
Yeah, and it's not for me. I don't care if you let me down. I will be let down, but I don't want you to let yourself down because it will eat at you for the rest of your life. I tried to go pro 3 times. I was a pro when I was 14. Okay, you probably know the circuit MLG. Do you know the circuit MLG? You're 27. Major League Gaming. Have you heard of it?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I used to
Yeah.
get sent
MLG
out
there.
to go play and compete in StarCraft 2. I was a pro. I was top 200 in North America. And when I was 14, and I was training to be a pro when I was 13, 12 because of my older brother. He showed me the video game, and I told him I want to go pro. He said, good, go for it. Right? So I was a pro. I was a bottom of the barrel pro. I wasn't a top tier Tom Brady type pro, but I was like a bench warmer on an NFL team. That's because I was on pro teams, but I was a B teamer. I wasn't at the face of
Yeah.
them. Okay, but
A
what I'm
villain.
trying to say is that I tried to go pro multiple times after. Like I told you, Dota 2, I tried to go pro in 2021. I spent 4 years of my life. I was 21 years old. Actually, no, it wasn't 2021. It was 2015, 16. That's when I decided to go pro. And I spent four
Yeah.
years. I stopped around 2020 when COVID happened. That's when I quit.
Yeah.
Okay. But I failed because I did not ask myself these questions. I didn't try to see the end goal. I just saw this dream of pro, obsessed over pro. And then I just, the self doubt, the fear. I'm like, oh, I can't do it. Wait, this is so hard, man. Maybe this life's not for me. Maybe
Yeah.
I should give up. It just started eating and creeping and growing. And then one day I said, I can't handle this. I can't take it. I can't do it. I'm not worth it. I'm not good enough. So let's not get to that point. Okay. And I'm not just saying that because I wanted to go pro and you don't, but just in terms of the goal, so that you don't give up on it. You just go through with it and finish it and get it done. It's a hard goal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, it's a long journey. Radiant's not fucking easy. That's top 500 in your region.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's only so many spots, but anybody can do it if they're consistent, put in the effort, don't cheat themselves, and stay disciplined and don't lose sight. They stay true to
Yeah.
their journey, the process. It's really
Cool.
important. So I would like you to think about this. You can use it for anything too, making money, family, stuff like that. uh, you know what do I want? This is what I want. What am I willing to sacrifice? This is what I'm willing to sacrifice, and work towards that. Take action. So that's that. But ask yourself these two questions every day, and you'll be on the right way. And I think you have a lot of potential for sure. So
Yeah.
that's that. But that's the session. I know it
Yeah.
was really long. I know it was really long. I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
But
Nah, you're good.
that's that. So you're asking the right
Yeah.
questions too. So we're yapping and stuff like that. But that's that. Okay. So um, let's get to our goal. Hit it
Yeah.
with or without me. These are the things I want you to focus on.
Yeah.
And I feel like you are actually a person, not even a player, a person that has quite a good mental. Um, you don't seem like a tilter. I don't know yet, but
Uh,
you seem kind
yeah.
of a little bit more steady. I could be wrong, but
Sometimes, I mean, Valorant does tilt me
of
sometimes,
course,
so
tilts
I
everybody.
do like if once, yeah, but
Yeah,
I
but
won't go into
yeah,
detail about that.
yeah,
But
it's fine. It happens. Me too. I crash out all the time on stream, off stream. Okay, so but yeah, just
yeah,
focus on the mental side of it. That's really what I was trying to say. Like, make sure
sure,
you're really putting
yeah,
it all into one package. Everything I taught you today, it needs to come into harmony. One skill can't be better than bro. You gotta fucking put all of this shit into a compact ball and throw
yeah.
that ball against the enemy. That's how I have to look at it. Okay, so that's that. That's the session. Really good session today.
Really does.
And
Thanks for taking me
no
and
worries, bro.
teaching me.
Any questions you have, let me know throughout the week, stuff like that. If you want to
Yeah,
book more, let me know. No rush. I don't really
yeah. I
expect
was
that.
just about to ask you
Yeah,
that
yeah.
if you want to book another
Yeah,
one
of course. Yeah, we can do that
whenever.
right now. It will be best if you do it now
Um,
because it gets booked up quite
yeah.
fast. So,
I'm
next week
guessing
you're
you
all
don't
you
have one.
are you
Oh, I
are
was just saying, I guess you
yeah.
don't have one the same time tomorrow for or like
Some
for you.
same time tomorrow.
Basically the like because Taylor's got the morning for us, which is night for you. But then
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm
So
guessing is it exactly 12 hours or is it a little bit
yeah, it's exactly 12 hours.
different?
So we scheduled it at
Oh, that's
11:30
makes it easier.
p.m. Yeah, it makes it really easy. So it's 11:30 a.m. I'm seeing him your time. Uh
Oh, 11:30. I think. Oh, Taylor said.
oh,
Oh,
sorry,
well,
10 p.m. 10 p.m. 10
unless it
p.m. Sorry,
changed.
sorry, sorry. I read the
Yeah,
wrong guy's name. Taylor, yeah, right here. 10 p.m. So 10 a.m. his time, 10 p.m. my
yeah.
time. So you
All
want
right,
to
that
do
makes it
this?
easy.
You want to do this
If
like after him or you want to do the same time exactly we met today,
uh,
8 p.m. your time, 8 a.m. my time.
I'm guessing after it might be too late for you though, wouldn't it? Or
Um. Well, his session won't be 3 hours or 4 hours. His session will be 2 hours.
yeah,
It'll be like more strict. Like we play 2 games and that's pretty much 2 to 3 games and that's pretty much it. So,
yeah.
it won't be too much of an issue. We can do it right after. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's actually
Oh,
what
I
he
mean,
wanted too. He was like, "Oh, I want he's like he wanted you to go after him so he could see uh all the stuff
yeah.
I taught
Like,
put into practice. That's what he said last session. So we could do that. Yeah, not a big deal.
I mean that if that's easier for you, then
Yeah.
yeah. I
So
mean,
8 p.m. 12
if that's
a.m.
too late, I think yeah, yeah. I
No,
mean,
no, it should be
if
fine.
that's
I
too
have
late,
Monday off, so I can sleep a little bit later. Not a big deal. Um,
okay.
so what we'll do is I'll put you down for 12 a.m. my time, which will be 12 p.m. your time. That makes sense, right? Because he's 10 a.m. and then you're 12
Yeah,
12 p.m. Right? That makes
yeah,
sense. Okay.
yeah.
Sorry, I kind of
Definitely.
lose my mind with the fucking whole time zone shit sometimes. So let me put you down here. So 12 a.m.
Okay.
I'll put you down for
It's like 2
11.
different
Yeah,
days.
yeah. It's like, bro, you're in the future right now. I'll put you down for
Yeah, literally.
11:50 p.m. so I don't forget that it's in the morning,
Yeah.
like my
I mean,
a.m.
I'm probably gonna be in Taylor's games tomorrow morning
Yeah, yeah.
anyway,
No worries.
so
No worries. Yeah, he told
basically
me
he'll
that
just
too.
jump out and I'll
Yeah,
jump
it's
in.
not a big deal. So put you down. Okay. So I'll see
But I'm
you
guessing you don't do like oh, sorry, one more question. I'm guessing you don't do like
together.
dual session,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
like
we talked. I
together.
talked to Taylor about this actually. We talked about it a little bit, and I explained it to him. I said why I don't do it together is because it would be really hard for me to focus on
Yeah,
this guy within the same round, right? I want to just kind of
yeah,
focus on one guy
definitely.
through the whole game, go to the next guy, focus on the next guy and all the rounds with him on the. That way, it's more like paying attention to one guy instead of split attention, and then I might miss some stuff and not give the right info, and it's to me the quality falls off. I've been asked for this a lot with like couples and stuff like that, but I just recommend just kind of do it after each other is fine, or you guys can play together, but I want to focus on one person at a time.
Yeah, for
So that
sure.
way I don't lose. I have ADHD, so my mind will just be fucking flying out if I have to focus on the controller and now the duelist. I'll lose my mind. So I think it'll be best.
Yeah,
And it's just I feel like more quality. It's more one on one instead of like 1v2, right? And me just it's
yeah,
like a group setting, group class setting. So I kind of don't like that myself. I'm more of a one on one type learner myself. So um, that's kind of how I would like
yeah,
it more separate. But
yeah. That works well.
if there is like a timing issue in the future, where like yo, like we're both like I gotta leave at this time. Okay, I can kind of do it for those reasons. But yeah, that's pretty much that. So I will see you tomorrow. Wait, I wrote you down for. Yep. Let me put this guy
So
here.
11:50 or 12,
Mhm.
whichever.
Yep. So I'll put
Basically
you.
after
I wrote it
those
11:50, but it's
2 or 3
right
games.
after Taylor. I'll see you. You don't have to
Yeah.
pay right now. You can
Hopefully,
pay right before the session.
yeah, I'll
It's fine. No worries. I
I'll
trust
do
you. Not
that.
a big deal.
Is that 20?
Yeah, now it's 20.
20?
So before it was 30, now it's
Yeah.
20. Session will be slightly shorter too. It'll be about 2 hours, 2.5 hours max. It won't go past 2.5 hours. Even if we play 3 games,
Yeah.
I timed them. It's usually 2.5 hours. So that's that. So
Yeah,
I'll see you
sweet as.
tomorrow.
Hopefully I'll be Plat. I'm thinking on 1 game off Plat 3 as well,
Yep,
so
yep.
hopefully
And like I told
I'll be
and
there.
like I told you, I usually help with the small goals. Taylor, I told him, hey, get to this goal because we had like a full week. I was like, get to
Yeah.
this goal by next session. You, bro, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
expect you to get 3 rank ups in one day. So we'll
Yeah.
save that
He
for
just got Plat 3 actually.
good, good. So
Like,
he's hitting what I told him to
literally
hit.
just
Yeah.
before.
So
Yeah.
what are your plat 2 right now, right? So and you won. So
Yeah.
let's try.
18 off Plat 3.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not even gonna set a small goal for this week because you will, it's just too short of a time. So we'll work on that for the
Yeah.
next one if there is. So that's that. But that's what I'll
Literally
help
my
you with.
next game's probably gonna be Taylor's games with you.
Sure,
That'll probably be my
sure,
next games.
right. But at the end of the
So
session, I'll sit and if you book for the next week after tomorrow, I'll be like, next week, I want you here.
yeah.
And when I started doing that, bro, it worked wonders because I was fed up. Okay, 3 months ago, I was fed up with students showing up at the same fucking rank after a week, 2 weeks. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You should be fucking like
Yeah.
300 RRs above. And they give me all this bullshit excuse, and I started being hard on them. I said, I don't care. You gotta be here. What do you think started happening? They started hitting the goals. So that's what I started implementing about 3 months ago into the coaching. And it works because that's what I would
Yeah.
want too. If somebody told me you need to be here, or I'm gonna be disappointed, I would try my best to get there, right? To please the coach. So that's that. So I'll see you tomorrow. Great session. Try to soak it in. I
Yeah.
know it's really late. I'm
All right.
sorry for yapping and stuff like that.
No,
But it's really
you're all
important.
good.
That's why it's very long. But
Yeah.
that's that. So
I'll
see
read
you.
over the notes and
Yep.
stuff like that.
Good.
But yeah. Should be
All right,
all
bro.
good. All right.
I'll see you
Thanks for that,
tomorrow.
man.
No worries. Take care. Have a good
All right.
night. Get some sleep.
see you
Get some
tomorrow.
rest. I'll see you
Yeah.
tomorrow, bro. Later. Peace.
Cheers.
Peace. Oh my